the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926, Age, Part 1. Thank goodness I didn't get stuck in her rut. It saved me a lot of trouble. Outside the shattered wooden house, Nian gazed at the green dragon dancing in the sky and let out a gratified smile. As sisters for many years, Nian was naturally familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. and understood why she had remained in his paintings for so many years. Could this be an epiphany? I didn't expect them to be able to transform into dragons. That's right, even if they're fragments of the Sui beast, they share the same origin. Watching the soaring green dragon, feeling its powerful aura, Shen Fei didn't want to have such a thought. He was still a little surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. could transform into a dragon. Thank you so much for this time. She's finally come out of this, Nian said, thanking Shen Fei with a rare serious expression. What happened? Shen Fei asked curiously. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the other world is both an opportunity and a calamity, Nian said slowly. Is this the Dao of painting? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s abilities are quite impressive. Given time, if she becomes powerful enough, she might be able to carve out a real world. After listening to Nian's narration, Shen Fei began to understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. had changed so much. For S.H.I.E.L.D., she had been hiding within her paintings, not sleeping for so many years, fearing that she would become like the characters within them, her existence or non-existence determined by her thoughts. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored doubts about whether her own continent, Terra, was also a painting. This suspicion stemmed from her abilities, her Dao, and she couldn't help but believe it. However, she had no way of proving the world she inhabited was a lie, so she simply suspected it. Now that she knew of the existence of another world, perhaps even countless worlds, S.H.I.E.L.D. faced two possible outcomes. One was to conclude that all worlds were false, just as her countless paintings were, and then suffer a mental breakdown and fall into despair. Another outcome would be breaking through her long-held mental limitations, allowing her to see the world from a new perspective. This was a breakthrough in realm. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could achieve this, the benefits would be self-evident. As Shen Fei had just said, breaking through this realm mentor scroll had the potential to become a real world. Put another way, if it were S.H.I.E.L.D. now, and her scroll had included Shongshu's master of Dequid Rain, Shen Lu, she wouldn't have been able to break through. You didn't even mention this beforehand. Aren't you afraid she might take a different path? Shen Fei was speechless at S.H.I.E.L.D. facing such a question. It was something he had never expected. For him, existence was reason, unconcerned with falsehood or reality. Just like himself, even if someone had truly orchestrated this time travel, how could he possibly not live? But that was just him. This question might be very important to some people, some who couldn't accept being kept as pets. I'm here, aren't I? Nian said with a smile. With her around, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. were truly in trouble, she could rescue her. Congratulations, dear sister. As S.H.I.E.L.D. transformed from her dragon form back into her human form, Nian immediately stepped forward. For the sisters, being able to emerge from the shadow of the Sui beast was a cause for celebration. Sister, Nian, you haven't forgotten how our rankings were determined, have you? Now I'm the older sister. Oh, you want to be the older sister? You don't think you can beat me now, do you? Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. said. Waving her hand. A figure suddenly appeared in the open space to the side. It was a female peril with long black hair. Is this Saga? Shen Fei knew who she was after just a glance. Saga, a 6-star vanguard operator, was a wandering monk from the Eastern Kingdom with unwavering conviction. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have just thrown Saga out of the scroll world. After throwing Saga out, S.H.I.E.L.D. held a longsword in her hand, a sword with a black scabbard and a red blade. Then let me see how much progress you've made, Nian said with a smile on his face, and took a step towards S.H.I.E.L.D. With one step, the world shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Nian and S.H.I.E.L.D. disappeared. S.H.I.E.L.D. is getting cocky. What she doesn't know is that while she certainly achieved a sudden enlightenment and breakthrough due to chance, Nian is not standing still either. Moreover, Nian's ability can restrain S.H.I.E.L.D. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he watched Nian and S.H.I.E.L.D. disappear. Nian had been with him for a while, not just to play mahjong or film. He had also come into contact with weapon refiners and magical instruments through him, and his strength had also improved significantly. Sir, this is the monk Sagi. Where are those two donors from earlier? Sagi seemed to have just realized what was happening. After looking around and not seeing Nian and Zai, he immediately turned to Shen Fei and asked. The sisters have some personal matters to resolve and will be back soon. Given Nian and Zai's strength, a fight in the real world would undoubtedly be devastating. If it caused too much trouble, the Dian authorities might take action. Dian was different. He didn't consider Nian, Zai, and Ling dangerous, but Dian couldn't. After all, it was a country with many implications, not to mention that someone among the many fragments of the Sui beast was indeed causing trouble. While that would be fine if it were just that, Dian's greatest fear was naturally the reappearance of the Sui beast. Even though Dian's power was now much greater and the Sui beast's strength was significantly weakened, suppressing it would still be costly. With High Sea to the south and the evil demons to the north, severe losses within Dian could potentially compromise its defenses on both sides. It could be said that among the many nations on the entire Terran continent, Yan faced the greatest pressure, facing threats from 3 directions, each of which was a formidable foe. People like Ursus and Sami only had to face the demons of the north, while Sargon and Iberia only had to face the sea of the south. They only faced enemies on one side. Do those 2 donors know the owner of the scroll? Sage asked again. Yes, if you have any questions, you can ask them when they return. As he spoke, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the air, and then the figures of Nian and Zai reappeared. Nian had a smug smile on his face, while Zai looked a little exasperated. Call me sister, Nian said to Zai with a smile. Don't even think about it, Zai shouted angrily, turning away, as if ignoring Nian. Little monk Sage, greetings, sir, Sage said, walking towards Zai. It's you, you're quite persistent. Facing Sage, Zai immediately regained her composure. After all, she was a god after all. The only people who could break through her defenses were Nian, Ling, or a few other people like the old celestial master who could penetrate her scroll. No matter how powerful Zai was, she was not someone that could be bullied by ordinary people. Someone's here. Looks like they've finally figured it out. While Zai and Sage were conversing, Shen Fei spotted someone rapidly approaching. Wearing a red cloak and a strange mask, they were either from the Simute or some kind of inspector general. Nian, there's something I'm curious about. Why don't you seem to be monitoring you? Do you think you're not a threat to Dan? Watching the person rapidly approach, Shen Fei suddenly asked Nian a question out of curiosity. How do you know there aren't any? They simply haven't appeared. What should we do now? Should we contact them? Nian said with a smile. There's no need for that now. Let's talk about it once we get to Shangshu, Shen Fei said, heading towards the person. Simute. The person stopped not far from Shen Fei and tried to introduce himself, but unfortunately, Shen Fei didn't wait for him to finish. I know who you are. Let those who can make the decision go to Shangshu. I'll be waiting for you there, Shen Fei said, forming hand seals. A golden portal suddenly appeared behind the Simute figure, and before they could react, he pushed them through, instantly closing the portal. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. After Shen Fei sent the Simute figure away, Zai and Sage's conversation concluded. Normally, Sage would have learned a great deal from Zai's paintings, but Zai also learned a few things from Sage, such as how Sage could detect flaws in Zai's paintings and step out of them on his own. However, due to Zai's realm breakthrough, the subsequent scrolls she showed Sage were no longer available. In the original plot, Zai showed Sage many different versions of herself in the future. Although Sage didn't care much about this, after all, no matter which version she was still herself. However, among all these versions, the appearance of her as a gambler left even Sage with a lingering fear. Considering that Saga had been able to study Zai's scroll for 10 years without changing her mind, yet still be so wary of this gambler, one can only imagine how terrifying she must be. Saga's realm was high, as was her master, but unfortunately, the world limited them. Just like Nian and Zai, before Shen Fei appeared, they found it difficult to escape the shadow of the Sui beast and could only rely on the power of Rhodes Island. While Nian, Zai, and the others lived long lives, they might not truly compare to Quinjet and the Doctor. Zai had been deeply curious about the Doctor and Quinjet since arriving on the island, and Nian's decision to stake his future on Rhodes Island was likely motivated by this. I'd rather travel on my own. See you someday, Shen Fei had originally intended to take Saga directly to Longmen, but she insisted on continuing her journey. After bidding her farewell, he, Nian, and Zai stepped directly through the golden portal. Even if he appeared in this world, Saga's side was essentially doomed to end up on the island. Of the many who made it, However, Snake Tuxiang had the best luck. While the others had mostly gotten there through acquaintances with Rhodes Island operators, Snake Tuxiang had simply gone to sleep on the deck of Rhodes Island's main ship, and when he woke up, he was an operator. The road to Shu is difficult. I never thought I'd see it here, too. The road to Shu was difficult as ascending to heaven. Shen Fei had seen it several times before. During the Qin dynasty, the Tang dynasty, and now again in Shangshu, Great Yan. However, he had already overcome the first two instances. Putting a mountain on a mobile city is truly a feat. The mobile city where Shangshu resided was the most beautiful Shen Fei had ever seen. Other mobile cities lack such beautiful scenery. After all, mobile cities had limited land, so they naturally made good use of it. Did you see Wei Yanwu's desire to clear the slums specifically for the land? It's been a while since I've been here. I wonder how Sister Ling is doing. She's probably still the same, although I refuse to acknowledge Nian as her sister. She had no problem with Ling. The same was true for Nian. Boatman, at the ferry crossing in Shangshu, Shen Fei saw a wooden boat dock and immediately waved, indicating that they needed to cross the river. Since the road to Shangshu is difficult, traveling by water was undoubtedly the most convenient and time-saving option. While he could have flown directly into the city, Ling's location, unlike Zai's, wasn't in the wilderness, but near Shangshu. Out of respect for Dan, he couldn't just enter directly. He also needed to wait for Dan to react. Once in Shangshu, there was no need to rush. Even with Dan's advanced aircraft, they certainly couldn't compare to his, not to mention the fact that he had previously used a portal. He needed to give Dan time to react. This was a good opportunity for him to explore Shangshu and experience the customs and culture of Dian, something he couldn't find in Longmen. Longmen, within Dian, was equivalent to a municipality, a special administrative region, or an outlying city. With the influx of foreigners, many customs had changed. Raincoat, fisherman, could this be the so-called duckweed rainmaster? Glancing at the old fisherman rowing the boat, Shen Fei couldn't help but think. The people from Dian might not have reached Shangshu yet, but the news should have reached them. This world had telephones. While Dian might have titles like the Emperor, the Six Ministries, and the Grand Tutor, it wasn't a closed, feudal society. Modern technology was plentiful. For example, the boats on the river that plied Shangshu were mostly modern, powered by motors. This was what made Shen Fei suspect the man was the Rainmaster. This wooden boat lacked a motor, yet its speed wasn't much slower. Shangshu Prefect Liang Sun and left Vice Minister of Rights Ning Sikiu greet you three. As the wooden boat docked, a solemn-looking young man and a young woman, dressed in the standard uniforms of the Great Yan Dynasty, approached. You didn't bring anyone with you? Is it because you trust us here won't attack, or do you know you're no match for us and there's no need? But then again, why are the people monitoring her so strong? Isn't this discrimination? Ling had Bai Xianxi and several other members of the Xianxi mansion constantly watching her. This was treatment Nian and Zai had never experienced before. Don't be polite, you two. We have no intention of attacking and will not cause any harm here. Thinking of Liang Sun's character, Shen Fei immediately offered his assurances. He was doing this for the people of Shangshu, daring to stand up to the Sima-Tai. He was lucky that the Grand Tutor intervened, otherwise, he would have been dismissed at worst. Sima-Tai's orders were not easily disobeyed. We're just sisters who haven't seen each other in a while and wanted to get together. There's no need for such a big fuss, Nian suddenly said. However, neither Liang Sun nor Ning Sikiu paid any attention to her words. Nian was telling the truth, but their status meant that even if it was true, they had to be on high alert. The Grand Tutor has sent a message that he will arrive in Shangshu soon. Lord Liang has prepared a banquet to welcome you three. Please come in, Ning Sikiu suddenly spoke when Liang Sun was silent. Since Lord Liang is so kind, I'm sorry to bother you. Chapter 927, Age, Part 2. Prepared quite thoroughly, eh? It seems Nian and Zai's personalities and preferences have been thoroughly studied. The group arrived at Liang Sun's residence. Seeing the spicy hot pot and the lighter dishes on the side, Shen Fei immediately looked at Nian. Sure enough, she was delighted. Zai, on the other hand, looked remarkably calm. It was only now that Zai had achieved a breakthrough. Had she been before, she would have been hiding in the painting, waiting for Shen Fei and Nian to find the order. Not bad, this one is still quite tasty. The one at Longman is still a bit lacking. Nian, without a moment's hesitation, immediately began to eat. As a god, even without food, drink, or sleep, there was no problem. However, Nian behaved like an ordinary person. She ate and rested regularly. As someone who enjoyed spicy food, Xiangshu Nian was no stranger. She had been to Xiangshu many times, some on her own initiative, others dispatched by the Similite of Great Yan. Nian's smelting skills were extremely important to Great Yan, and perhaps for this reason, Nian had a relatively freer time. At that time, there were no mobile cities on this land. Diane wanted Nian to build a city capable of withstanding minor natural disasters. Although Nian didn't do his job properly, he left behind a piece of divine iron. 50 years later, a city appeared in Changshu. This was also the plot of one of Nian's film scripts. The divine iron was, of course, a fragment of the divine sword. As far as Shen Fei knew, Nian had prepared several scripts for the film industry, many of which were adapted from her past experiences. However, all of the scripts shared a common characteristic, the presence of giant mechanical beasts. I remember these two were the kings of tug-of-war. They clearly liked each other, but they kept tug-of-war. But that's true, Ning Sichu's official position was so much higher than Liang Sun's, as the saying goes, a higher rank can crush a lower rank. Ning Sichu was a second-rank official, while Liang Sun was only a fourth-rank prefect. If their genders were reversed, things might be simpler. Don't worry, Magistrate Liang, this time we're here, we won't cause any casualties to the people of Changshu. Shen Fei, thinking this, saw Liang Sun's brow still furrowed, and immediately offered another reassurance. He naturally had a fondness for officials so dedicated to serving the people. Not to mention, he was also a man who appreciated gratitude. In the original novel, Liang Sun dared to disobey the Sima Tai's orders not only for the people of Changshu, but also to prevent Sima Tai from taking action against Ling. This was because he had met Ling when he was very young. Back then, when Liang Sun was still a child, Changshu was struck by a natural disaster, forcing the people to flee. It was Ling who repelled the disaster, minimizing the damage to only a few houses, with no casualties or the resulting oropathy. Liang Sun was the only witness of this event. Hearing Shen Fei's assurance again, and with Ning Sikyu's glance beside him, Liang Sun's demeanor finally calmed down. Shen Fei then asked about the aforementioned scenery and delicacies, a subject Ning Sikyu possessed extensive knowledge of. Nian and Zai soon joined in. While Nian didn't particularly care for the scenery, she did care for the food. As for Zai, she was incredibly knowledgeable about the landscapes of Yan country. Back then, Zai had traveled nearly every corner of Yan country. Its mountains and rivers practically captivating her paintings. There's no time to lose, let's head up the mountain. After dinner, Shen Fei and the other two naturally headed straight for Ling. Waiting for the Yan country's leaders to arrive didn't mean they had to wait before contacting Ling. Liang Sun and Ning Sichu wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. I'll go inform Uncle Bai. If anything goes wrong, we'll have to fight tooth and nail. Shortly after Shen Fei and the other two left, Ning Sichu immediately left the Liang mansion and headed for a location within the city boundary. Led by Nian, the three quickly arrived at Guojiang Peak, one of the 17 peaks of Changshu's 3 mountains. Originally, Changshu had 3 mountains and 18 peaks, but one of them was destroyed by a natural disaster, resulting in 17 peaks, the same disaster Liang Sun had experienced as a child. But in reality, the mountain wasn't destroyed by a natural disaster, but rather hidden by someone's barrier. Even Sisute didn't know about it. He's not here, or he's drunk. Standing at the summit of the destroyed mountain, Nian stared at the empty space ahead with a look of surprise. Theoretically, Ling couldn't have been unaware of their arrival. Wine, Shen Fei was well aware of Ling's hobbies. As he spoke, a jar of wine appeared in his hand, and then he unsealed it. A strange aroma filled the air. You brought this? Nian stared at the jar of wine in Shen Fei's hand in surprise. She hadn't really thought of bringing it with her. But at that moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. The mountaintop, which had already reached the top, suddenly opened a path ahead, ending in a classical pavilion. The next moment, a blue figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Fei, took the jar of wine from Shen Fei, and began to drink. This person was, of course, Nian and Zai's sister, Ling. What a wonderful wine. I didn't expect such a fine wine to exist these days. What's its name? A 1,000-year dream, indeed. This jar of wine was exactly what Shen Fei had obtained from the Kaiho sect in Legend of Sword and Fairy IV. Although he wasn't much of a drinker, he'd always carried some of this supposedly immortal wine, and now it came in handy. 1,000-year dream, 1,000-year dream. What a wonderful name, what a wonderful name. Upon hearing the name of the wine, Ling seemed incredibly delighted. He raised the jar again and guzzled it, truly guzzling it straight from the jar. You're truly worthy of being a god, able to drink like this, Nian, Zai. I didn't expect you'd both come to see me together. And you look different. What happened? As expected of Ling, he saw through Zai's current situation instantly. No wonder she was his older sister. Of course I found a way to deal with him, so I came to see Sister Ling, Nian said with a smile. From your expression, it's true. So this person gave you confidence? I'm curious, how did that happen? Ling said, her gaze fixed on Shen Fei. She was well aware of her sister's abilities. Shen Fei was the only outsider who could inspire such confidence in Nian. Ling was free and unrestrained, but this freedom was simply the freedom of her mind, a freedom that didn't scare her into disappearing. It didn't mean she couldn't defeat the Sui beast. As fragments of the Sui beast, they couldn't resist it, just as limbs couldn't resist the control of the brain. That's why Nian wanted to leverage Rhodes Island's power to fight the Sui beast, because she knew she had no way to resist it. It actually appeared. How could it be? Ling said, her gaze immediately shifting from Shen Fei to the sky. Clouds and wind surged above the group, as if some creature was about to appear. Nian and Zai naturally sensed it too. Zai's body trembled involuntarily at the movement in the sky, and she took a step back, standing behind Nian. Even though she had already broken through, the long-held inner demons wouldn't vanish so easily. I didn't expect you to succeed, Ling suddenly said, gazing at the enormous dragon that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Ling no longer looked drunken, but instead wore a serious expression. She knew more about the Sui beast than Nian and Zai did, having swatted it away more than once herself. But this time, the Sui beast was completely different. The Sui beast in the sky ignored Ling's words, instead surveying the land. Its expression shifted constantly, now filled with nostalgia, then with grief and anger, then with pity, before all these emotions vanished without a trace. What is that? Tourists visiting other peaks cried out in surprise upon seeing the dragon appear in the sky. While Gujiang Peak was rarely visited due to the rugged roads, the other peaks were popular tourist destinations with many visitors. As everyone marveled at the sight in the sky, some pulled out their phones and began taking photos. Oh no! It's here! Hurry! When the year-beast appeared, several people climbing the mountainside in the distance saw the scene. Their faces paled, and they immediately sped up the mountain. I never thought I'd actually see it this day. Little one, I leave it to you. Nian didn't seem nervous at all about the year-beast appearing in the sky. Instead, he smiled and nodded at Shen Fei, urging him to attack. Can't you change that name? Then what do you call you? Little cub, never mind, let's just call you little one. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, not even considering correcting Nian's address. Instead, he stepped forward and waved his hands. Golden light slowly gathered as he waved his hands. Ling, who had been about to attack, had already drawn her staff, but after hearing Nian's words and observing Shen Fei's movements, she stepped aside. She also wanted to see if the person Nian placed such high hopes on could withstand the year-beast. Tevideo Sword God, a golden giant sword pierced the heavens, striking the body of the year-beast in the sky. At that moment, everyone on the 3 mountains and 17 peaks, as well as those in the mobile city far below, witnessed this scene. A golden light, like a pillar of heaven, stood in midair. As the golden light dissipated from the sky, the year-beast vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Just as the Taxa sword god pierced the year-beast's body, a figure in a hidden abode somewhere in Great Yan suddenly grunted. The chessboard before them shattered in an instant, and the black and white pieces scattered to the ground. It actually dissipated. This is truly unimaginable. The figure looked at the black chess piece in the palm of his right hand, which had been shattered in two, and suddenly laughed. It's gone. Ling stared at the empty sky, unable to help but give Shen Fei a deep look. Even though the Sui beast had only appeared because of the 3 of them, and its power was far less than it had in its prime, it could still defeat it with a single blow, something not many could achieve, not even their eldest brother. Was it second brother? Nian asked Ling immediately after the Sui beast vanished. Yes, Ling nodded. I didn't expect he'd actually succeed. Receiving Ling's confirmation, Nian and Zai fell silent. As fragments of the S.H.I.E.L.D. beast, they had known since the day they regained consciousness that they would one day be reunited. Some accepted this outcome, while others naturally could not. With the passage of time and their experiences, the S.H.I.E.L.D. beast fragments now roughly divided into 3 factions, driven by differing ideologies: the resistance, the awakening, and the replacement. The resistance naturally consisted of fragments like Nian who refused to disappear. Zai and Ling also fell into this group. The awakening faction believed they were naturally one, and that they should awaken their true form and unite the fragments. This was the reason for the tragedy and the loss of life. It was also this reason that gave rise to the replacement faction. While it's possible to reunite the fragments, why couldn't one's own consciousness replace the year beast? This faction naturally featured Nian and her second brother. This man, who had split his consciousness into 181 pieces, each containing 181 chess pieces, was truly insane. This second brother was quite interesting. He had no exceptional talent for chess, and Ling even called him a bad chess player. However, since he was a god, he had plenty of time to learn. He gradually transformed from a bad chess player into an unrivaled master, so unbeatable that he finally escaped from his prison. This second brother had made a pact with Dan: if anyone could defeat him at chess, he would imprison himself. His subsequent escape wasn't a prison break, but a vindication of his invincibility. When Shen Fei learned of this outcome, his first thought was why not go find the doctor and play chess with him. He desperately wanted to know what the outcome would be. However, judging by the original novel's plot, Nian, Zai, and Ling have all arrived on the island, so there might indeed be a chance for a future match between the two. "Someone's coming," Ling said just as he was about to speak. As he finished speaking, 10 people appeared in the distance, speeding towards them. Leading the way were 2 elderly men, one of whom was the old fisherman from earlier. "Sorry to have sent you on a wasted trip. The matter has been resolved. We have some matters to attend to here, so I won't see you off," Shen Fei said to the 2 elders who had arrived first. "Zai," Nian suddenly said. "Got it." Zai waved his right hand, and the next moment, the 4 of them appeared in a classical and majestic courtyard, right in Zai's painting. "Have your abilities improved significantly? Are your flaws fewer than before? Now I'm even more curious about this person. How exactly did he help you escape the miasma?" For Zai, Nian's scroll was completely defenseless. She could come and go as she pleased, even in the same place where Nian's prison was. "It's simple. It simply allowed her to see a wider world." Shen Fei spoke briefly about the other worlds, focusing on the Taoist story of Zhuanggong dreaming of a butterfly. Ling's free and easy life seemed very Taoist to him. Furthermore, her abilities seemed to be related to dreams, which was very consistent with the Taoist lineage of Zhuangzi. Chapter 928 Jerrig, Part 1. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Taoism, the story of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly intrigued Ling, sparking a deep interest in Taoism. The doctrines of the 100 schools of thought, like the 100 schools of thought, were not found in this world's great Yan. Taoist theories were extremely broadly applicable to both the ordinary world and the immortal world, making them a perfect fit for Ling. Going to another world to escape? That's a good idea. I'll contact my eldest brother and see what he says. No one wants to die if they can survive, not even Ling, who has already let go. For Ling, disappearing would probably be the biggest regret of not having the chance to see these beautiful mountains and rivers again, or to savor the wine she drinks, her greatest passion. With fine wine and the sights of another world just around the corner, Ling was naturally intrigued. Shen Fei didn't much mind Ling's contact with their eldest brother. If they were willing to leave, he wouldn't mind taking them along. Of course, this only applies to those who aren't troublemakers like Ling. For someone like their second brother, that was definitely out of the question, at least not right now. Shen Fei didn't ask exactly how many siblings Nian had, as it was considered the private life. However, based on the plot, it's possible to infer 12. Before the time travel, some speculated 9, as a dragon has 9 sons. However, judging by Zai's situation, 12 was a safe bet. After discussing matters, the group left Zai's scroll. However, Zai didn't want to leave. Even though she no longer dreaded sleep for fear of Nian, her personality and habits hadn't changed much, and she didn't want to interact with humans. Compared to gods like these, ordinary humans have a much shorter lifespan. A single nap could easily take a human's entire life. Even if Zai could extract a person's divine will and reappear within the scroll, it wouldn't be the same person anymore, just like the Li in the scroll. After saving the young Li, Nian lived with her for a long time. Li even helped Zai with ink making, but eventually, the passage of time led to their separation. It's a rare occasion for us sisters to get together, so please don't spoil the fun. Unfortunately, Zai finally couldn't resist and was pulled out of the scroll. The group then returned directly to the Liang mansion, where they awaited the leader of Great Yan. I didn't expect she'd actually come to Great Yan. During the days of waiting, Shen Fei unexpectedly spotted someone familiar in Shangshu. More accurately, someone she knew, Eureka, the former host of the Dussor's Extreme Ironman competition. Due to a minor hiccup during her hosting and her lack of fame compared to DDD, she was replaced by DDD. Unexpectedly, she's no longer in Dussor's, but has now moved to Shangshu, where she's become a special host for Hello, Shangshu, primarily showcasing the city's scenic spots. Her charming appearance and lively and humorous presentations have earned her a good viewership rating. Grand Tutor, a few days later, an elderly man quietly appeared in the Liang mansion study. Upon seeing him, Liang Sun and Ning Sikiu finally relaxed, for this man was the pillar of Great Yan, the current Grand Tutor. How's the situation here? The Grand Tutor nodded gently at the two of them and asked directly. Everything is fine. They haven't done anything unusual. Liang Sun immediately began to recount the whereabouts of Shen Fei and Nian over the past few days. Besides touring the 3 mountains and 18 peaks, they'd been enjoying delicious food on the streets or playing mahjong in the pavilion in the garden. Nian had finally fulfilled his wish to gather his family together to play mahjong. After Zai unsealed the hidden peak, the 3 mountains and 17 peaks once again became the 3 mountains and 18 peaks. They're there now. I want to see them. After listening to Liang Sun's report, the Grand Tutor's expression remained unchanged as he directly gave his order. Yes, I'll send someone to notify them right away. As expected, it's you who's here. That's right, for such a big matter, only you can make the decision. After seeing the Grand Tutor, Nian's expression was a little unpleasant, as if he had suffered a loss at his hands. Nian has seen her. According to Nian, she's only been awake for a short time. So, dragons' lifespans far exceed those of ordinary humans. Shen Fei, standing nearby, immediately understood his earlier suspicions upon hearing Nian's words. You all may leave. Yes. Following the Grand Tutor's orders, Liang Sun and Ning Sikiu immediately bowed and withdrew. Clearly, there were things they weren't qualified to know at this point. Grand Tutor Dan greets His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty. After Liang Sun and Ning Sikiu left the study, the Grand Tutor suddenly formally saluted Shen Fei. Wei Yanwu actually told you this, too. Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback by the Grand Tutor's address, but then he immediately understood the problem. Wei Yanwu. No one else in Dayan could possibly know of his identity. This was why the Grand Tutor saluted. After all, he was technically on the same level as the current Emperor of Dan. Duke Wei is from Great Yan. After all, the Grand Tutor's words immediately made Shen Fei understand why Wei Yanwu had disclosed his identity. Whatever conflicts or issues Wei Yanwu had with the current Great Yan Emperor, they were all internal Great Yan matters. You're actually the Emperor. Ling Hexi looked at Shen Fei in surprise. This was the first time they had heard of Shen Fei's other identity. It's just a title, nothing to worry about, Shen Fei said, turning to the Grand Tutor and continuing, now that you know everything, things will be much easier. I will take them away from this world. This will be a good thing for Great Yan. Even if Sui Shuang does reappear, their strength will be greatly reduced without them. Of course, considering their contributions to Great Yan, I will provide some compensation to the best of my ability. This was the treatment only afforded to Great Yan. If it were Ursus, Victoria, or other nations, he would simply take his men and leave. Compensation. The Grand Tutor glanced at Shen Fei with some surprise. Before coming here, due to Wei Yanwu's report, neither he nor the court of Great Yan had ever considered compensation. After all, judging by the outcome, Shen Fei's taking Nian, Ling, and Zai Wei would benefit Great Yan more than harm it. While Nian's abilities were extremely useful to Great Yan, their presence would make Sui Shuang even stronger. Even if Great Yan wanted to weaken Sui Shuang's power and take action beforehand, eliminating the 3 of them would be a huge price to pay. Given this, the Grand Tutor's main purpose in coming here was to discuss cooperation with Shen Fei. Whether it was expanding the space or technology from other worlds, anything was open to trade. Yes, I'm doing this because Great Yan and Great Tang share a common origin. Other countries wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. My compensation is the 10 expansion spaces I created for Governor Wei, with the locations up to you. Also, some technology and knowledge from other worlds. Of course, I won't give everything for free. I need great yen to share this world's technological expertise and knowledge of originium craftsmanship, Shen Fei stated her demands directly. While she had a favorable impression of this world's great yen, that didn't mean she would give away everything for free. He was familiar with the story of gratitude and resentment. Okay, the Grand Tutor was silent for a moment before agreeing to all the details. Even without the other benefits, just 10 expansion spaces would be more than enough for Great Yan. 10 expansion spaces, even ones that could be moved freely and were not afraid of natural disasters. If used effectively, Great Yan would be much less stressed by the current north-south pressure. For example, if there were an expansion space within Human City, there might not be a need to transport a mobile city all the way to Longmen for supplies. Other things like hiding troops and setting ambushes could all be used, not to mention the technology and knowledge from other time periods, which are equally crucial for a nation. I'm very curious about the Great Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty, could you please enlighten me? Of course, I'll start from the beginning. Shen Fei began recounting Chinese history, not the history before his time travel, of course, but the history of Qin's Moon, bringing up the various schools of thought. Great Yan didn't have the 100 schools of thought, so he took this opportunity to spread them. He would spread the culture of the 100 schools of thought wherever it found a suitable place. For example, the empire in Akame no Mie is now entirely based on the 100 schools of thought. Z flying to the moon, change flying to the moon, they truly share the same origin. In Great Yan, change flying to the moon is called Z flying to the moon. While the stories are very different, the origins are the same. Then there's the firecrackers used during New Year's Eve, also known as Peozihu, firecrackers, which are used to ward off the Nian and Zai. Strictly speaking, this thing couldn't harm them. It simply made them unhappy. Over time, word spread that they were afraid of it. Here's the thing, Shen Fei said, pulling out a tablet and a hard drive and handing them to the Grand Tutor. Regarding the expansion space, you can prepare a place first, and then contact Governor Wei when the time comes. For other transactions, just have Governor Wei transfer them to me. I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Without waiting for the Grand Tutor's reply, Shen Fei opened the golden portal and led the three of them through it, returning to Key City. He wasn't worried about Diane refusing to pay for the upcoming transaction. After all, Diane wasn't like countries like Colombia and Victoria, known for their hypocritical practices. He was requesting technology and knowledge of originium craftsmanship. He wanted to learn about originium craftsmanship. On Terra, only Yan and Latania were at the forefront of originium craftsmanship, offering a good opportunity to study and learn from them. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. City desperately needs knowledge of originium techniques to teach the reunion movement. While nearly everyone is a magus, the deeper applications of originium are lacking. An infected city? I never thought the situation has reached this level. Having mostly stayed in Yan country, the three women didn't know much about the infected situation outside of Yan country. This was their first time hearing about the plight of the infected outside of Yan country. Even Zai, who had once painted Hua Shinjinki, was speechless for a moment. How dare you? Do you know who I am? It's your good fortune that we can come to your infected city and cooperate with you, with the intention of introducing Zai and Ling to Tallulah, Frost Star, and even Rhodes Island. The group arrived at the front courtyard. Upon entering, they saw lavishly dressed Liberry standing in front of the hall, shouting arrogantly at Tallulah. Behind Liberry stood four tall and muscular Sarkaz, presumably his bodyguards. What's going on? Shen Fei's brow furrowed upon seeing this scene. He hurried forward, approaching Tallulah and asking. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Tallulah immediately explained the situation. With the development of S.H.I.E.L.D. City and the arrival of Kalen trade, more and more people began to take interest in the city and seek cooperation, but most of them fell through due to disagreements over terms. The reason was simple, most of these people had a condescending attitude, believing that giving an infected person a job was a great favor. As for the salary, it was certainly low. Little did they know that the salaries of most infected people in S.H.I.E.L.D. City were similar to those of normal people. Shen Fei was aware of some of this, but those who were at most arrogant would leave immediately if a deal failed. He was the first person to dare to act so arrogantly in front of Tallulah. Columbia, Volva Kokzinski, so it's them. Hearing Tallulah mention the company's name, Shen Fei immediately remembered what it was. It was a large industrial manufacturing company in Colombia, second only to Thor Industries, and a company known for its unscrupulous tactics. Are you after that imaginary relic weapon? Are you from Volvokoxinski? Shen Fei nodded at Tallulah, then walked up to Liberi and asked. Yes, I am. Snap. Just as Liberi opened his mouth with a still arrogant expression, Shen Fei slapped him, knocking out all his teeth and sending him spinning 3.5 times in the air before crashing to the ground. If you're looking for death, draw your weapons. The 4 Sarkaz bodyguards wanted to draw their weapons and attack immediately when they saw Liberi being slapped. However, after seeing Shen Fei's cold and murderous eyes, they immediately stopped their actions. As experienced mercenaries, they knew very well that the other party was not joking and would really attack. You, kill him for me. Liberi, who fell to the ground, got up, covered his swollen cheek with his right hand, pointed at Shen Fei with his left hand, and roared loudly for his men to kill Shen Fei. Snap. Another slap, and then the whole world was quiet. Liberi fell face first to the ground and fainted. Get him out of G City. Volvokoxinski actually sent such a person. Does he want to start a war? Go back and tell your master behind you to do as he wishes. Chapter 929 Jerrig, Part 2. Volvokoxinski has become an internationally renowned corporation, so they're certainly not fools. Sending someone like this to Qicheng, however, suggests ulterior motives. Shen Fei couldn't believe this person's arrogance wasn't directed by someone else. Anyone else, faced with this situation, wouldn't show it outwardly, even if they secretly sent someone to eliminate these individuals. Terra is a dangerous land, and the disappearance of several people is commonplace. Even if Volvokoxinski later became suspicious, they wouldn't have any evidence. However, Shen Fei wouldn't tolerate this. While Volvokoxinski's power might seem formidable to others, even Rhodes Island wouldn't easily provoke them. This isn't to say Rhodes Island is inferior to Volvokoxinski. In terms of true strength, Rhodes Island might not rival the larger powers, but it would still be a no-brainer against a company like Volvokoxinski. The main reason Rhodes Island wouldn't provoke Volvokoxinski is because of their close collaboration with the Colombian military. As a nation dedicated to saving the infected and the land, Rhodes Island naturally couldn't afford to offend the local authorities. Rhodes Island and Colombia enjoyed close cooperation, with Rhine Life and Thor Industries both employing operators on Rhodes Island, some even unwilling to return. However, Shen Fei had no such concerns. Strictly speaking, this incident was merely a precursor. Ever since Volvokoxinski coveted the non-existent relic weapon, the two sides were destined to be enemies. Furthermore, Volvokoxinski was also one of the masters of Scar Emporium, a target he would eventually expose. Take him, let's go. One of the 4 Sarkaz, presumably the captain, immediately ordered 2 of his companions to help Liberi to his feet. Without further ado, he turned and led his men away. Tallulah, these are the sisters of Ling, Zai, and Nian. After the 5 left, Shen Fei immediately gathered the members of the reunion movement and introduced Ling, Nian, and Zai to them. He then led them to the Rhodes Island ship. Originally, Zai hadn't wanted to go. For her, just getting to know some people from the reunion movement was enough. However, after hearing Shen Fei's description of Rhodes Island, she immediately became curious. Zai didn't want to interact with ordinary people, not because she disliked them, but because she had seen so much back then. Judging by the contents of her numerous scrolls, Zai had at least traveled extensively throughout the Great Yan Mountains, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create so many. However, this time out, she was amazed by the development of humanity, especially the emergence of movies and television. She was deeply interested in animated paintings. While in Changshu, she'd already watched numerous dramas, but she was also becoming more and more of a homebody. As for Nian, he'd long had his eye on Zai. Zai's drawing skills were perfect for concept art. Now, Nian wasn't just interested in filmmaking, she was also very interested in animation. Even Shen Fei felt that Zai's drawing skills were perfectly suited for this. With her skills, she wouldn't have to worry about delays or anything like that. If she so desired, she could even recreate the world of anime in her paintings. Given time and further advancements, perhaps she could even bring the world of anime to life. Of course, that was a story for another time. For Zai, seeing Rhodes Island was what mattered most right now. The group quickly arrived at the Rhodes Island land ship. Since the Chechen incident, the ship had been docked there, collaborating closely with the reunion movement. Rhodes Island played an invaluable role in the successful establishment of Chechen. Without the medical care provided by Rhodes Island, countless infected people would have died. Furthermore, without Rhodes Island's infected monitoring systems, Chechen wouldn't have been as orderly as it is today. While the plight of the infected was pitiful, there was a crucial issue with the neuropathy that could not be ignored: the consequences of their deaths. Without infected monitoring devices, it's impossible to tell whose originopathy is severe and whose isn't. Judging this simply by observing surface crystals is incredibly difficult. After all, someone might not have any originium crystals on the surface, but the originium crystals in their bloodstream could be fatal. Add to that the location of the originium crystals, and the fact that someone might have a specific condition that causes an acute onset of originopathy, like Misha's, presents a whole host of challenges. This is likely one of the main reasons why infected individuals are quarantined. Fitting all infected individuals with originopathy monitoring devices or conducting regular medical checkups is something no country on Terra can afford. Few, even among major organizations, can achieve this. Only Rhodes Island can. But Shen Fei, a native of China, a nation known for its infrastructure, was a master of construction. While this was a daunting task, he and Rhodes Island managed to accomplish it. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D played an invaluable role in this. As expected of someone who calls herself a 42-star operator and one of S.H.I.E.L.D's top 100 young people, with the resources provided by Shen Fei and Rhodes Island's medical carts, S.H.I.E.L.D worked tirelessly for a while and developed an intelligent infection screening system. This system can distinguish between mild and severe infections. Mildly infected individuals only need regular doses of Rhodes Island's infected medication, while severely infected individuals will be examined by Rhodes Island's medical operators and, depending on their situation, placed under infection monitoring devices. There are simply too many infected in S.H.I.E.L.D City. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D dispatched all the medical operators Rhodes Island could, it would be a drop in the bucket. After all, this isn't the original S.H.I.E.L.D City, with only a few remaining after its destruction. Relying solely on medical operators, even if they were exhausted, they wouldn't be able to complete the screenings, let alone on a regular basis. The same applies to the number of infected monitoring devices. The infected living in S.H.I.E.L.D City don't mind carrying one. Compared to their previous miserable lives, now they can live peacefully in a city, even enjoying shopping, movies, the internet, and other entertainment activities. It's like a paradise. The problem, however, is that there aren't enough monitoring devices. While Rhodes Island can produce them, they primarily use them for their own benefit, so naturally, they won't produce too many. After S.H.I.E.L.D City stabilized, the reunion movement and Rhodes Island began their next collaboration, establishing a school for infected and a training school for medical operators. Rhodes Island has already relocated most of the children on the island to S.H.I.E.L.D City, including the teachers. For these children, life in S.H.I.E.L.D City is naturally much better than on the island. Many Rhodes Island operators are now traveling around, bringing infected relocated from other locations to S.H.I.E.L.D City. After all, while Rhodes Island is large, it's just a ship. Rhodes Island, it's been a long time since we last met. Ling, upon seeing Rhodes Island, unexpectedly flashed a hint of nostalgia. Shen Fei was about to ask when the three leaders of Rhodes Island emerged from the bridge, led by none other than Amaya, Carter's, Sarkaz, and an old friend. This is truly interesting. Ling stared at Amaya, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the doctor for a long moment before letting out a deep breath, his tone thick with nostalgia. Old friend, have we met before? S.H.I.E.L.D studied Ling and Zai, then spoke with a hint of doubt. Ling and Zai's appearance, especially the horns on their heads, and Nian standing there, naturally gave S.H.I.E.L.D some idea of who they were, but that was precisely why she was puzzled. If she had met someone like Ling, she would never forget them. I'm talking about this person, Ling said, pointing at the doctor. You know me? Sorry, I've lost my memory. Lost memory? Ha ha ha. I never thought you'd end up like this. The doctor's words made Ling burst into laughter, as if he had just remembered something amusing. Mr. Shen, who are these two? Amaya examined Zai and Ling before her gaze quickly settled on Shen Fei. This is Ling and Zai, Nian's older sister. Shen Fei then briefly introduced the two. I'll give them a tour. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group arrived at the Rhodes Island doctor's office. Nian, without a hint of ceremony, prepared to show Ling and Zai around Rhodes Island. She was also a frequent visitor to Rhodes Island. Perhaps because of the movie, Nian and Cal's sister had a good relationship. You've come just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Kaltsit didn't stop Nian's behavior, acting like the master of Rhodes Island. Instead, she started talking to Shen Fei about something concerning the Ursa's children. Natalia? Since she's so interested, it's no problem for me. We're short on talent right now. Since she's not infected, she could help coordinate relations between the infected and non-infected in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Natalia's identity had naturally been revealed. She was the daughter of Count Ursus. The Chernobog incident had had a profound impact on her, arguably changing the trajectory of her life. Previously, she had been helping Rhodes Island transport those uninfected who were unwilling to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. City to other cities. It was because of her that Rhodes Island avoided much trouble. As the daughter of a count, even though she only had the title now, she still held considerable prestige among the Ursa's people. It could even be said that if she were willing to return to Ursa's and make some efforts, the title of count would be hers. Unfortunately, she no longer cared about this. It's not her fault, but there was still much discussion within Rhodes Island, especially among the Ursa's people, as she was a true Ursa's noble. In the original novel, Natalia had worked hard to gain the recognition of the Rhodes Island members, but this time, perhaps because of S.H.I.E.L.D. City, she chose to leave Rhodes Island. While this meant Rhodes Island lost a 6-star sniper operator, it was a good thing for Shen Fei. As he gained a talented person. How are Winter and the others? Since they were talking about Natalia, Shen Fei casually asked about Winter, Sonia, and the others. Mostly, they're all traumatized, and they need time to recover. With the exception of Liksha, all the Ursa's children suffered from varying degrees of psychological issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, including Zayolu. Thank you for your hard work. You're going to Jerrig. The Casimir special hasn't officially started yet. Is Silver Ash planning to launch it early? A few days later, Shen Fei heard that the doctor was going to Jerrig and immediately returned to Rhodes Island to inquire about the details. He learned that the doctor wasn't invited by Silver Ash, but by Silver Ash's sister, Yaxin. Of course, this was only on the surface. The doctor had long seen through Yaxin's invitation, but she hadn't exposed it. Jerrig, I'm free too. Let's go together. Oh, and take Linguang with you. Linguang, why bring her? What do you know? The doctor asked, staring into Shen Fei's eyes. I'm not sure, but if I bring Linguang along, we might encounter something interesting. He'd really like to see the Brilliant Knight versus the Black Knight clash, but in the original novel, it seems the Casimir tournament had already concluded when the doctor went to Jerrig, leaving Linguang behind. That was a bit of a shame. This presents a perfect opportunity. Of course, due to timing, Shen Fei couldn't be sure if this trip to Jerrig would lead to Silver Ash attempting a coup. With a butterfly effect, perhaps Yaxin really wanted to return to Jerrig. I'll ask, Shen Fei insisted. Whether it would work or not was uncertain, considering Linguang, Shining, and Nightingale were practically inseparable. I believe you can pull it off, Shen Fei said, and headed back. He also needed to prepare for his trip to Jerrig, taking Nian and Zai with him. Ling had left after returning from Rhodes Island that day, reportedly to visit her eldest brother. It's better for Linguang to stay on Rhodes Island. Staying in Casimir is pointless. It's time to make arrangements for Casimir. Getting Linguang to stay on Rhodes Island was simple, just solve the Casimir issue. Jerrig, a kindred spirit, really? Upon hearing that there were kindred spirits in Jerrig, Nian was immediately intrigued, and so was I. No one wants to go. Shen Fei had originally wanted to take Frostster, Tallulah, and the others to Jerrig, since it was a place free of natural disasters. But surprisingly, they all declined. The reason was simple, they'd seen enough of the snowy plains, so it was Shen Fei, Nian, and Zai who went. This is the first time I've seen such an old train. This time, Shen Fei and the doctor didn't travel directly to Jerrig by aircraft. Instead, they drove all the way to the entrance of Jerrig and boarded the train, a train that Shen Fei considered antique. But Jerrig was already state-of-the-art technology. While Silver Ash's Kalan trade was wealthy, exchanging technology for it from certain individuals wasn't easy. All they could get was outdated technology. Silver Ash was naturally aware of this, but he couldn't avoid the deal. After all, Jerrig was so far behind. P.S. Why is the dynasty set in the movie version of the For the Song Dynasty? I'm speechless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930 Jerrig, Part 2. Your shield is nice. Can I borrow it? On the train, Nian looked at the white shield in Aurora's hand and was immediately intrigued. Aurora glanced at the doctor, and upon seeing her nod, she immediately handed the shield to Nian. This was a rare visit to Jerrig, and all the Rhodes Island operators of Jerrig origin who weren't currently on a mission had come with the doctor. Chief Instructor Dobbin led the team, but since they were primarily visiting their hometowns, the doctor's escort mission was led by elite operator Sharp. Even though Shen Fei had suggested bringing Lin Guang, Sharp still came along. This was called SIT's strategy, with elite operators rotating as the doctor's escorts, and it just so happened that it was Sharp's turn. As for Lin Guang, Shining, and Nightingale, although Shen Fei had suggested bringing them here, and Cliffheart had invited the doctor to Jerrig, Rhodes Island was also taking this opportunity to discuss further cooperation with Silver Ash's Kalan trade. That's the issue of preventing and treating ore disease. While Silver Ash's Kalan trade has boosted Jerrig's development, it's also inevitably led to an increase in the number of ore disease victims. To prevent further infections and treat the existing ones, Rhodes Island naturally needs help. Rhodes Island is the best in treating the infected across Terra, and even within the Flame Nation, there's considerable cooperation between the two. Shining, Nightingale, and Lin Guang came to Jerrig as medical operators. Nice design, you designed it yourself. After receiving Aurora's shield, Nian quickly familiarized himself with its functions and nodded in appreciation. Aurora's shield is more than just a shield, it has multiple functions, even greatly enhancing her originium skills, creating a low-temperature environment within a certain area. This is extremely useful in combat, as most enemies are vulnerable to sudden cold temperatures. Furthermore, it also functions as a retractable pile driver, making it extremely useful both in camping and in combat. A heavy shield doesn't necessarily require its own strength to support it, it can also be anchored to the ground, which not only enhances defense but also conserves energy. The Patriot and Shield Guard's shields are similarly constructed, with a triangular shape at the base. However, they rely solely on their own strength to anchor their shields to the ground. Aurora's shield, on the other hand, utilizes conductive pathways and originium as its energy source, requiring no significant effort. It's truly excellent. Perhaps we could equip some of our shield guards with it. Hearing Nian's praise for Aurora's shield, Shen Fei became curious. After familiarizing himself with its functions, he also felt it was excellent. While it would be significantly more expensive, it would definitely enhance a shield guard's strength. Doctor, where's that? While Shen Fei and Nian were admiring Aurora's shield, Yaxin excitedly introduced the doctor to the sights of Jerrig. It was clear that Yaxin was delighted to be returning to Jerrig. The others in the carriage were seated in small groups. With only them in the entire carriage, the seats were quite empty. That's the Holy Mountain, Yaxin, initially excited, suddenly calmed down upon seeing the Holy Mountain. While the Holy Mountain was in Jerrig, it was a holy place. Even Yaxin, the second daughter of Jerrig's Shivash, couldn't get close, let alone see her sister. Speaking of which, was Yaxin's oripathy an accident or a conspiracy? If it was a conspiracy, who was responsible? After returning the shield to Aurora, Shen Fei watched the conversation between the doctor and Yaxin and couldn't help but think of Yaxin's oripathy. If it had happened before the snowstorm, it wouldn't have been a big deal. It could have been the work of two other people in Jerrig who had a feud with the Silver Ash family. But after the snowstorm, it became clear that while those two families were at odds with the Silver Ash family, they wouldn't resort to such tactics. This made Yaxin's oripathy a serious problem. While it could have been an accident, it felt a bit too coincidental. Was it someone from the Manju house? It's quite possible, since it wasn't someone from the other two major families, it could only have been done by Jerrig's last remaining powerful faction, the Manju house. Considering the changes Silver Grey's parents had made in Jerrig, this possibility wasn't out of the question. Given that their chief elder had poisoned a general years before, this wasn't impossible. Further investigation suggested that even the accidental car accident that killed Silver Grey's parents could have been the work of the Manju House chief elder. This wasn't just a conspiracy theory, the chief elder clearly had such motives. Silver Grey's parents were reformists, and they were the ones who introduced Jerrig's initial technology. Technological advancement inevitably leads to a decline in faith, which isn't good news for Jareg's religious organization, the Manju House. While Yelagin himself might not care about faith, the Manju House certainly couldn't ignore it, as it was crucial to their influence in Jareg. If all this was done by that great elder, I have to say, it's a remarkable move, killing several birds with one stone. It's a shame we ran into that unforeseen hunk, Silver Ash. Forget it, forget it. Even if it's true, what's the point? After all these years, how can I possibly tell Silver Ash this theory? Besides, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Maybe it was all just an accident. As time passed, the train finally arrived in Jareg. Surprisingly, only the messenger and Horned Peak came to greet the Rhodes Island group. Silver Ash didn't come in person. The messenger and Horned Peak looked a little embarrassed, perhaps out of guilt, but they still briefly explained the reason. Silver Ash's absence was due to a factory malfunction in the valley. Since the two families didn't trust the Shivash family, the investigation of the cause fell on the doctor. Rhodes Island, Silver Ash, and even Jareg had been collaborating for quite some time, and had already earned a certain reputation in Jareg. Otherwise, how could the two families, who didn't trust the Shivash family, trust Silver Ash's suggestion of the doctor? Silver Ash didn't come to greet the doctor in person. In fact, to avoid suspicion, to prevent the two major families from assuming he was colluding with the doctor from Rhodes Island. Brother, how could this happen? Clifford was naturally the most displeased. She had sincerely invited the doctor to Jareg, but as soon as the doctor got off the train, Silver Ash dragged him into the internal strife within Jareg. The messenger and Hortpeak apologized profusely, saying that if the doctor didn't want to accept, that was fine, since they hadn't discussed a matter with him in advance. What's your purpose? The doctor naturally didn't refuse. After accepting, he pulled Shen Fei aside and asked him what he wanted to do. I don't have any purpose, and I won't do anything. I'm just here to watch the show. He meant it wholeheartedly. In his opinion, the doctor had handled the situation perfectly. A coup, thanks to the doctor's intervention, had ended in a near-perfect outcome. To be frank, even if he intervened now, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than the doctor. It might even lead to something worse, a true conflict between the three major families. Jareg's situation can't be solved simply by sheer force. And do you really think Yelagin is just a figurehead? If you intervene with your might, you might end up facing her. Confronting her on Jareg and Yelagin's turf isn't a wise move. Therefore, for Shen Fei, doing nothing is the best option. Alright, the doctor gave Shen Fei a suspicious look, then said nothing more. After speaking to Doberman, Shining, and the others, he left with Sharp and the messenger. Gnosis betrayed impetus. Poor little squirrel, he fell for a trick. Silver Gray is truly formidable, with everything going on. It's a shame he ran into the doctor, although Shen Fei didn't participate in the game between the doctor and Silver Gray, that didn't stop him from observing. For example, right now, Silver Gray was about to achieve a resounding victory at the Sacred Hunt, wiping out both the Bronto and Perlichi families. Even though both families brought numerous men, they were no match for the dual maces of the Black Knight mace. It was precisely because of this disparity in strength that no casualties were sustained. However, the doctor then dispatched Sharp and his men to rescue Latitus, Actorus, and the others. Sharp blocked the Black Knight mace. Black Knight mace, that's your goal. After sending Latitus and the others away, the doctor dispatched Shen Fei to see the Black Knight mace. Without knowing Shen Fei's purpose, the doctor would have been reckless, acting like the former evil spirit of the Tower of Babel. Shining Knight versus Black Knight, aren't you curious about who's stronger? Shen Fei made no secret of his purpose. I'm not as bored as you. The doctor gave Shen Fei a speechless look before ordering Sharp's team to take action. For the doctor, simply waiting and watching would have been the best option. After all, Silver Ash was Rhodes Island's partner, not the Brontes or the Perlichi families. If they were to go up against Silver Ash now, it might even affect Rhodes Island's cooperation with Silver Ash. This wouldn't be a problem for anyone else. But after all, she'd promised Clifford that she'd perfectly handle Jareg's situation. Look, with Linguang here, facing the Black Knight won't be much easier. Seeing the doctor summon Linguang, he knew the doctor was planning to have him face the Black Knight. While Sharp's strength was enough to hold off the Black Knight, with someone more powerful around, there was no need to send him. Since you're so free, do me a favor. Keep an eye on Clifford and make sure nothing happens to her. No problem, I promise she'll be fine. The doctor naturally had plans for Clifford, and from these plans, one could guess he'd met with Elegant. Is this the law of survival in the snowy land? Inside the blazing house, Silver Ash and Latidus sat opposite each other, oblivious to the flames. Instead, they took a rare opportunity to share their thoughts on the conflict. Both of them were truly motivated by Jerrig. Latidus had supported Silver Ash's reforms, having played an invaluable role in the initial development of Jerrig's trade. However, as Jerrig's trade grew, Latidus changed her mind. The reason was simple. Latidus believed Silver Ash was using Jerrig's resources to curry favor with the foreign investors who had come to Jerrig. She feared Silver Ash would sell Jerrig out, as she had no idea what Silver Ash had learned in Victoria over the years. Silver Ash had rarely changed his mind about Latidus. He hadn't expected Latidus to truly believe this, so he spoke his mind. Time was running out. Jerrig was surrounded by enemies. If they didn't strengthen the nation before those nations turned their attention to it, it would be too late. Even the mighty Gallic Empire fell overnight, let alone the weak Jerrig. Let's go! With a loud bang, the clink of the Black Knight's mace echoed through the room. The house, seemingly sturdy to Latidus, seemed as fragile as tofu in the Black Knight's hands. Without even a glance at Latidus, the Black Knight left. Silver Grey, on the other hand, draped his coat over Latidus, who had been rescued by Hulis, before departing. Silver Grey had never intended to kill Latidus, and now he had even less reason to do so. Not only had he heard the truth about her parents' deaths from Latidus, but he also knew that if Latidus were killed, the Bronto family would absolutely fight to the death. Silver Grey wanted a whole Jerrig, not one weakened by the Civil War. Originally, he had intended to place Latidus and Actus under house arrest. His original plan wasn't so simplistic. It was mainly due to Gnosis's pressure that it reached this point. She's quite a talent, only lacking Silver Ash's knowledge, but there's still time for her. Just as Silver Ash himself had said, if Latidus had studied abroad in Victoria, her current achievements wouldn't necessarily be inferior to his. Latidus, the little squirrel, was one of Shen Fei's main reasons for coming to Jerrig. He hadn't come to Jerrig simply to get Nian, Zai, and the others to meet Elegant, or to witness the brilliant knights versus the Black Knights. Recruiting Latidus was also a goal. His company at Longman was short of managers, and while he could find someone else, he didn't mind giving the little squirrel a chance. Why do those who travel through history prefer to recruit well-known talents? The reason is simple: these people have proven their abilities. Compared to slowly sifting through unfamiliar people, finding established figures is undoubtedly much less time-consuming and labor-intensive. Rhodes Island does have a fair share of talent in this area, but they're locals, making it difficult for him to poach them. But for Jerrig, it's not a big deal. How do we deal with that monster called Mace? In one of the Bronto family manners, after hearing the doctor's plan, Latidus immediately asked. She was genuinely terrified by the Black Knight Mace's power. Don't worry about that. We have multiple people here who can handle her. Chapter 931 Yella Opens the Sky, Part 1. Are all the people from Rhodes Island like this? Latidus followed Shen Fei's gaze to Sharp, Lin Guang, and Shining. That didn't even include him, Nian, and Zai. The doctor didn't answer Latidus's question. Of course, he couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. Could he tell her that most of Rhodes Island's elite operators could probably fight the Black Knights, and even that many were stronger than them? What are your missions? The doctor then assigned missions to the Bronto and Perlici families, even giving General Gulo of the Perlici family a secret pouch and telling them when to open it. Although this was her first time in Jerrig, even in just a few days, she had already discerned the personalities of many people, allowing her to tailor her missions accordingly. For Silver Ash, this Jerrig coup was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Strength, intelligence, and popularity were all on his side. Looking at his opponents, the Perlici family were reckless. Latidus of the Bronto family may be intelligent, but she has a younger sister who is not. At the Holy Hunt ceremony, Silver Ash and Nothus used her as a breakthrough point. However, despite her low IQ, Hulis is a kind person. Even at the end, she didn't abandon her subordinate, Moshi. Little did she know that this subordinate was actually an undercover agent. Combined with General Valet, who had been turned against the Perlici family, this meant Silver Ash had agents in both families. Without the doctor's intervention, both families would surely be utterly defeated. However, this would ultimately force Silver Ash to face his sister, Enya, and the siblings would likely fall apart. The most challenging situation would then be for Clifford, the youngest sister. Even if Enya intervened, Silver Ash's plan could fail. If anyone in Jared could rival the Black Knight, without Yelligan's intervention, it would be the Saint Enya. In the game, Enya wasn't a particularly powerful character, but this was real life, and within Jared's territory. Did they really think her saintly image was fake? Behind her stood a true god. Even if Yelligan didn't intervene, few in Jared could withstand Enya's strength. Her natural awe was real. In the game, Hatsuyuki Enya's strength was naturally far inferior to Silver Ash's, but in the real Jared, she could easily pelt Silver Ash with her bell if she wanted to. So she's your target, the doctor said, seemingly aware of Shen Fei's intentions after assigning the mission. Just giving her a chance. Don't you think it's a shame she's trapped in Jared? He was essentially snatching talent from Rhodes Island. If the plot had continued as planned, Latidus might have actually made it to the island. If the Perlici family were included, Rhodes Island would have practically wiped out Jared. Imagine Jared's three main families, the Saint, and Yelligan reuniting on Rhodes Island. It would be a truly fascinating scene. Even if you hadn't given her a chance, she wouldn't be trapped in Jared now. You were just trying to shirk responsibility, Doctor. It's not good to be so explicit about some things. Shen Fei was momentarily unsure how to refute the doctor's blunt words. She made perfect sense. After the establishment of the Kalen trade, a vast influx of foreign goods entered Jared, including knowledge. Latidus had ordered the latest economics books from Victoria brought to her, and she'd been diligently studying. However, without a mentor, her progress was slow. But that was only for now. Once the doctor brought the Jared incident to a successful conclusion and the Bronto family submitted to the Shivash family, Latidus would no longer have to worry about such matters. Perhaps she'd have the opportunity to study abroad. Even if she didn't, simply visiting Rhodes Island would offer her a wealth of knowledge. Is Yaxin okay? Don't worry, I'll let Nian follow her, and nothing will go wrong. Originally, Shen Fei wanted to use a shadow clone to follow Yaxin, but Nian was interested in the Holy Mountain, so he let her go. Of course, because of the doctor's plan, Nian would not take action unless Yaxin was in danger. Ms. Latidus, are you interested in watching a rare battle, the Brilliant Knight versus the Black Knight? If there is no opportunity this time, there will be almost no chance in the future. The work assigned to Latidus by the doctor was taken over by her sister Zulu. The Jared incident also allowed Zulu to grow up. So now Latidus, the head of the Brunteo family, is free at this critical moment. Battle, you mean? Latidus immediately realized what Shen Fei was talking about. Indeed, I want you to witness the destructive power they possess when fighting at full strength. Entheotis may be a bit impatient, but he truly has Jared in mind. I doubt you understand the significance of a territory protected from natural disasters. Jared, though small, is abundant in resources. Furthermore, its protection from natural disasters, even with its somewhat chilly weather, is enough to attract the attention of many factions. Jared's region, in particular, isn't as remote as Sagan's homeland of Gayville. Messengers have ultimately risen to the position of chieftain. Jared lies between four nations, Columbia, Victoria, Casimir, and Minas. All four are powerful, and many are highly aggressive. Strictly speaking, Jared is already being targeted by some, the capitalists of Columbia and Casimir. While the Kalen trade has certainly boosted Jared's development, it has also brought it into the crosshairs of certain powers. In other words, the numerous internal problems facing various nations have temporarily limited their attention to Jared. Silver Ash, recognizing this problem, is seeking to capitalize on this opportunity to develop Jared. Can you imagine a time when other nations are already employing high-speed land warships, while Jared doesn't even have its own army? Jared does have an army, of course, but it's the private armies of the three major families, lacking a unified command, let alone weapons and equipment. Silver Ash's secretly assembled Mountain Snow Ghost team is more than enough to sweep them away. This is the current situation outside. Times have changed. Resting on our laurels won't be good for Jared. I'm sure you understand that, but I doubt you know what wars are like outside right now, Shen Fei said, pulling out a tablet and demonstrating the concepts of mage artillery swarms, drone swarm bombings, high-speed land warships, and armed fortresses. Jared naturally had its share of mages, but their numbers were so sparse that they hadn't formed a single magisterial force. If a real conflict broke out, the reunion movement would be enough to capture Jared, excluding Yelligan. Shen Fei also explains some of the details of the natural disaster. J-Virus, due to Yeligan's influence, had never encountered it and was completely unfamiliar with it. Latidus's face darkened as she watched these scenes unfold. Now, she truly understood why Silver Ash had previously stated that J-Virus' time was running out. While Silver Ash's words had been serious, Latidus, without having personally witnessed the situation, naturally couldn't fully grasp their meaning. "What's your purpose?" Latidus was deeply curious. Why did Shen Fei show her this? If Shen Fei wasn't from Rhodes Island, she would have suspected he was an agent of Amputates. "It's simple. I founded a company, but I'm currently lacking management talent," Shen Fei stated his purpose directly. Building a company from scratch is the most hectic process, but once it grows and establishes various rules and regulations, things become much simpler. He simply needed someone to help him build it from the ground up. Shi-Hui had originally been the best choice, but unfortunately, this mascot's primary job was to inspect the Longman guards, and her secondary role was to manage various companies. Naturally, she had no interest in helping Shen Fei develop the company. Of course, Shen Fei also explained the benefits of helping him and that he would not restrict Latidus. She could leave whenever she wanted. "I'll think about it." Under the previous circumstances, Latidus could have studied abroad in Victoria, but unfortunately, the current time was not a good one. A major conflict was about to erupt in Victoria, and if things went wrong, it could potentially trigger a major conflict across all of Terra. It's a false front, a covert attack. It's no wonder Silver Ash and the others fell for it. No one else would have dared to take the risk. Only now that the Doctor has lost his memory, not the former Babel spirit, could he have taken advantage of the situation and recruited J-Virus. The Doctor's plan was to split his forces into two groups, one to disrupt the Shivash family's territory, while the other would reach a fork in the road on the Holy Mountain, leaving Silver Ash and his men in a state of uncertainty about whether the Doctor intended to rescue the Saint or attack the Shivash territory. Even if Silver Ash had guessed that the Doctor intended to rescue the Saint and use her fame against her, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. Not to mention Nothus, who completely doubted that the Doctor had no intentions towards J-Virus. Consequently, Silver Ash had to send someone, and that person would naturally be the Black Knight Mace. The remaining personnel were to deal with the Perlichi family members who hadn't appeared. This way, Cliffhurt's operation would be foolproof, a seamless and interconnected operation. He brought a team of mountain snow ghosts to the provincial intersection, thinking they could block the Doctor's mace. However, he discovered that the Doctor standing there was not the real Doctor, but Sharp. This scene gave Shen Fei a new guess as to why the Doctor always wore a black robe when walking outside. That was to confuse the opponent. As long as he found someone wearing a black robe, the opponent would be suspicious. With a reputation of the evil spirit of the Tower of Babel, no one dared to bet whether it was the real Doctor. "It's you. It turns out that you have been a bait all the way. So you are my opponent." After seeing Sharp, Black Knight Mace said this and his figure flashed. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sharp. The fine steel mace in his right hand was wrapped in the whistling wind and smashed towards Sharp. Black Knight Mace has never been a person who likes to talk nonsense. It should be said that if you want to talk to her, you must at least be qualified to take her blow. Boom. Facing the Black Knight's sudden attack, Sharp immediately met it with his left-handed shield. A fierce roar echoed from the shield, and Sharp involuntarily took 3 steps back before regaining his footing. "You're quite good." Seeing Sharp take his strike, the Black Knight, for once, refrained from further attacking, instead nodding in appreciation. Sharp's 3 steps back were strategic, using his retreat to neutralize the impact of her strike, sparing him injury. As expected of a 3-time champion of the Casimir Knight competition, a natural-born warrior, though they had only exchanged a single blow, Sharp had a good idea of the Black Knight's strength. His power was undoubtedly superior to his. A natural-born warrior, haha. A mocking smile crossed the Black Knight's face at Sharp's praise. Many assumed she was a natural-born warrior, but little did they know the countless near-death experiences she endured on her journey from a defective product of Lithnia to a natural-born warrior. Black Knight Mace is a Latanian from Caproni, a region renowned throughout Terra for its originium skills. Just how gifted this Latanian Caproni is evident in Ejafjala the sheep, a Caproni from Latania, possessing exceptional originium skills. While such exceptional talent is rare even among Caproni, it's virtually unheard of for Caproni to lack originium skills. However, Black Knight Mace is an exception, possessing no talent for originium skills at all. Naturally, She was ridiculed in Latania. Forced to survive, she took up the sword and left Latania to wander. The next time she reappeared, she was standing at the Casimir Major. No one knows what she endured over the years, but her 3 consecutive major championships offer a glimpse into her past. In fact, if it weren't for her 3 consecutive championships, which affected the profits of those behind the special championship, a 4th or 5th consecutive championship would have been possible. You're quite capable, worthy of a fight, Black Knight Mace said, drawing another steel mace from her waist, signaling her seriousness. I'd love to fight you, but unfortunately, your opponent this time isn't me. Sharp said this, turning and walking back. If a battle fanatic had encountered a master like the Black Knight, they would definitely have a duel, but unfortunately, Sharp wasn't one of them. After Sharp turned and left, a figure emerged from the Brown Tao family's group behind them. It was a golden-haired Kuranta, none other than Lin Guang. Ha ha ha, Rhodes Island's doctor is truly interesting. Mace naturally recognized the Golden Pegasus. Just as Rhodes Island initially didn't know Silver Ash had the Black Knight with him, Silver Ash also had no idea the Radiant Knight was in Rhodes Island. Shining Knight, this is such a shame. Seeing Shining Knight Lin Guang approaching her, Black Knight Mace suddenly sighed. It wasn't for Lin Guang, but for herself, for not bringing her own weapon. Black Knight Mace's actual weapon wasn't her twin maces, but a sword, a black reed sword. She hadn't brought it with her, having deemed it unnecessary and fearing it might frighten the stoic Jared people. This competition is also a test for Lin Guang. Judging by the timing, Lin Guang had probably already decided to return to Casimir, where she would face a severe test. The Casimir Merchant Union was a powerful force in Casimir, so Lin Guang was forced to flee under the pretext of contracting oropathy. Furthermore, Black Knight Mace had to flee Casimir as well. If she hadn't met Silver Ash, she might have died. P.S. I had originally wanted to find Tracy's to bring Teresa out as soon as possible, but now I have to wait 2 days to avoid a backstab. Chapter 932 Yellow Opens the Sky, Part 2. Black Knight Mace and Radiant Knight Lin Guang locked horns for only a moment before the Black Knight struck first, his power and speed even greater than his earlier blow against Sharp. Boom. Lin Guang, on his side, leaped forward the instant the Black Knight struck, his shield colliding directly with Mace's twin maces. A thunderous roar, accompanied by a flash of fire, erupted at the point of impact. A powerful shockwave instantly swept up snowflakes several meters around them. Both men simultaneously stepped back, their battle seemingly evenly matched. A hint of excitement crossed the retreating Black Knight Mace's face. His twin maces slashed through the air, creating a hazy shadow, and amidst the drifting snowflakes, he struck Lin Guang once again. Boom, boom, boom. At this intersection on the Holy Mountain, Black Knight Mace and Radiant Knight Lin Guang engaged in a fierce clash, each showcasing their immense prowess. As the battle widened, the warriors of the Shangxi and Bronteo families, who had been preparing to engage, were forced to retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As expected of the Black Knight, he's actually suppressing Lin Guang. What a shame, what a shame. Shen Fei, leading Lyditus to a nearby grove, watched the two men clash with a sense of surprise. Caprini's power was so strong against the Golden Pegasus that one could only imagine the price the Black Knight had paid to achieve this. Shen Fei, having followed a Casimir special tournament closely, was somewhat familiar with the Black Knights. Winning 3 consecutive championships in such an environment was no small feat. Normally, the Casimir special tournament champion is only allowed to win 2 consecutive championships, maximizing the profits of the Chamber of Commerce. After all, if the championship was undisputed, everyone involved in the gambling knew who to bet on to win, and the Chamber of Commerce could still profit. Under normal circumstances, the Black Knight Mace would have lost in the finals, thus creating a dramatic upset. Unfortunately, the Black Knight didn't give the Commerce Federation the benefit of the doubt, which resulted in significant losses for the trade union that year. Unfortunately for Shen Fei, the Black Knight was saved by Silver Ash. If it were him, he could have taken him to the pirate world and trained him in his haki system. Knight Yao, do you look down on me? Just as the Black Knight Mace forced Lin Guang back once again, she stopped attacking and stood still, gazing at him with a certain displeasure. She had the upper hands in the previous fight, but she also understood that Lin Guang wasn't using his full strength. This wasn't because he used a shield instead of her sword and spear, nor did the Black Knight himself use his greatsword. Rather, it was because Lin Guang hadn't used any originium techniques throughout. Casimir's golden Pegasus was so famous precisely for their originium techniques. I didn't mean that. Lin Guang quickly shook her head in denial. She truly hadn't meant to look down on the Black Knight's mace. She hadn't used her originium skills because she wanted to fight fairly. You're worried about me, Mace said, as if instantly understanding Lin Guang's meaning. Knight Yao, as a knight, by not using your full strength in battle, do you think you're respecting me or disrespecting me? I'm sorry, Lin Guang quickly realized. Not using your full strength in battle was disrespectful to the opponent, but she hesitated over whether to use it. Go on, both of you. Just then, two streaks of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside Lin Guang and Mace, respectively. They both turned to look. Lin Guang held a black lance, Mace a black greatsword. They both noticed the weapons suddenly landing beside them and simultaneously looked in their direction, only to see Shen Fei and Lydidus emerge. Interesting, Jian immediately tossed the steel mace onto the snow and drew the black greatsword beside him. Come, let me witness the power of Casimir's golden Pegasus. With a greatsword in hand, Jian's aura instantly changed, becoming ferocious. I understand. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Guang's expression suddenly became resolute. She set aside her shield and warhammer and grasped the sword and spear. While not the one she used before, the design was identical, and a sense of familiarity welled up in her. This was natural. Although the sword, spear, and black greatsword were improvised by Shen Fei, the data was completely based on the weapons used by Lin Guang and Jian. This was naturally discovered during his research on the Casimir Special Championship. Even to this day, Lin Guang's sword and spear remain the most expensive figurines in Casimir, bar none. Over the years of Casimir, despite the emergence of figures like the Black Knight, the Blood Knight, and the Candle Knight, the legend of the Radiant Knight Lin Guang in Casimir remains unmatched. There's a saying that Casimir only has fans of Lin Guang, and those who are twisted versions of him. While this is an exaggeration, it speaks volumes about Lin Guang's prestige in Casimir. In the original novel, the selling price of Lin Guang's sword and spear models had to be kept secret from Crethel. Otherwise, if she knew, Casimir would be flooded with sword and spear models. Crethel was undoubtedly the moneymaker. What are you planning on doing? Shen Fei's appearance, and the weapons he presented to Lin Guang and Mace, made Shining frown. The original plan was to simply hold off the Black Knight. With Lin Guang's strength, holding him off with his shield was no problem. Now that they had switched weapons, it wasn't just holding him off. It was Shen Fei who saved Nightingale and allowed her to fully recover, otherwise, Shining wouldn't have reacted in the same way. Don't worry, the doctor knows everything I've done. Shining was silent at the mention of the doctor, demonstrating her deep trust in him. As a former absolver, she was naturally aware of the Babel spirit. Shen Fei's desire to see the Radiant Knight and the Black Knight clash naturally required a doctor's approval, otherwise, she could simply continue to send Sharp and the Black Knight. As they spoke, Lin Guang and Mace, having switched weapons, began the fight. This time, Lin Guang didn't hold back, unleashing his Originium technique. His black sword and spear now glowed with a golden glow. Unlike before, when Lin Guang had relied solely on his shield for defense, this time he took the initiative. Previously, when using his shield, he was as immovable as a mountain, but now, with his sword and spear, he was swift as the wind. As a Curanta, a member of the Pegasus race, they possessed a significant speed advantage over other races. On Terra, Curanta were the best choice for mounted police, like Rani, who was startled by his new Originium technique. Boom! Another clash unfolded, a completely different experience from the previous one. This time, both the men unleashed their full might, their speed so swift that ordinary eyes could only see the constant clashing of black and golden light. Winds roared, the earth cracked, and the clash forced the members of the Bronto family and the mountain snow ghosts to retreat once again. Previously, Lin Guang's power was inferior to the Black Knight's, but now, empowered by his Originium skills, the Black Knight's strength was no longer an advantage. The Black Knight was formidable, even the Radiant Knight of the past might not have been her match. But things were different now. After being expelled from Casimir, Lin Guang experienced many things. He met Shining, Nightingale, became an apostle, and finally joined Rhodes Island. It was there that he understood his own beliefs and ideals, and ultimately became the Radiant Knight Lin Guang. The Golden Pegasus's steadfast belief in protection was the reason his grandfather, Old Pegasus, could lead 6 others into the Ursa's enemy camp and become one of Casimir's 7 heroes. Despite winning the special championship, the Radiant Knight Lin Guang and Casimir didn't understand the true meaning of protection. Old Tenma likely saw this and deliberately had her expelled from Casimir. Doctor, so that's also a decoy. Amidst a fierce battle between the Radiant Knights and the Black Knights, at the foot of the Holy Mountain, Silver Ash personally led the Mountain Snow Ghost to intercept Actor, a member of the Perlichi family, who was attempting to infiltrate Manhattan. However, he was surprised to discover that the doctor had blended in with the Perlichi warriors. The doctor's black robe was too conspicuous. After all, among the Ursa's warriors, one would have to be blind to miss a figure in black. Doctor, although I admire you very much, it's a shame you lost. Seeing the doctor among the Perlichi warriors surprised Silver Ash, but he was also relieved. He had the upper hand. Even without the Black Knights, with his years of training with the Mountain Snow Ghost and their superior equipment, the Perlichi warriors were no match for him. Really, the doctor's calm voice echoed through the air, not a trace of frustration in his tone. You are the doctor, Gnosis, on his side, regarded the Rhodes Island doctor with great curiosity. He had initially disdained the doctor, but after repeated setbacks, he finally began to take him seriously. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Gnosis was about to say something else, a strange ringing sound suddenly echoed through the air. The tone wasn't loud, but it was remarkably clear to everyone present. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the ringing. It was coming from the mountainside. As they looked, they saw a figure in the distance slowly approaching. What is that? The sudden exclamation quickly died down, for they were completely at a loss for words for what happened next. As the figure slowly advanced, the thick clouds above the holy mountain suddenly began to slowly shift to the sides, as if parted by an invisible hand. As the clouds parted, a golden light descended from the sky, illuminating her. Under this golden light, the person appeared to be descending from the heavens. Only when she reached the crowd did they clearly see who she was, Saint Enya. Behind her, a figure followed. It was Yaxin. Perhaps because she had been following Enya, the others hadn't seen her. As Saint Enya appeared before the crowd, the clouds above the holy mountain shifted out of sight. Warm, golden sunlight instantly bathed all of Jerrig. A miracle, that was the thought of all Jerigers witnessing this scene. Actus, patriarch of the Perlichi family, greets Her Highness the Saint. After a brief silence, the patriarch immediately dropped his weapon, walked reverently before Saint Enya, and knelt. Following Actus's kneeling, all the warriors of the Perlichi family followed suit, chanting the saint's name. A moment later, the snow demons behind Silver Grey also knelt. Silver Grey named his team the Snow Demons for a simple reason. In Jerig's legends, the Snow Demons were monsters that rebelled against Yelagand, implying Silver Grey's complete disbelief in Yelagand's existence. It wasn't Silver Grey's fault. After his training in Victoria, he naturally disbelieved in the existence of gods. However, religious beliefs wouldn't disappear with technological advancement. Even in the technologically advanced Marvel universe, there were still many religious believers, some of whom were renowned scientists. And so, Silver Grey's meticulously crafted snow demons also knelt before the miracle. In a blink of an eye, only 3 people remained standing: Silver Grey, Gnosis, and a black-robed doctor standing among the prostrating Perlosh warriors. Infiatus, you're regretting this now, aren't you? Nothis looked around, his expression utterly strange. He was also a student at Victoria, and like Silver Ash, he didn't believe in Yelagand. And then a miracle actually happened. Regrets? Maybe in the past, but not now. Silver Ash quickly regained his composure and walked before Saint Enya, next to Actus, and knelt. At this moment, no matter what he thought, he had to kneel before the miracle, or he would be condemned by everyone in Jerrig. Yelagand has appeared, not just on the Holy Mountain, but across Jerrig. Nearly all of Jerrig's people knelt. Even those who, like Silver Ash, didn't believe in Yelagand's existence felt compelled to do the same when everyone around them did. This is it. A sudden flash of light interrupted the fight between the Shining Knight and the Black Knight. After a moment of hesitation, the Black Knight sheathed her weapon. After the previous battle, she already knew the Shining Knight's strength. If the fight continued, neither side would be so easily able to stop. Shining Knight's strength was not comparable to Sharp. Black Knight could show mercy against Sharp, but against Shining Knight, this was naturally impossible. Moreover, if the fight continued, she would most likely lose in the end. Even elite operators have a huge gap in strength. Shen Fei, who had watched the two fight from the side, naturally knew that if the fight continued, the Black Knight would definitely lose. The shining knight had now transformed. As for Lin Guang's strength, in her previous life, many people thought she was weak, the reason being that she was injured by Faust's arrow during the Qichen. However, this view is deeply flawed, underestimating the reunion's leaders. Perhaps due to Tallulah immense strength and the persecution of the regicide, they often assume the reunion's leaders are insignificant. However, the true strength of the reunion's leaders is no less than that of the Deep Pool. Furthermore, using Tallulah's strength as a benchmark is fundamentally illogical. Among the younger generation, Tallulah is undoubtedly the ceiling, unmatched by the likes of the Radiant Knights and the Black Knights. Not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, few could rival Tallulah. Chapter 933 Casimir, Part 1. A coup d'état, with only one manipulative elder dead in the end, would be perfect for a film adaptation. It seems I've been influenced by the year, too. Opening the hotel window, Shen Fei sighed inwardly at the smiling faces of Jerrig residents on the street below, and the sun-soaked holy mountain in the distance. It was already 3 days after the Snow Mountain incident. Under the miracle of Yeligan's opening of the heavens, Jerrig had swiftly consolidated, with the 3 major families handing over their territories and all rights to Saint Enya. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, Jerrig was now divided into 2 factions, Enya and Amputates, one focused on internal affairs, the other on external affairs. Although they were brother and sister, their ideologies clashed fiercely. Even though they both supported Jerrig's opening, they each had their own ideas about how to implement it. Saint Enya has even begun meeting with foreign merchants, starting with Rhodes Island. She's also very concerned about Jerrig's oripathy. She's also met with several other business groups, including the city of S.H.I.E.L.D, represented by Shen Fei. Silver Ash appears optimistic about this and hasn't attempted to obstruct it. The outcome of the Snow Mountain incident has profoundly impacted Silver Ash's philosophy. A giant monster should appear at this time, and the 2 of us can team up to defeat it. The mountain snow ghost would be a good choice, Nian muttered thoughtfully as she watched Shen Fei's recording of the battle between the Radiant Knight and the Black Knight. This remark left Shen Fei speechless. No wonder Zai called Nian's nonsense. A giant monster was nice, but if it appeared in every movie, it would be a bit much. Even so, Nian remained unfazed. If she continued like this, she might even create a series of giant monster movies. Okay, take me back. I've got another inspiration. Okay. One look at Nian's expression and Shen Fei understood what her inspiration was. He didn't say much, simply opening the mystical portal and allowing Nian back to S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Zai had returned earlier. After meeting with Yeligan, Zai went straight back to catch up on her drama. Shen Fei didn't ask what Nian, Zai, and Yeligan had discussed, but he could probably guess that each was surprised by the other's presence. That was fine. After all, Nian and Zai weren't their troublemaking second brother, and their visit to Yeligan was simply out of curiosity about their kind. Rhodes Island is planning a major shopping spree before leaving, but she showed up along with him. Is this a case of acquaintance without a fight? With the Snow Mountain incident drawing to a close, Rhodes Island was naturally about to depart. Before leaving, the Rhodes Island operators finally had some time to rest and explore Jerrig. Surprisingly, Black Knight Mace had also arrived, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Guang. You're quite business-minded, but you're still a bit short on experience. The streets were overflowing with Manchurian merchandise, even featuring portraits of Saint Enya, bells, and more. Surprisingly, there were no action figures, perhaps because someone hadn't anticipated this. However, Shen Fei suspected it wouldn't be long before a Saint Enya action figure appeared, perhaps even a limited edition. This one was blessed by the saint herself. Shen Fei nearly laughed out loud as a merchant pointed to a bell, claiming it had been blessed by the saint. Merchants are truly the most adaptable profession. This merchant was likely a brilliant mind. His shop was practically entirely filled with Saint Enya merchandise, including portraits depicting her in various poses. One even featured her and Silver Grey shaking hands, creating a harmonious scene. This was likely the sentiment shared by most people in Jerrig at the moment. After all, the 2 were brother and sister, family, and with them ruling Jerrig, Jerrig would surely thrive. Little did he know, what Saint Enya most wanted was to give Silver Grey the holy bell. Before finally leaving Jerrig, Shen Fei finally met up with Silver Grey. He'd been the busiest person during this period, with the territories of the Perlici and Brateo families both opening up, and he was tasked with coordinating all of this. He hadn't taken any unnecessary action against the Perlici and Brateo families. Aside from opening up their territories, he hadn't taken any other retaliatory actions. It's a pleasure to work with you. Silvergray had previously reached an agreement with him in S.H.I.E.L.D. City, and now he was working with Silvergray here. The agreement primarily focused on food and other daily necessities. These were supplies Jerrig was desperately short of. Due to its geographical location, Jerrig's agriculture was even worse than Ursis's. Ursis at least had industrial means, but Jerrig didn't. In Jerrig, even for a saint, the variety of food was extremely limited. Only with the establishment of the Kalan trade system did this supply gradually become more abundant. Even so, Silvergray constantly sought ways to make Jerrig self-sufficient. After all, such a basic necessity for survival couldn't be controlled by others, it needed to be in his own hands, just in case. Shen Fei and him were collaborating on this aspect. Of course, Silver Ash's side certainly didn't have any expansion space. While he had a good impression of Jerrig, that was a different matter. After all, Jerrig wasn't Yen Nation, nor was it Rhodes Island. Even so, with his support, Jerrig's agricultural sector would undoubtedly see significant progress. I didn't expect the situation in S.H.I.E.L.D. to involve so many people. Amiya has a long way to go. But it's also strange why the Demon King's inheritance wasn't passed down to Tracy. Reviewing the information on S.H.I.E.L.D. from Yan Nation, Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder. The situation in S.H.I.E.L.D. was far more complicated than he had imagined. Then, Shen Fei recalled a lingering question: why Tracy wasn't the Demon King's successor? If Tracy had been, many things wouldn't have happened, such as the civil war between Tracy and Teresa. With Tracy's abilities combined with the power of the Demon King, integrating the power of the Sarkaz would undoubtedly be much easier. After all, even without the Demon King's power now, S.H.I.E.L.D's military council, even the King's courts, and even the Senate seemed to support him. Could it be that the Demon King's power is passed down to females, not males? This thought suddenly popped up in Shen Fei's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It was impossible. The title of King of S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been limited to females. Never mind, things will work out. Next up is the Casimir special. Which race should I choose? I'll still choose the Carters. After gathering the information about S.H.I.E.L.D., Shen Fei summoned a would-release shadow clone, one with Carter's characteristics. Little one, I finally understand why humans can create so many things. It seems like nothing has changed, yet so much has transpired. Well, I haven't been out for so long, I don't even know if they've finished yet. You'll handle the rest on your own. I'm leaving now. As Nian spoke, he vanished from Zai's scroll. I also want to be like you, wandering around all day, leisurely and carefree. It's just not time to enjoy it yet. Watching Nian disappear, Shen Fei shook his head gently and returned to his research. After sending his would-release shadow clone to the special championship, Shen Fei found Nian and dragged her into Zai's scroll. Taking advantage of the scroll's time asynchrony, he discussed with her knowledge of refining and smelting. At first, Nian didn't say anything, but as time passed, she grew impatient. After all, as a god, mastering these things was as easy as eating and drinking. However, at Shen Fei's request, Nian stayed with him in the scroll for half a month before leaving impatiently. Although strictly speaking, this half-month was only half a day in reality. The time flow in Zai's scroll was vastly different from that in the present. While Saga had been in the scroll for 10 years, only a quarter, or 3 months, had passed in reality. Converting this to a month in the scroll was equivalent to a day in reality, and during this time, people would not age at all. It could be said to be a true artifact of learning. Shen Fei felt Diane's lack of appreciation for Zai's abilities was a mistake. While Saga's accomplishments were certainly due to her inherent character, 10 years of experience within the scroll also played a significant role. The Divine Machine 100 Refinements project can now be concluded. However, at over 1,400 degrees, I really can't try it right now. Perhaps there will be a chance in the future. After Nian left, Shen Fei reviewed the insights gained from their discussion and put the Divine Machine 100 Refinements project aside for the time being. The past 2 weeks of interaction had enabled him to make significant progress in refining and flames. After all, refining required controlling flames, and Nian was an expert in this area. However, Shen Fei then recalled their time together and Nian's sometimes flirtatious behavior, leaving him speechless. Nian was naturally a beauty, so it was impossible for him to say he had no thoughts. Unfortunately, even if he had, he could only watch, not consume. There was nothing he could do. After all, this beautiful woman's body was filled with magma. This made Shen Fei feel a little depressed. He'd been constantly training, after all, with so many people around him, and a strong body was essential. But right now, he clearly wasn't strong enough. Technically, he wasn't incapable of withstanding the magma's heat, but the problem was that this wasn't a battle. Who knew if he'd have time to relax? If something went wrong, the thing would be gone. Even if he could regenerate a limb now, he didn't want to try. The mere thought of it was a psychological trauma. Should I refine a magical weapon? No, if people knew I was refining such a weapon, they'd probably laugh their heads off. Better wait until I'm stronger. Let's go find S.H.I.E.L.D first. Shen Fei quickly dismissed the sudden inspiration and went to find S.H.I.E.L.D. He wasn't looking for that kind of thing, of course, but to discuss the time and space within the scroll. After all, he also possessed the ability to control time and space. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D's abilities, like Neon's, were innate, and she had never studied them. For her, simply improving her painting realm would boost her strength, without needing to enhance her space-time abilities. Even so, for Shen Fei, this offered him a path for growth. After hearing Shen Fei's thoughts, S.H.I.E.L.D, fortuitously, gave him one of her scrolls, something she rarely gave away. For Shen Fei, obtaining S.H.I.E.LD's scroll was like acquiring a valuable magical weapon, a rare one of its kind related to space-time. He speculated that S.H.I.E.LD's scroll could be used even in other worlds. While cultivation might not be possible within S.H.I.E.LD's scroll, it was perfectly suited for learning. It's a pity Ling isn't here, otherwise I could discuss Taoism with her. Of the three, Neon, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Ling, Ling's strength was at the highest level, and she was deeply aligned with Taoist philosophy. A chance to exchange ideas with her would be a welcome opportunity for Shen Fei. News from 9. The situation in Victoria has been extremely tense lately, with conflicts between the infected and the uninfected growing increasingly severe. In the meeting room of G-Virus City, a group of integration officers gathered. Faust was reporting on recent major events on Terra, primarily concerning the infected. After G-Virus City was officially recognized, Nine's team contacted them. Perhaps seeing that Tallulah was truly acting on behalf of the infected, they sent someone to contact them, also seeking support. Naturally, Tallulah didn't refuse her compatriot. The integration movement, which Nine had led, had fought numerous battles along the way and was now expanding. Victoria? Looks like I need to discuss this with a doctor and called it. Speaking of Victoria, Shen Fei couldn't help but glance at Tallulah's dragon horn. With Tallulah's background, she could easily compete for the position of the Twin Kings. However, this would require discussions with Rhodes Island, as they also had a potential heir to the Twin Kings, the King of Advancement, Vina, and Aslan. Back then, it was Draco and Aslan who signed a covenant to share the throne, which led to the establishment of the Twin Kings of Victoria. However, no one could have imagined that, by now, the Twin Kings' bloodline would be scattered abroad, with Victoria's capital controlled by a Sarkaz. Shen Fei knew Tallulah well. She had no interest in Victoria's throne. Of course, if Shen Fei told her that competing for the throne would benefit the infected, she might have contested. However, he wasn't sure what the King of Impulse thought about the throne. The current disappearance of the Twin Kings' bloodline in Victoria was due to their internal strife. The Twin Kings' ancestors could attack the throne, but their descendants had no such ambitions. Let them talk it out, Shen Fei suggested after a moment's silence after meeting with a doctor and called it to explain Victoria's situation and Tallulah's situation. That's a good idea. After some thought, Shen Fei agreed with Kaltzit's suggestion. How the descendants of the Twin Kings' bloodline would view Victoria's position as Twin Kings was a matter of debate. They were, after all, outsiders. How much do you know about the situation in Casimir? After talking about the two kings of Victoria, Kaltzit suddenly asked. Chapter 934 Casimir, Part 2. Good afternoon, everyone here, and everyone watching on TV. I'm Big Mouth Mob. You're watching the points round of the Casimir Special Tournament, held every 3 years at the Flame Blade Arena. Today's competitor is Mr. Claude from Rambilliton, and his opponent is Night Green from the Boiling Blood Knights, inside the Flame Blade Arena, under the command of Grand Knight Cavalier Raccoon, Casimir. The atmosphere immediately heated up as Big Mouth Mob's voice echoed. Everyone, now you can place your bets on your favorite knight. Mr. Claude is an independent knight from Rambilliton. Although this is his first time competing, his previous matches show he's undoubtedly formidable. His odds are, Up, just as Big Mouth Mob was about to stir up the atmosphere and attract more bets, the noise suddenly stopped, and the match was over. From the start to the end, it took only a second. Night Green, clad in knightly armor, was struck by a feathered arrow through the right shoulder, pinning him to the ground at the edge of the arena. What a stunning shot! No one could even see how it was fired. Let's cheer for Mr. Claude. He's won once again. He only needs 6 more points to qualify for this year's special. How far will he go? Please continue to pay attention to Night Claude. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Big Mouth Mob quickly changed the subject. As a commentator for the night competition, this was his first time encountering such a situation. Despite extensive preparation before the match to avoid awkward silences, the reality was that the competition simply didn't allow him to shine. Even if he had more to say, it was too late. Big Mouth Mob then glanced at Claude as he emerged from the arena with a hint of regret. The Casimir special didn't need a night like that. He had a rough idea of what was going to happen, but he only felt a pity. He was powerless to do anything about such things. In Casimir, it was too easy for someone to disappear, just like his predecessor, who simply made a mistake and vanished. The most important aspect of the Casimir special is its spectacle, attracting bets. A sudden, instant kill like this is terrifying for experts, but completely unspectacular for the average person. The spectators who paid for tickets were already cursing. This guy's in trouble. More than one person from across Casimir, watching the match, thought. While the opponent's moves displayed considerable strength, this was Casimir, the territory of the Chamber of Commerce. Hey, isn't that Mr. Charney, the spokesperson? You're so carefree, coming to a match like this. Claude walked from the arena to the backstage passage. Everyone else saw him and quickly moved away, as if approaching him would bring bad luck. Only one person, quietly waiting for him, stood in front. A spokesperson appeared calm and composed, with a commanding presence beneath his anger. Every powerful knight emerged from such a competition, that's true. Even the Black Knights, Radiant Knights, and Blood Knights of the past all experienced this. After all, they didn't have the privilege of directly participating in the special, Claude said with a half-smile, looking at Charn. Knight orders with Grand Knights in the Casimir special were exempt from the previous points competition and could directly participate in the special. Mr. Claude, you're a smart man. I'm sure they know why I'm here, Charn said, giving Claude a deep look. Of course. But this isn't the place to talk. I'm a little hungry, Claude said with a smile. I know a good barbecue restaurant nearby. Really? That's great, Claude said, and he and Charn walked out of the arena together. As they left, many people behind them stared at Claude with envy and resentment, some even muttering curses. If you can establish a good relationship with a spokesperson during the tournament, you're guaranteed to rise to prominence. For those who attend the Casimir tournament, the vast majority are motivated by the money. It's for this reason that a significant number of mercenaries and bounty hunters from all over the world flock to participate each year. After all, the conditions here are far better than surviving in the wilderness. It's indeed a nice place, with a great view and delicious food. Now that I've had enough, let's get down to business. If you want me to agree to the commercial association's terms, no problem. Just give me enough benefits, Claude, aka Shen Fei, stated his demands directly to Charn. Yes, this Claude was Shen Fei, his original form. He had previously sent his shadow clone here primarily to handle registration and related matters, a role he hadn't used since his time in the pirate world. While Casimir allowed participants from other countries to participate in the tournament, the procedures were quite complex, especially since he wasn't infected, which would have been even more troublesome. With his current strength, taking down the Commerce Union was naturally a piece of cake. However, firstly, Lin Guang hadn't returned yet, and secondly, simply dealing with the Commerce Union would be too easy for them. After arriving at the Great Knight territory of Casimir, his shadow clone naturally conducted some investigations. The results were shocking, so Shen Fei decided to play them right. What's wrong, Mr. Spokesperson? Is there anything wrong with my terms? Seeing Charn's dazed look, Shen Fei couldn't help but offer him a gracious smile. No problem, happy to work with you. After a moment's pause, Charn nodded, agreeing to all Shen Fei's terms. Happy to work with you. By the way, you can transfer the first payment to my account, Shen Fei said, standing up and heading outside. The No Horn Alliance, huh? They've made two plans. Shen Fei casually glanced at the building across the street and the alleys on either side of the hotel as he exited the hotel. Then, he hailed a taxi and left. Charn, how's everything? Shortly after Shen Fei left, Charn dialed a number. He agreed and will cooperate from now on, Charn said softly. He's a man who knows how to adapt to the times. The phone was then hung up. Does he know how to adapt to the times? Charn repeated this sentence in a low voice after hanging up. He had met many people from the Chamber of Commerce who knew how to adapt to the times, but those people were completely different from this time. Although they were also talking about the benefits they had gained, just like those people, Charn felt that they didn't seem to care at all. However, these were just his feelings, and naturally he would not report them. The Linguang family has appeared in the special championship again after 6 years. They are truly worthy of being the brilliant knight Linguang. Even though 6 years have passed, as long as she is involved, the newspapers will sell out immediately. Looking at the major newspapers publishing all the news about Maria Linguang's participation in the special championship, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh. The brilliant knight Linguang's full name is Margaret Linguang, and her sister Xiaguang's full name is Maria Linguang. I'm afraid those knights competing today will be depressed. Reputation is extremely important to competitive knights, representing wealth, but today they lack any enthusiasm. Just as Shen Fei was thinking this, the phone rang. My next opponent is Maria Linguang. It's arranged for me to eliminate her, to compete in the official special championship. Maria, like Shen Fei, must have sufficient points. Today's match was her first. If she lost, or even suffered a serious injury, not only would she have enough points to compete in the official special championship, but even the Linguang family would be humiliated by her failure. After all, as a member of the Linguang family, she lost even her first match to a newcomer, not a veteran knight. The audience's feelings were imaginable. It seems my presence has changed things quite a bit. Originally, Maria's first match was against a plastic knight. The Commerce Federation had no desire for the Linguang family to win, so they chose a veteran knight with years of experience in the arena. He could have won, but unfortunately, he was tricked by his own people. Wearing new, unadjusted equipment, Linguang found an opportunity. Maria, give up. You're no match for him. At a horrible Martin bar, Maria's end, upon seeing her first opponent was Claude, immediately searched for recordings of his matches and told Maria to concede. After reaching a partnership with Charn, Shen Fei participated in 2 more tournaments, naturally adhering to the Commerce Federation's instructions to ensure the matches were entertaining. I won't give up. Unfortunately, Maria Linguang remained unmoved and insisted on participating, forcing Zofia to reluctantly agree. Charn, you're the ones who made my matches entertaining, and now you're the ones who are trying to win this quickly. This is truly fascinating. Before the match began, Shen Fei approached Charn, the spokesperson who had come to watch. This is an order from the board of directors. Since you've won this time, the prize money will be tripled. Triple. How generous. Shen Fei gave Charn a suggestive smile before heading towards the competition venue. Maria Linguang, Linguang family, be careful, sister, I won't lose. Watching her opponent draw her bow, Maria mentally encouraged herself. She had come to the competition this year because if the Linguang family didn't produce a long-range knight, their knighthood would be revoked. While the title of knight was practically useless in this day and age, with the Linguang family now reduced to selling furniture, it was still an honor. In Margaret's absence, Maria didn't want to lose the title, lest she face a difficult situation when her sister returns. Even if Margaret didn't care, Maria did. You were slow just now. In combat, your opponent won't give you time to think. That's not how you use a shield. Use it to absorb your opponent's force, not to absorb it head-on. Draw your sword quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Don't hesitate. Remember, this is combat. The commercial union had originally intended for Shen Fei to resolve the battle quickly, but it ended up being Shen Fei's way of teaching Maria. As a member of the Linguang family, Maria, despite having been trained as a craftsman, had a solid foundation in her originium skills, so she was naturally strong. If she were truly too weak, her Aunt Zofia would never have allowed her to compete in the arena, even if she persisted. She had trained and defeated Zofia. In Shen Fei's opinion, her biggest problem was her lack of combat experience, making her somewhat timid. In the original story, if it weren't for the problem with the plastic knight's armor, she would have lost the first match. This is it. Sitting in the front row, Zofia had originally planned to rescue Maria if things got tough, even if it meant breaking the rules. She was completely unaware that her opponent was actually giving her a lesson. While Zofia was surprised by Shen Fei's actions, the audience was incredibly excited. Drones even occasionally flew over to the field to disrupt Shen Fei's actions. This was a feature of the tournament. Spectators could pay to purchase various equipment to support the players. These items included weapons, medicine, food, and even weapons to attack and disrupt opponents. Of course, these attacks weren't lethal, just distractions. Charn, what's going on? As the match progressed, Charn received an infuriated call. Apparently, even high-ranking officials within the Chamber of Commerce were watching the match. "I'm sorry, sir," Charn said without explanation. "Deal with him." The call was then immediately disconnected. Remember the feeling of being hurt. Get used to the pain, and at the same time, try to avoid getting hurt yourself, the lesson continued. Even if the Chamber of Commerce was enraged, it couldn't stop the match. This was the Chamber of Commerce's fundamental principle. During combat, you must conserve your energy as much as possible, and use your originium skills only when the time is right. Under Shen Fei's guidance, the match lasted a full 3 hours. Maria suffered multiple injuries, and blood flowed bright red. There was no other way. Maria's current strength simply wasn't enough to avoid injury in the arena. As expected of a member of the Linguang family, I surrender. Seeing that Maria was truly losing her endurance, Shen Fei deliberately let Maria's sword strike his bowstring, using this as an excuse to concede. The winner is Maria Linguang. Perhaps having received notice, Big Mouth Mob didn't stir up the atmosphere during the match. Afterward, he formally announced the end of the match. Maria, after the match, Zofia immediately rushed forward to support the shaky Maria, looking at Shen Fei with a complicated expression. "See you next time, beauties." Shen Fei waved at the two and walked off the stage. "You should know the consequences of doing this. I thought you were smart." Backstage, Charn looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled expression. "The consequences? I think some people in the Chamber of Commerce must be very upset right now." Chapter 935 Casimir, Part 2. "I don't know your identity, but this is Casimir. Interesting. I caused you to make such a huge mistake, and you're still warning me. Don't you realize that this mistake could cost you your spokesperson position?" He didn't even need to say the rest. This wasn't just a matter of losing your spokesperson position. The Commerce Union was extremely strict with spokespersons, not allowing even the slightest mistake. If they failed, they'd be replaced. In the original special tournament storyline, strictly speaking, Charny hadn't made any major mistakes. The appearance of the brilliant knight Lin Guang was something he couldn't prevent, not to mention the subsequent events of Rhodes Island and Casimir's supervisory council. It was strange, though, that the Commerce Union stripped Charny of his spokesperson status only to appoint Markovitz, whom he had recommended. Perhaps they were confident that no one could resist the allure of capital. It was true. From an unknown, even precarious figure, to a powerful spokesperson, few could resist the temptation. Few people, like Charny, have held the position of spokesperson for so long without being corrupted. It's even doubtful whether Markowitz will maintain his original intentions. It's precisely for this reason that Charny, in his final moments, taught Markowitz a final lesson, his death, a reminder of all this. "I have something else to do. Goodbye." Charny didn't respond to Shen Fei's words and turned to leave. He was well aware of his situation, but facing the Chamber of Commerce, he had no power to resist. The best he could do was to use his life to teach someone the true nature of capital. Most people viewed the spokesperson as a powerful figure, but in reality, he was little more than a hound of the Chamber of Commerce. Even if he wanted to do good, he could only exercise his power within the Chamber of Commerce's rules. That was all he could do. Helping good people achieve a good outcome was the only thing he could do. After all, his authority only went so far. The problem was, there were no bloodless revolutions in this world. What you can't achieve on the battlefield, you can't even dream of achieving at the negotiating table. The perfect resolution of Jerig's case was a unique case, and it was largely due to Yeligan's power. "Don't be so anxious. Are you interested in working for me and changing the status quo in Casimir?" Shen Fei's words stopped Charn, who was about to leave. He turned to look at Shen Fei, but didn't ask. "You may think the Commerce Federation's power is unmatched, but to me, they're just a bunch of ragtag chickens and scumbags. It's just that Lord Russell is hesitant to take action, otherwise the Commerce Federation wouldn't have the final say. In this world, everything depends on power. With all the Knights of Casimir under his control, including the Silver Spear Pegasus, the Helmetless Alliance would have a simple task of destroying the Commerce Federation if they really wanted to. 4 Silver Spear Pegasus would be enough to defeat the 2 Kingjins of the Helmetless Alliance. If they were to fight on both hands, the Helmetless Alliance, including the 3 mysterious irons, would be no match. 40 or 50 Silver Spear Pegasus would be enough to resolve everything. While doing so would undoubtedly plunge Casimir into turmoil, which was likely why the War Knights held back. Shen Fei felt they were being overly cautious. The sooner they acted, the better. If the 2 sides were roughly equal in strength, it would be natural for them to hold back out of fear, but the War Knights' power far surpassed that of the Merchant Federation. Of course, this was just his opinion. He wasn't from Casimir after all, so perhaps there were things he didn't understand. But I'm not Russell, so I'm not so cautious. Next, I'll show that so-called Merchant Federation what true power truly is. So, Charn, fight to survive. It's time to change Casimir. 10 people, do they respect me, or do they look down on me? Hey, I thought I'd see Platinum. Stepping out of the arena, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile and shake his head as he took in the gazes from all around him. During his time in Casimir, he had gained some understanding of the Night Killer organization. The Helmetless Alliance was a semi-legal organization in Casimir, primarily hunting down those infected illegally. They formed teams of 10 however, under normal circumstances, the No-Horn Alliance wouldn't deploy all its troops at once. 2, 4, and other even numbers were the only units the No-Horn Alliance normally operated in. During this special tournament, with the arrival of numerous mercenaries and bounty hunters, not everyone was afraid of the No-Horn Alliance, and naturally, many were eliminated by the No-Horn Alliance. However, many were also recruited by the No-Horn Alliance. Every special tournament was an opportunity for the No-Horn Alliance to recruit new members, and mercenaries and bounty hunters from all over the place were also recruiting many skilled individuals. The No-Horn Alliance offered very good treatment, not to mention the bonuses for killing infected individuals. It seems like everyone thought I was doomed. It's a pity I'm not infected, otherwise perhaps the Red Pine Knights would come to help. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei walked forward. On the streets, under normal circumstances, the No-Horn Alliance wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even though many people in Casimir knew of the No-Horn Alliance's existence, knowing was one thing, for them to come out and kill in broad daylight was quite another. Where are the people? Shen Fei entered a secluded alleyway, and the No-Horn Alliance members immediately followed. Surprisingly, no one was inside. As he gathered his companions to investigate, they failed to notice a golden feather disappear above their heads. It was Yu-Duchen. They actually want to recruit me? Are they interested in my archery skills? After seeing my behavior, they still want to recruit me. The No-Horn Alliance is truly planning to flee. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised by the information Yu-Duchen had gathered from these 10 people. Furthermore, these 10 were no ordinary No-Horn Alliance squad, but rather a direct unit of Kingjin, a mopping-up squad. Each member was a skilled fighter. Even Platinum would probably have no choice but to flee against these 10. The title of Night Killer of the Helmetless Alliance wasn't self-proclaimed, but earned through proven combat experience. This year marks the 24th special tournament, and countless powerful knights have sought to challenge the Helmetless Alliance and failed, including the Black Knight of yesteryear. The Helmetless Alliance, comprised entirely of snipers, possesses an inherent advantage against knights. If they were to utilize certain Arginium techniques to enhance their attacks, they would practically be another Black Knight. Unfortunately, I have no interest in the Helmetless Alliance, except for Platinum. Let's begin now. He harbored no affection for the Helmetless Alliance, a killer organization, nor did he desire to control it. Without the need to do so, the Helmetless Alliance's fate was foreseeable, with the exception of Platinum, of course. The Federation building was attacked by the No-Horn Alliance, and many directors were killed or injured. The Supervisory Council proposed that the Knights of War intervene, but the Commerce Federation refused. Did I give Russell an excuse? The next day, the news was flooded with the news of the Federation building being attacked by the No-Horn Alliance. Even the popularity of Maria's visit was not paid much attention. This was naturally done by Shen Fei. He let them fight each other and at the same time exposed the No-Horn Alliance, which can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not that easy to run away. It didn't affect the special championship much. It seems that the Commerce Federation has put in a lot of effort. That's right, this is their base, Looking at the Flame Blade Arena, which was still crowded, Shen Fei was not too surprised. The night competition was an important source of income for the Commerce Federation, and it was naturally impossible to give it up. Hey, isn't that spokesman Mr. McGee? What a rare visitor. I heard you were attacked, but it seems you're alright. How disappointing. By the way, why don't I see Mr. Charney? Did you guys take care of him? Glancing around, Shen Fei spotted spokesman McGee standing on the arena's podium. He immediately approached. This spokesman was unlike the others. No matter what mistakes he made, he wouldn't be purged. After all, he was the son of the Rose newspaper's president. Different statuses naturally necessitated different treatment. The Business Federation, as the name suggests, is a coalition of many corporate groups. Naturally, some are strong, some are weak, and the Rose newspaper's group is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Casimir. Only a few groups can rival it, such as the Misko Group, the Howling Guards, and Allen Select Technologies. The Howling Guards even boasted of surpassing Thor Industries. Their overheating armor was truly astonishing. Even Velvet Kaczynski couldn't match them, yet they still dreamed of surpassing Thor Industries. They had no self-awareness at all. Bang bang. As Shen Fei approached McGee, two guards immediately stepped out from behind him, attempting to stop him from approaching. However, the next moment, they were kicked to the side one by one, and fainted. What do you want to do, McGee? Looking at the two unconscious guards, stopped the other two guards from attacking. He stared at Shen Fei for a long moment before speaking. Nothing. I just saw you were here and came to chat with you. Do you think I'm going to kill you here? It's not impossible, but killing you like this seems a bit too easy for you. The eldest son of the Rose newspaper group, Shen Fei said this with a wicked smile on his face. The Rose newspaper group controlled public opinion throughout Casimir, so it was natural for them to control this. Public opinion was indispensable if they wanted to change Casimir's current situation. He had no interest in following the doctor's plan, that would be a waste of time. You did what happened yesterday? Are you from the Overwatch Council? The Commerce Federation, with its power, was no fool. They didn't blame the Helmetless Alliance for yesterday's actions, instead speculating that they were the actions of the Overwatch Council, especially after the Overwatch Council proposed summoning the War Knights. They even believed Maria Ringuang's participation was orchestrated by the Overwatch Council, otherwise, why would Maria participate this year? The Commerce Federation members simply didn't believe Maria Ringuang was competing for the title of Family Head Knight. They didn't believe in glory, they viewed everything as profit. This was also why Dr. Rhodes Island was able to use the Commerce Federation to change Plot Zero's attitude toward the infected, and why, after the Blood Knights, the infected knights were allowed to participate. This wasn't out of kindness on the part of the Commerce Federation, but because the infected knights could bring them greater benefits. Yes, I did it. Your business union has always relied on its own power to arbitrarily decide the lives of others. Look, this plastic knight fell ill at home and was sent to the third hospital for treatment. Why are you afraid of poisoning him and arousing suspicion? And this Farfang knight was involved in a fair fight, injuring several fans, and is now on the run. What a good method. And the sapling knight accidentally contracted the Yor disease and has been missing since then. What a cruel method, Shen Fei said as he walked over to McGee and took out a tablet, displaying a series of news reports in front of him. Even though the plastic knight hadn't fought Maria, he still couldn't escape the fate of being betrayed by his own knights. As for the Red Pine Knights, although Shen Fei knew about their situation, he didn't approach them. The infected are very wary of the uninfected. Now it's your turn to deal with these things. How about it? Isn't it interesting? Speaking of which, there are quite a few directors on the business union. How about one person die every day until the end of the special championship? How about this proposal? As he spoke, Shen Fei put away the tablet. You're provoking the trade union. McGee's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected anyone to dare say such things in front of him. Provoking the trade union? Ha ha ha! Shen Fei suddenly burst into laughter. The sudden laughter attracted the attention of many people, but after seeing Shen Fei and spokesperson McGee, most of them shifted their gazes. McGee, you really think too highly of yourselves. To me, the so-called trade union is nothing more than a bunch of clowns, a tool for entertainment. By the way, your guards are not strong enough. They can't protect you with such strength. Hire a few more powerful guards, Shen Fei said, walking up to McGee and straightening his collar. Give my regards to your father in Colombia. Tell him to eat some good food while he still has time, otherwise he won't have the chance." With a crisp snap of his fingers, Shen Fei left. For Shen Fei, controlling the Chamber of Commerce was easy. Whether it was Yuduchen or Jingho Shuayu, he had plenty of means at his disposal. However, after learning about the Chamber of Commerce's activities, especially the situation surrounding Plot Zero, he decided to teach them a lesson. Simply controlling them with force would be too easy for them. "What did you say?" Shortly after Shen Fei left, Miggy received a call. Another Chamber of Commerce director had been in trouble. A massive explosion had occurred in his villa. "I want you to kill him with all your might. Kill him, and all that's been done will be wiped out." After hanging up, Miggy quickly dialed another number. It seems this person came prepared. A deep voice boomed from the line. "I don't want any accidents this time. Let Zuanti take action, father, there's trouble." Miggy hung up again and dialed again, his tone becoming more respectful. "I already know you can't handle such a small matter," the serious voice said. "This time is different." Miggy quickly repeated Shen Fei's previous words, also mentioning the contact with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Alliance. "Since we've already contacted them, why are you still so nervous? Countless idiots have tried to challenge the order established by the Commercial Union over the years, and yet the Commercial Union still exists." Chapter 936 Platinum, Part 1. "That's really impressive, Mr. Reporter Kane." The sudden voice of a third person silenced Miggy and his father Kane, who were on the phone. The voice of this third person was naturally Shen Fei. For him, intruding into the conversation between the two was a piece of cake, even if the two were using that extremely confidential call line. "You want to challenge the rules of the Chamber of Commerce?" After a long while, Kane finally spoke. "Challenge? Ha, Mr. Kane, you are joking. The Chamber of Commerce may be huge for you, but to me, it's just like you casually crushed an infected person before. I can crush you at will, but this is a bit too boring. It's like you regard night competitions as entertainment, and now it's my entertainment. You are sympathizing with those infected people who should live in the sewers." A sarcastic voice came from Kane. "Mr. Kane, I'm honored to tell you something. You've irritated me. Since you look down on the infected so much, I'm curious how you'd react if you became one yourself. Enjoy your last days." Shen Fei hung up the phone, then took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. The note instantly vanished from his sight. "Are you really going to go this far? It seems this guy has really pissed off the original." Inside an upscale hotel in Colombia, one of Shen Fei's shadow clones looked at the paper that suddenly appeared before him and shook his head slightly. Because of Rhodes Island, Shen Fei would never resort to infecting someone with oripathy under normal circumstances. However, since Rhodes Island didn't know, he didn't mind using it. Why do bad guys act so impunity while good people have so many taboos and hold back? Boom! A sudden, resounding explosion erupted, and blazing flames instantly engulfed the entire luxury car. A figure burst forth from the flames, but just then, another loud explosion erupted, and a fierce shockwave instantly struck the figure, sending them flying several meters. However, the figure reacted quickly, somersaulting mid-air and landing in a half-crouch. The next moment, a shrill, unwilling roar erupted from their lips, not from pain, but from the large and small black originium crystals encrusting their body. The previous shockwave had clearly contained a significant quantity of originium crystals. With so many piercing their body, even if they were currently taking mineral sickness-blocking potions, it would be too late, not to mention that they had already been destroyed by the explosion. "I didn't expect Reporter Kane to possess such impressive strength." A figure wearing a white wooden mask suddenly appeared before the man. It was naturally Shen Fei's shadow clone. Kane, on his part, was extremely cautious. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, he immediately prepared to move, but unfortunately, he was no match for the shadow clone. Things were simple after that. The explosion had naturally been caused by Shen Fei's shadow clone. "You did it." If looks could kill, Kane wouldn't have wanted to hack the man in front of him into pieces. Even a wealthy man like him, stricken with oripathy, would be doomed. "Don't look at me like that. I'm only learning your methods." "How is it going to feel to be infected?" the shadow clone said. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly appeared beside Kane and, with 4 consecutive kicks, severed his limbs, primarily to prevent him from escaping. "The police are coming. Enjoy your treatment as an infected person." "Oh. And this is just the beginning. I heard the mines in Ursus are quite good for infected people. I'll send you there later to enjoy them." With that, the shadow clone vanished. Kane lived in a wealthy area, so the police were dispatched swiftly. However, upon seeing the originium crystals on Kane's body, the visitors' expression changed immediately, and they immediately called the infected handling agency. Perhaps because Kane was wealthy, he wasn't immediately sent to the infected quarantine area. However, 3 days later, he was still sent there. The reason was simple: someone hinted that Kane was in Colombia for business and had brought a considerable amount of money. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to touch such money, but after all, Kane was infected, and not only was he not a native Colombian, but a Casimir. As expected of a reporter like Kane, you've escaped the infected quarantine zone so quickly. It seems you can't wait to go on vacation to the Ursus mines. Wait a minute, Kane, having just escaped the infected quarantine zone with incredible effort, barely managed to breathe a sigh of relief before the man who had been his nightmare reappeared before him. Time waits for me. Don't thank me too much. Unfortunately, the shadow clone had no interest in listening to him and simply broke his limbs again. Then, through a mystical portal, they arrived at the tundra of Ursus. Up ahead are the Ursus military and police. Have a nice holiday. After dropping Kane onto a path that Ursus patrols must pass, the shadow clone vanished in an instant. He committed suicide less than a week ago. What a shame. In the exquisite study of a luxurious villa somewhere in Colombia, as Shen Fei's clone finished speaking, Kane, who was sitting behind his desk, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, his hands groping around. Finding he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. What? You thought I was dreaming? The sudden voice made Kane, who had just closed his eyes to relax, snap open his eyes. He was then confronted by the nightmare-like masked figure. Don't even think about calling your guards, they're all asleep now, the shadow clone said with a smile as Kane quietly pressed the hidden alarm on his desk. Who are you, and what do you want? With his guards gone, Kane's face darkened. I want this. The shadow clone suddenly stood up from the sofa nearby, pulled out a document, and placed it in front of Kane. You? Impossible, Kane exclaimed, looking at the contents. Nothing is impossible. You now have two choices: sign this document, or I'll replay your experience. Rest assured, this time it's your own. Kane's previous experiences were all fake, a product of Dutchan's influence. Shen Fei was unhappy with Kane's treatment of the infected, but he had spent considerable time with Maya, and he wouldn't resort to deliberately inflicting oripathy on someone. Besides, with Dutchan around, it wouldn't be much different from what he'd experienced. If Kane had acted as he had imagined, he would have died in the illusion. Shen Fei's words filled Kane's face with fear. His experience as an infected person was truly horrific. Who are you? I don't think I've offended you. After taking several deep breaths, Kane finally calmed down a bit, as if trying to convince Shen Fei. I didn't offend me. Haha, you messed up my Casimir, and you still say you didn't offend me. You're Casimir. The shadow clone's words left Kane stunned. He had never expected to hear such a thing in front of this person. Since you're dying, let me tell you something, so you don't just sit in a well and watch the world from the bottom of your eyes. With your current position, you should have heard of immortals, the shadow clone thought for a moment and said mysteriously. Of course, this was nonsense, deliberately designed to fool Kane. He had no idea whether Casimir had immortals, but that didn't stop him from using this to deceive him. What? The immortal? Yes, it was I who founded Casimir. I really didn't expect that. I just took a nap and Casimir would become such a horrible look. Now you understand why I came to you. Not only you, I will also come to the people in the Chamber of Commerce. Okay, you know the reason. Now sign, sir. I didn't know how much I offended you before. Now that you are awake, the Chamber of Commerce and I will definitely act according to your orders. Why, you want to beg for mercy now? Sorry, it's too late. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Sign, and then I'll let you go, otherwise I will let you become an infected person in reality. This time I will send you directly to the mine in Ursus. You really want money but not life? Haha, you don't even think about it. Since I can let you experience the life of becoming an infected person, getting your signature is not a piece of cake. I was just teasing you. Okay, the game is over now. Goodbye, the shadow clone said, producing a document Kane had already signed. A crossbow then materialized in his left hand. Seeing Kane's eyes etched with resentment and anger, he fired 4 arrows at him, dispatching him. We've got the shares in Rose newspapers. It seems you were waiting for us. In a small park in Cavalieriki, Under the jurisdiction of Grand Knight Casimir, Shen Fei sat on a bench reading a newspaper when three figures appeared before him. Platinum, 2 Qingjins, you've taken so long. I'm getting impatient. Where's your Zhuanti? Are you aiming those crossbows at me? Shen Fei had deliberately chosen this park to create an opening for the No-Horn Alliance. At least, any conflict would be less widespread. The No-Horn Alliance's organizational structure was quite interesting. Normal organizations typically have fewer members as they rise in rank, forming a pyramidal structure. However, the No-Horn Alliance had adopted an inverted pyramid structure, which was truly baffling. At the top were 3 members of the Black Iron Order, 2 members of the management team in the middle, and 1 member of the Platinum Order at the bottom. As for the reason, it was because they feared a rebellion from below. It had to be said that this reason was quite refreshing. He had seen many assassin organizations like this, Luoyang, Quicksand, Shadow Secret Guard, and even the CP organizations in the pirate world, but none of them were structured like this. This was pure employee exploitation. No wonder Platinum had to take leave so often, it was because he was being exploited so badly. And look what happened in the end, with Platinum leading 3 teams from the No-Helmet Alliance to confront 1 team from the Silver Spear Destiny. You seem to know a lot, a steady voice came from the male member of the Blue Iron Order. It wasn't him speaking, but rather his communicator. The only person who could have both the Blue Iron and the Platinum attend the scene together was the Black Iron of the Black Iron Order. Of course. Since we're going to eliminate the Helmetless Alliance entirely, how can we not investigate? Technically speaking, the Helmetless Alliance was originally an organization that rebelled against the Knights. Casimir was once a kingdom ruled by Knights, but due to the Knights' excessive corruption, it gradually became what it is today. The Helmetless Alliance was the first organization to stand up against the Knights. Through investigation, combined with the intelligence he knew, the crossbow arrow used by Zhuanti to assassinate Nightingale couldn't have been shot by Zhuanti himself, so it had to be equipment. To be frank, firing such a large crossbow arrow at such a distance would be beyond the capabilities of even the Patriots. He certainly didn't believe that Zhuanti of the Helmetless Alliance possessed the power to surpass the Patriots. It seems there's no way we can talk about dealing with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Alliance. Zhuanti's tone was filled with regret. He had originally sent someone here today to discuss this with Shen Fei. He was deeply curious about how a S.H.I.E.L.D. Alliance team could have betrayed the Alliance, if nothing else. Perhaps for this reason, only 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. Alliance officials had come today, with none of the team members present. For Zhuanti, the entire team's betrayal ruled out the possibility that they were all undercover agents. The remaining explanation was simple, it could only be an unknown originium technique. However, any originium technique required a visible presence to function. This way, Zhuanti himself would be safe, and the 2 Qingjin and 1 Platinum who came were irrelevant. For the S.H.I.E.L.D. Alliance, as long as the 3 Zhuantis existed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Alliance would exist forever. Both Qingjin and Platinum were expendable. It's fair to say the S.H.I.E.L.D. League has a long tradition of slacking off, dating back to the 3 Zhuanti. It's no wonder Qingjin and Beijing are also slacking off. I don't want to do anything, but the boss has ordered me to. I apologize. For Qingjin Roy, the unknown danger of Shen Fei was the last thing he wanted to face. He had been in the S.H.I.E.L.D. League for over a decade, alive and well, naturally developing a set of strategies to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Just like the 3 world-famous paintings on a bench, even the humiliation was nothing. If it had been Qingjin, a fight might have broken out. However, this time his tactics weren't effective, especially since the boss had personally ordered it. He didn't want to be hunted down by Zhuanti. After all, Shen Fei was only an unknown danger, not a guaranteed death, but being hunted down by Zhuanti was certain death. Not bad, isn't it? Looking at the 3 sharp arrows parked not far in front of him, Shen Fei ignored the surprised Qingjin and Beijing in front of him and looked up at the sky. There was something like a meteor, flying towards him at a rapid speed. Of course, this was not a meteor, but a huge crossbow arrow about 3 meters long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 Platinum, Part 2. Even among the group of lazy idiots in the No-Horn Alliance, there are some dedicated staff members. As Shen Fei watched the massive crossbow bolt about to fall from the sky, Lapis, Roy and Platinum placed their hands on their bows but refrained from attacking again, apparently waiting to see the outcome. Meanwhile, the bow in the hands of another Lapis Monique glowed with a strange light, clearly activating her originium skills. Compared to Lapis Roy and Platinum Centria, Lapis Monique was undoubtedly far more dedicated. Strictly speaking, even the three Mystic Irons weren't as dedicated. The only problem was her lack of luck. In the original storyline, she encountered obstacles on every mission, and finally, she even attempted a one-on-one duel with Shining. This was truly courageous, considering Shining had changed significantly since meeting Nightingale and Lin Guang. If it were Shining before, Monique would have been dead long ago. Good timing, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Just as King Jin Monique's arrow was about to release, Shen Fei suddenly turned and gave her a mysterious smile. The next moment, Shen Fei vanished, replaced by a middle-aged Kuranta with short blonde hair. Room, slaughterhouse. The sudden appearance of the figure instantly changed the expressions of the two King Jins and the Platinum. However, the most shocking thing at this moment wasn't for them, but for this sudden appearance of Kuranta. He had just been 1,000 meters away, in a perfectly safe area, staring at his target. But now, without realizing it, he had appeared right where his target was, while the target had vanished without a trace. There was no time to think about what had happened, the attack had already arrived. At this critical moment, the middle-aged Kuranta suddenly roared, his entire body erupting in a dazzling golden light, forming a golden arm around him, attempting to block the attack. Boom! A blinding light, accompanied by a roar, instantly blossomed across the small park. The surrounding trees, flowers, and grass were all bathed in the golden light and trembled violently under the surging shockwaves. Fortunately, the park Shen Fei had chosen was relatively secluded, with few people around. Therefore, few witnessed this scene, but it did not escape the attention of those who were watching. Amazing! Amazing! Even in that situation, he managed to avoid vital points. Truly worthy of being the Black Iron of the Wazhao Alliance. As the golden light faded, accompanied by slow applause, a familiar figure emerged from the side. The golden armor surrounding the middle-aged Kuranta had vanished without a trace. A massive crossbow bolt had pierced his abdomen, pinning him to the park ground. There was also a hole in his left shoulder, the wound caused by Monique's attack. Under normal circumstances, even with such haste, Monique's originium technique would have been difficult to inflict damage. Unfortunately, facing the massive crossbow bolt that rained down from the sky, the Kuranta had no time to react. As the master of the crossbow, the middle-aged Kuranta was fully aware of its power. If he had reacted less hastily, he wouldn't have sustained such a serious injury. But Alice, there are no ifs. Strictly speaking, the middle-aged Kuranta could have avoided the injury. If the two Lapis and Platinums had attacked simultaneously, they could have bought him crucial time. Unfortunately, Lapis Roy and Platinum Central were ready to attack. Monique was willing to intervene, but unfortunately, she had just activated her originium technique and was too late. This is the Wazhao Alliance. When faced with disaster, everyone flees. Look at Lin Guang and Shan Ling. They strike in perfect harmony, neutralizing the attack without injury. The crossbow bolt is inert. If it were a living thing, Shan Ling alone would have been enough to handle it. Is he Zhuanti? After a brief silence, Bai Jin asked, looking at Quinjet Roy. Don't look at me. I haven't seen Zhuanti's true face, but given the circumstances, it shouldn't be wrong. The three Zhuanti members of the Wazhao Alliance are extremely cautious about their secrecy. Even the two Quinjets have never seen them in person. Every order is issued via communicator. Even when the Wazhao Alliance later sought to secede from the trade union and become a member of it, only the two Quinjets appeared. Zhuanti remained invisible. Because of this, there have been many speculations about the three Black Irons of the Wazhao Alliance. Some claim that the Wazhao Alliance doesn't even have the three Black Irons, that the so-called three Black Irons are simply a facade, and that the true leaders are the two Quinjets. The so-called Black Irons attacks are merely devices. Furthermore, some believe that the Black Iron that Mina finally encountered was Roy, who had been hiding his abilities during his previous attacks. Besides this theory, there's also the theory that Lin Guang's uncle, Mina Lin Guang, is one of the three Black Irons, and that Tolan is also one of them. While this theory is somewhat outrageous, it's not without merit. First, Mina's strength is certainly sufficient, and Tolan's strength is also not lacking. Although he always claimed he couldn't defeat King Jin Monique, in actual combat, Monique didn't even injure him. While it's somewhat hard to believe that one of the Black Irons could remain a social slave for so many years, it's not impossible. Consider Diane, where so many masters have retreated into seclusion among the common people. Even Fu Pingyu Shi is still an old fisherman. Of course, this is just speculation, the product of someone's idle thoughts. It's hard to say whether Tolan is a Zhuanti, but Mena definitely can't be. The honor of Linguang's family is always close to his heart. Casimir can't honor me, that's Mena's true thought. Of course, considering his conversation with Zhuanti, it's not impossible that someone invited him to become a Zhuanti. They say there are 3 Zhuanti in the Wazhao Alliance. I'm curious, are you the only one here today, or is the 3 Zhuanti just a facade? Looking at the silent, gravely injured Zhuanti, Shen Fei suddenly reached forward. Suddenly, a large amount of rock surged from the ground beneath Zhuanti's feet, enveloping his legs and rapidly spreading to other parts of his body, stopping only at his neck. The vast amount of originium techniques provided by Yan Nation gave Shen Fei a lot of inspiration. Originium techniques are essentially spells. Learning them would take considerable time, but simply learning from them would be much faster. It seems you don't want to talk, but that's fine. Now that you're in my hands, you can't help but speak. But first, there are still people to deal with. Whoosh! Before Shen Fei could finish his words, Lapis Roy and Lapis Monique immediately fled, each in a different direction. Platinum Scintilla, on the other hand, stood still, motionless, and lowered her bow, as if resigned to her fate. As expected of Philin, Shen Fei sighed softly as he watched Roy and Monique flee. Then, with his left hand, he gently flicked a stone forward, and the next moment, the stone transformed into Roy and Monique. The sudden change of direction forced them to collide, even with swift reaction. Just as they were about to react, a thick spear pierced their chests. It was the same massive crossbow bolt that had pierced Zhuanti's abdomen. Although it was called a crossbow bolt, it was actually a spear, a knight's spear at that. In the eyes of the 2 Azurites, Shen Fei's sudden position swapping originium technique was only effective for a 1-for-1 exchange, so they fled separately, depending on who was unlucky enough to be targeted. Unfortunately, they had no idea his ability could be used to swap multiples. The spatial displacement of the Opere fruit, when used well, was a magical skill. Lore utilized its healing abilities well, but in combat, he hadn't really developed them at all. Strictly speaking, he hadn't even used his brains. Just like his revenge on Doflamingo, with spatial displacement and the ability to blanket an entire city with it, there were plenty of ways to exact revenge. For example, they could plant a large amount of explosives in a certain location and then transport Doflamingo there. Even if the explosions didn't kill him, they could still seriously injure him. Even worse, they could find a dummy, tie it up, and then swap with Doflamingo. I never thought we'd die together. What a fate, Roy suddenly laughed, his chest pierced. I'm so unlucky to die with you. Monique had always disliked Roy, but because they were both Azurites, they often acted together. It's already this late, can't you say something nice? Shut up and stay away from me, my apologies, both of you. While recruiting you is a good option, it would make it harder for me to find the Red Pine Knights. Shen Fei sighed inwardly as he watched the 2 Kingjin slowly lose their life force. He then drew his knight's lance and hurled a ball of flame at their bodies. Have you had enough of the show? Glancing at the trembling Beijing, Shen Fei's gaze suddenly turned to the grove of trees in the park to his left. This is truly unexpected. Zhuanti is also a Pegasus. Huh? You don't look surprised. Do you know him? As Shen Fei finished speaking, a Kuranta and a sarcasm emerged from the grove. Mina, I didn't expect you to show up. Zhuanti, who had remained silent since the arrival of the newcomers, spoke for the first time. I never imagined you'd end up like this. The visitors were none other than Mena and Tolan. Mena appeared indifferent to the Linguang sisters, but in reality, he cared deeply. Upon learning of Maria's participation, he immediately summoned Tolan. It was conceivable that if Maria truly encountered any mishap during the competition, the Wazhao Alliance would undoubtedly be without one of its 3 Zhuanti warriors. You shouldn't be worried about me right now, but about Casimir. As Zhuanti finished speaking, Mena's gaze immediately fell on Shen Fei. Who are you, and what are your motives? Mena demanded bluntly. Nice attempt to sow discord, but I'm sorry you'll be disappointed. Shen Fei smiled, glancing at Zhuanti. His words had hinted at a hint of divisiveness. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm just following orders. My motive is simple. Linguang, Tolan, standing nearby, looked at Mena with a puzzled expression. "Oh, sorry, I forgot there's a Lin Guang here too. My purpose is to come here for Margaret. Casimir's current situation has her deeply worried, so she's decided to come back and change things. Margaret is coming back, and you're her companion." Mena looked at Shen Fei seriously, as if confirming something. "You can only be considered one of her companions. Margaret has found a rare companion who shares her ideals and is pursuing a greater goal. Now she's giving it all up for these scumbags of Casimir. It's truly unreasonable and wasteful. As a companion, it's natural to help share her companion's worries. If Casimir's situation is resolved, she won't have to leave." This was Shen Fei's sincere words. Relying on Lin Guang's ideas, changing Casimir would take at least decades. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time with Shining and Nightingale? Good people deserve a good ending, don't they? "How are you planning to change Casimir?" Mena said after a long silence. "We'll discuss this with Grand Knight Russell. Honestly, the situation in Casimir is quite surprising to me. Even organizations like the Grand Knights and the Uncrowned Alliance are able to operate semi-publicly. I really don't know what you're thinking. For one thing, the Q-Random Mounted Police, seen in other countries, don't exist in Casimir." Shen Fei shook his head helplessly at this point. The situation in Casimir was truly dire, even worse than Dossor's. It was only because of the Radiant Knights and the Red Pine Knights that he took action. The Q-Random Mounted Police originally originated in Casimir, but now there are similar units in Columbia and Victoria, but they've disappeared from their homeland. The Q-Random Mounted Police's popularity is naturally due to their racial superiority. In the city, no one can outrun the Q-Randa, not even cars. Haha, you're right. The Q-Random Mounted Police don't exist in Casimir, Tolan said, laughing until Mena looked at him with a kind expression. "So, we're only in this situation because Night Yao is coming back." Zhuan Tai, standing nearby, was incredulous upon hearing Shen Fei's words. "That's how it is." Shen Fei ignored Zhuan Tai and turned his gaze to Bai Jin. "I'll eliminate the other two Zhuan Tais from the Wazha Alliance. That way, you'll be the only one left. Go and reorganize the Wazha Alliance and come back to me in 3 days. What do I need to do?" Bai Jin glanced at Zhuan Tai and asked. "It's simple. Casimir no longer needs the Wazha Alliance. You should know what to do." "I understand," Bai Jin said, slowly retreating. After retreating several meters, she turned and quickly left, as if she was afraid Shen Fei would suddenly attack her from behind. P.S. Regarding the fate of Chinese Paladin IV, this book isn't invincible. Under the watchful eyes of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady or even the Emperor of Heaven, attempting to cause trouble is simply courting death. Or perhaps you're thinking they won't detect you. Fanfiction should pay attention to basic logic. The characters in it are not wooden or stupid. They can handle anything by just waiting for the protagonist to come. I remember reading a fanfiction in which the protagonist could kill Zhuan Xiao, but ended up in the Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, where Li Liming couldn't beat Shi Zixuan. Chapter 938, The Radiant Knight Arrives, Part 1. "You trust her so much, aren't you afraid she'll escape?" Talon suddenly asked, watching Platinum's retreating figure. "I believe she'll make the right choice. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to stay in the No-Horned Alliance." Platinum differed significantly from the others in the No-Horned Alliance in that she followed her own rules. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hunted by the No-Horned Alliance and rescued by Rhodes Island. In the original storyline, Platinum spared the Plastic Knight's family, even Shard. When she first joined the No-Horned Alliance, the assassins she targeted were particularly heinous. Later, in her No-Horned Alliance operations, she typically targeted those who deserved death. Anyone else, even Roy, the Slacker King, wouldn't have spared them. Roy's slacking was completely different from Platinum's. There's a reason why Platinum came to the island later and earned Kaldsit's trust. Shen Fei didn't completely trust Platinum simply because she came. With so many people on Rhodes Island, there were certainly spies from other factions among them. However, Platinum wasn't just a casual visitor, she later became a member of Rhodes Island's secret organization, the Sweep. This alone proved her trustworthiness. Kaldsit was unerring in judging people. "Alright, if you two are alright, I'm going to deal with the other two Black Irons. If they get wind of it and flee, it'll be troublesome." The No-Horned Alliance's operation was quite large, and the other two Black Irons were likely keeping an eye on this place. Judging by their style, it's not impossible for them to abscond if they sense something's amiss. It's very much like Muzan Kibatsuji. "Aren't you afraid they've already escaped? You've wasted quite a bit of time here," It's hard to say. It's also possible they believe their identities are well hidden. For example, you two could very well be black irons. Looking at Tolan, Shen Fei suddenly had a thought and spoke. Hey, this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not qualified to be a black iron. Hearing he was being considered a black iron, Tolan quickly waved his hand in denial. Then, looking at Maina beside him, he continued, I said, he thinks we two are black iron. Why don't you deny it? His suspicion is correct. The two of us plus him make 3 black irons. Maina's expression remained unchanged, even agreeing with Shen Fei's suspicion. Indeed, Tolan immediately realized, with the No-Horn Alliance's massive operation today, it wasn't impossible for the 3 black irons to be deployed together. The two of them, plus that Curanta, would make a perfect 3. Although I'm not very familiar with the 3 black irons, I do know a legend. One of the 3 black irons of the No-Horn Alliance is a legendary Sarkaz. And you, coincidentally, are one of them, Shen Fei continued, looking at Tolan. Hey, although I am a Sarkaz, I'm not some legendary Sarkaz. Tolan seemed genuinely anxious this time. This legend, combined with the circumstances at the scene, made it no wonder he was being suspected. Haha, don't be so nervous. It was just a joke. I'm not very clear about your situation, but I believe Margaret's family isn't some black iron from the No-Horn Alliance. Okay, enough joking. Lord Russell, I'll have to trouble Lord Maina to say hello. Farewell, Shen Fei said as he instantly appeared beside the middle-aged Curanta, who had practically turned to stone. Then, the two of them vanished. Don't ever try to learn about their situation from me. From now on, you'll just have to wait for the No-Horn Alliance's retaliation. You may be powerful, but the people around you will be watched every second of every day from now on. That's a nice threat, but unfortunately, you're not qualified to threaten me. The No-Horn Alliance is so frightening because they're ruthless. Even if some people aren't afraid of them, what about family and friends? Not to mention, the No-Horn Alliance doesn't just use hidden arrows, poison is also a tactic they employ, just like how Lapis Lazuli Monique once threatened Shining. As he spoke, Shen Fei placed his right hand on the Curanta's head, launching a double-handed attack. Night Slayer, first generation Zuanti. Is this considered an immortal? Well, everyone said the Helmetless Alliance was an organization rebelling against the Knights, and only in recent years did they change. I thought the Dragon Slayer had finally become the dragon. Who could have imagined that the Helmetless Alliance never changed? They've always been just an assassin organization. The most widely circulated legend about the Helmetless Alliance in Casimir is, of course, that they are Night Slayers. It was because of them that Casimir was liberated from the rule of the Knights. The current commercial union was founded by a group of Knights retainers back then. Because Knights were required to train diligently, business matters were left to the retainers. Then, these retainers united, and with the help of the Helmetless Alliance, they overthrew Casimir's old Knights system. The current low status of Knights is primarily due to the fact that the members of the commercial union feared their power would be taken back, and they have been deliberately promoting this narrative. Despite this, Knights still hold a high position in Casimir, and knightly families still exist. For example, the Rusted Brands Knights and the Grey Lords of the Red Pine Knights are still considered knightly nobles. This shows that the so-called overthrow of the knightly nobility was not a revolution, but a power grab. The current situation in Casimir is the product of a compromise between the two sides. Casimir under the Commerce Union is naturally much better than under Knight rule, but this does not prevent Casimir from being corrupt under the Commerce Union. Just as you can't say that allowing infected Knights in Casimir is a good thing for the infected, of course, those in the Commerce Union would consider this a blessing, at least much better than the Sarkaz forcing the infected into mining. Therefore, they see the actions of the Red Pine Knights as ungrateful. Margaret Linguang's return to Casimir was naturally not to restore Casimir to the era of Knight rule, but to promote the Knights' belief that everything in this world may change and become outdated, but there is one thing that will never become outdated: virtue. The Linguang family's training is to fear no hardship or darkness. It seems they've really run away, but do you think I can do anything about it? Shen Fei searched the medium-sized, yet elegant and quiet villa, but found no one. The safe in the secret room was also empty. After obtaining information about the other black irons from the middle-aged Curanta's mind, Shen Fei immediately rushed to the nearest one, but was still too late. This suggests they must have been watching from a distance in the park. Curanta's mind confirmed the existence of the 3 black irons, one of whom was a Sarkaz, also a first-generation black iron. The device capable of firing giant crossbows was brought from S.H.I.E.L D, apparently discovered in a S.H.I.E.L D ruin. S.H.I.E.L D is home to many ruins, and many modern artifacts have been excavated there, such as the two staffs that severely injured the Archangel sister and caused Mystima's downfall, both of which were found in S.H.I.E.L D. This land holds many wondrous places, such as the Rhodes Island, unearthed at Rebuilt, and a vast underground labyrinth. Who knows what lies within? Even Casimir holds its own secrets, such as the mountain-ringed high plains where the knight's treasure of Dripping Water Village lies hidden. Other secrets include the shadows lurking in the Arctic ice sheet, the darkness devouring the vast ocean, and the ancient catastrophe buried beneath the earth. Binding Path 58, chasing a sparrow with a slap of the toe. Although he hadn't found the person, Shen Fei remained unfazed. Instead, he found a piece of clothing he hadn't taken with him in the room and, using the ghost path's spiritual veins on it, used it to determine the person's location. He didn't leave Casimir directly. Or he reluctant to part with the wealth of the No Air Alliance. Following the binding path, they discovered a person in a small village outside the Great Knight's territory of Cavalariaki. Shen Fei immediately rushed there with the curanta. You've polished the Sarkaz's horns. You're truly impressive. No wonder you've been able to survive in Casimir for so long without being discovered. From now on, it's up to you. Even though the enemy was extremely vigilant, even considering taking the villagers hostage if necessary, it was Shen Fei he was facing, and a mirror space pulled him in. It's you. The already wary Sarkaz immediately spotted Shen Fei after being pulled into the mirror space. Kill him. Shen Fei ignored him. With a flick of his hand, the middle-aged curanta beside him immediately drew his bow and launched an attack. There are many types of knights in Casimir, such as guards knights, sniper knights, shield knights, and so on. The Sarkaz was about to say something, but his words were quickly drowned out by the golden arrows. This curanta, who had reached the level of black iron, must be quite powerful, and he was also a sniper. Even though the Sarkaz was also a dark iron, he was unfortunately a guard. Guardsmen had no chance of getting close enough to engage Curanta's sniper, not to mention he had to distract himself with Shen Fei. With dragon technique, just as the two were engaged in a fierce battle, Shen Fei suddenly attacked. He had ordered the two to fight to test their strength. Now that he had confirmed it, there was no need to waste time. After capturing the Sarkaz, the remaining dark iron would be much easier to deal with. In pure terms of strength, the opponent couldn't even beat the platinum, as the dark iron specialized in poison. That's quite clever. If I hadn't shown up, they would have succeeded. After capturing the three dark irons, the natural next step was to inherit the legacy of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Over the years, the S.H.I.E.L.D. had amassed considerable wealth, and it also had 3 companies under its umbrella, Dark Iron and One. They were already members of the Commerce Union. Of course, this wasn't a big deal in Casimir. In fact, because of the existence of the Commerce Union, companies that didn't join it couldn't survive there, just as Markowitz had once founded a small company. For the 3 mysterious irons, they wanted a voice in the Commerce Union, meaning a seat on its board. Their original plan was to decouple the No-Horn Alliance and gradually merge the 3 companies into a single group, thus securing a seat on the Commerce Union. Lord Russell, farewell. After briefly reviewing the No-Horn Alliance's gains, Shen Fei went directly to Casimir's supreme leader, Grand Knight Master Russell, and reached a preliminary agreement with her. Even Russell's wariness of Shen Fei didn't hinder their collaboration. After all, for the Supervisory Council, this was a rare opportunity. Hey, Mr. McGee, you seem to be in a good mood today. Do you think those 2 can stop her? Inside the Flameblade arena, Shen Fei greeted the weary-looking McGee with a smile. Maria's final points match was underway, a one-on-one match against 2 Sarkaz Knights, Corruption and Blight. It was supposed to be a 2-on-2 team match, but Maria had no teammates. McGee gave Shen Fei a cold look, saying nothing. The continuous accidents involving the directors of the Chamber of Commerce had already begun to cause some disarray within the Chamber of Commerce. For Shen Fei, there were plenty of ways to eliminate those within the Chamber of Commerce. Just as they'd staged accidents to deal with the infected, he was also orchestrating them. These incidents could be uncovered with careful investigation, but unfortunately, the Chamber of Commerce had no way of getting the Supervisory Council to conduct a thorough investigation, as that gave the Supervisory Council the power to do so. Of course, half of the cases were accidents, while the other half were more like murder. This was a plan he had agreed with Russell to facilitate the dispatch of the Conquest Knights. Although this proposal was rejected by the Chamber of Commerce, some directors were already leaning toward it. The Chamber of Commerce was just a Chamber of Commerce, and with the continuous deaths of directors, those who remained unwilling to die naturally sought protection. With the No-Horn Alliance now in hiding, the Conquest Knights were the most suitable. Given the Chamber of Commerce's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to re-establish an organization similar to the No-Horn Alliance, but it would take time and couldn't be expected to happen in a short period of time. By the way, Mr. Spokesperson, I have some news that I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear. Did you know that the Glory Knight has returned? Look, she's here. As Shen Fei finished speaking, a golden light shot towards the arena. As the light dissipated, the figure within was revealed, the Glory Knight Lin Guang. After a brief silence, the audience rose to their feet and roared in excitement. The situation nearly got out of control until Margaret unleashed her Originium technique, flooding the arena with the golden light, and the situation stabilized. This was naturally a plan Shen Fei had discussed with the doctor. The doctor naturally supported Lin Guang's ideals, but she also didn't want him to leave Rhode Island if it meant she couldn't. The next step was to build momentum. Casimir needed a beacon, a hero, and Radiant Knight Lin Guang was that hero. Shen Fei hadn't done some things before, waiting for Margaret's arrival. For example, his revelations about Plot Zero weren't as shocking as those made by Radiant Knight Lin Guang. The board approved Radiant Knight's eligibility. Why? Because Radiant Knight was exiled. If that were the case, she wouldn't have qualified. But this time, the Chamber of Commerce quickly agreed. This was naturally Shen Fei's doing. After destroying the No-Horn Alliance, he quietly took control of a group of the Chamber of Commerce's directors. Then, he would reveal one piece of information after another, shattering the Chamber of Commerce's credibility. Some things can be done in secret, but once they're made public, the outcome is completely different. Chapter 939, The Radiant Knight Arrives, Part 2. The King of Glory Knight has returned. Glory Knight vs. Blood Knight, who will be the winner? Looking at the overwhelming news about Glory Knight Lin Guang on the internet, as well as the newly purchased Glory Knight figurine placed on the side of the table, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile and shook his head. He didn't interfere in these matters. It has to be said that those businessmen are really quick. It was only the next day, and the latest Lin Guang figurines and other items began to be sold. It seems that you have already controlled the Commercial Federation, the doctor sitting opposite Shen Fei said softly. Yes, all you have to do next is wait patiently. The Grand Knight seems to think highly of you. As soon as you came here, a 4th-level expedition knight is protecting you. Li, the girl standing behind the doctor to protect her, is a special operator commonly used by many players in the game. Its fast resurrection feature can be said to be the best candidate to block the knife, whether it is a senior doctor or a novice doctor. In the game, Relic's role is precisely this. No one would expect her to attack. But in reality, it's a completely different story. As a 4th-tier battle knight, Relic is formidable, capable of holding her own against even Platinum. The Grand Knight Commander's decision to simply send a 4th-tier battle knight to Rhodes Island is quite interesting. Perhaps this was the intention of the old knight who raised Relic. Relic was sold to Casimir as a slave, which is quite ironic. This isn't because human trafficking exists on Terra, but rather because slavery is legal. Even though the old knight never considered Relic a slave, perhaps raising her as a granddaughter, Relic still bears the mark of slavery. This is a knot in Relic's heart, one that will likely only be untied by joining Rhodes Island. That's why the old knight sent Relic to Rhodes Island. With Casimir, Relic would likely never untie this knot. Thanks to someone, Casimir isn't very safe right now, that's true. The security there is truly terrible. Shen Fei's words caused Li, who was standing behind the doctor, to open her narrowed eyes slightly. As a knight, she knew a little about Casimir's situation, believing, for example, that the current poor security situation was caused by someone. Now, please vote on whether to deploy knights to maintain security. Inside the Chamber of Commerce building, a group of directors sat in a large conference room, preparing to vote on the latest issue. After a heated debate, with no one convincing the other, they had no choice but to vote. Disagree, there's no precedent for this. Agree, agree, abstain, abstain. As each director spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately grew solemn. Voting in the Chamber of Commerce wasn't secret ballot, it was a vote by the directors themselves. In such circumstances, outright approval or disapproval was rare, most abstained, their eyes turning to the seats at the front. While the Chamber of Commerce had numerous directors, only a handful of the most powerful companies, Rose Newspapers, Misco Group, and Whistling Guard, had the final say. If these few disagreed, even if everyone else agreed, it would be useless. Agree. As the vice president of Misco Group raised his hand, the expressions of most of the people present changed. Agree. This time, it was Whistling Guard. Agree. The remaining few raised their hands in agreement. And everyone in the room turned to McGee, the spokesperson for Rose Newspapers. In his father's absence, McGee was naturally attending the meeting in his place. Are you all crazy? Do you understand what this means? McGee stood up, his face furious. He couldn't understand why these people would make such a choice. Their interests were aligned, and even if they had a conflict, they shouldn't have made such a decision at this moment. It means we don't want to die. Your cowardly father was smart enough to run off to Colombia. Seeing the vice president of the Misco Group dare to mock his father, McGee felt a sense of unease. How could he have the nerve to do that? He had to be completely confident. Since everyone agrees, let's notify His Excellency the Grand Knight Commander. Why would it be Silver Spear Pegasus? Why are they here so quickly? Could it be, as soon as the announcement was made, word of Silver Spear Pegasus's entry spread throughout the Grand Knight territory? Spokesperson McGee, sensing something was amiss, immediately tried to contact his father, but unfortunately, the call went unanswered. Then his own phone rang. Mr. Spokesperson, this is bad. Silver Spear Pegasus is searching Plot Zero. As soon as the line connected, McGee heard a panicked voice on the other end. What? Who gave them the authority? Stop them immediately, McGee shouted. The secret of Plot Zero must not be exposed. Spokesperson, right? According to a report from the Glory Knights, the Chamber of Commerce is suspected of conducting illegal drug experiments at Plot Zero. With the approval of the Supervisory Committee and the National Council, Silver Spear Pegasus is now officially taking over Plot Zero. McGee didn't hear his subordinate's reply, only a cold voice. After the call was finished, the other party cut off the line without waiting for McGee to speak. Why does Silver Spear Pegasus have the right to search Plot Zero? What is the National Council doing? McGee, whose line was disconnected, immediately called a number and shouted as soon as the call was connected. Deputy Judge Duke of the National Council has been detained on suspicion of bribery, involvement in illegal trade, murder, and dereliction of duty. The same cold voice spoke and hung up. Mr. McGee, help me, Mr. Spokesperson, the War Knights are here. As the phone continued to ring, bad news continued to reach McGee's ears, including from his subordinates and other spokespersons. In the end, McGee simply turned off his phone, threw it aside, and collapsed on the sofa beside him. It was obvious that the other party had been prepared. If the Chamber of Commerce could unite, perhaps they could still resist, but now, they could only be at the mercy of others. How do you feel, Mr. Spokesperson? The sudden unfamiliar voice made McGee stand up immediately, and then he saw a familiar face. You did all this, looking at Shen Fei who appeared in front of him. McGee couldn't help but remember what the other party had said to him before. Yes, you, the Chamber of Commerce, like to use your power to bully others, and now it's your turn to have a taste of it. Do you really think this can change Casimir? Don't be ridiculous. Without us, Casimir will only decline even faster. At this point, McGee also roughly understood what all this was for. For Casimir? Ha, I don't have such grand ideas. Honestly, I don't care what Casimir becomes. I'm doing all this because Glory Knight wants to change Casimir. I think it's a waste for her to stay in Casimir and compete with you. So, why don't I just eliminate you all? That way, there's no need for her to stay in Casimir. If it weren't for Glory Knight, you could have destroyed Casimir and I wouldn't have cared. Just for Glory Knight, McGee said in disbelief. Of course, there's no need to deceive a dying man like you at this moment. Speaking of which, you seem to like Candle Knight, but unfortunately, you two are destined not to be together. If it were based on their status, McGee and Candle Knight would be somewhat compatible, but unfortunately, their ideals are completely opposite. Goodbye, Mr. Spokesperson. Looking at McGee, who still had a troubled expression on his face, Shen Fei suddenly possessed a crossbow and pierced his heart with an arrow. Sorry, I deceived you in the end. Looking at the now fading McGee, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. He had indeed come to Casimir for Lin Guang. Otherwise, Bolivar was even more chaotic, so why wouldn't he go there? But that wasn't what he'd meant. He had no special feelings for Lin Guang. He truly didn't want Lin Guang to waste his time on these assets. Mr. Charney, Mr. Markowitz, I'll trouble you with the rest of the matter. After apprehending most of the spokespersons, Shen Fei summoned Charney to handle the affairs of the special tournament, along with Markowitz. Night competitions were deeply ingrained in the lives of the people of Casimir. Countless people relied on them for their livelihoods. If they were cancelled, countless people would be unemployed. His priority was to formalize the competitions and prevent them from corrupting people's morale. During their earlier conversation, the doctor had briefly recounted the incident with Kong Bao. He had longed to return home and see his old friend, Kong Bao, but now deeply regretted returning. This was probably why McGee had been so confident he couldn't change Casimir, but unfortunately, he had no idea how far Shen Fei could go. Yes, Zarn and Markowitz nodded simultaneously. Power and wealth can corrupt people's hearts. While I trust you, I must be clear, if you are corrupted, don't blame me for being rude. Please rest assured, sir, the Meshko Group is lucky. Shen Fei didn't care about companies like Rose Newspapers, Howling Guard, and Allen Select. However, he was somewhat interested in the Meshko Group because it developed mobile city modules. Chase City was in need of such equipment, so it was a timely help. With this equipment, Chase City could expand gradually, even emulating the Great Night Territory here, combining cities to form a single megacity. The current Great Night Territory is composed of 4 mobile cities. In the courtyard of Margaret Linguang's aunt's house, a family banquet was held to celebrate the return of the Radiant Knights. In attendance were not only those with ties to the Linguang family, but also the Rhodes Island Group. Unexpectedly, Maina and Tolan also came. The situation in Casimir has changed drastically now. Maina probably won't keep a low profile anymore, but will set off to find his brother and sister-in-law, who are the parents of the Linguang sisters. The parents of the Linguang sisters are just missing, and they are probably not dead. They may be trapped somewhere. If they were in Casimir back then, the situation in Casimir would definitely not be so bad. Amaya. Long time no see. Hello, Mr. Shen, don't be so polite, I told you, Shen Fei said, and touched Amaya's ears. Although her ears looked a little strange, they were unexpectedly soft and comfortable to touch. Mr. Shen, Amaya pushed his hand away with some dissatisfaction. Okay, I got it, thank you. The Apostle Trio, Shining, Lin Guang, and Nightingale came over together. It seemed that the doctor had told them all about the situation. Naturally, the 3 of them did not want to separate if it was not necessary. So there was no need to separate now. You're welcome. This is nothing to me. Besides, if you want to truly change Casimir and the continent of Terra, you all know what the most important thing to do is right now. A cure must be found for mineral disease, otherwise everything is empty talk. Just like in the original plot, Yan Wei and others cooperated with the Supervisory Council to collect evidence of the crimes of the No-Head Alliance Commercial Federation for legal identity. But the identity can be legalized, and what about the argonium crystals on the body? Originally, this matter was very difficult, but the appearance of Shen Fei brought hope, real hope. Mr. Shen, there is something I want to trouble you with, Aunt Zofia, Lin Guang suddenly spoke. I told you to call me sister. Zofia, who was standing nearby, heard Margaret call her that and quickly corrected her. Although she was Margaret's aunt, she was not much older than Margaret and her sisters. Calling her aunt was obviously old-fashioned. Women were very concerned about their age. This was true for all women. Being forever 17 was normal, even for Kaltsit. If you dared to bring up such topics in front of her, you would either get a grip strength meter warning or hear the corpse speak. Sister Zofia's arm was seriously injured in a night competition. Lin Guang immediately corrected himself and gave a brief account of Zofia's condition. No problem, Shen Fei said as he walked over to Zofia's side and whipped her. If she stood with the Lin Guang sisters, she would easily be mistaken for one of the 3 Lin Guang sisters. Beautiful lady, may I lend you my hand? As he spoke, Shen Fei lifted up Zofia's left hand. She was left-handed until her left hand was seriously injured, so she switched to using her right hand. Although her strength had declined, she was still not a weakling. Is there a quiet room? The injury on Zofia's left hand was nothing to Shen Fei, and it could be cured in a short time. However, seeing that there were many people at the scene, Shen Fei decided to avoid it. Yes, here, Maria said hurriedly. She also understood that Shen Fei could heal Zofia's left hand. Sister Zofia, is your hand okay? Soon Shen Fei and Zofia came out of the room. In the eyes of others, this was the effect of his originium skills. Well, as long as you don't exert any effort within a week, you will be completely healed. That's great, dear audience. Today's match is between the Radiant Knight and the Candle Knight. As time passed, the special tournament officially opened, and Big Mouth Mob was still the host. Chapter 940, The Radiant Knight Arrives, Part 2. Glorious Knight Margaret Linguang, hailing from the Linguang family, known for their Golden Pegasus, is a two-time champion of the Special Championship. Many foreigners might not understand what a Golden Pegasus is, so here's a brief introduction. Candle Knight, the elegant light of Lithuania, earned his knighthood upon his first knightly competition. Later, in his first Special Championship, he was awarded the single-word title of Grand Knight. He's one of the 10 youngest Grand Knights in history, and has been nominated for the most popular knight numerous times, winning 18 individual honors. In the central arena of Grand Knights Cavalilia, as Glory Knight and Candle Knight took the stage, Big Mouth Mob began to introduce their origins. The rules of the Special Championship, such as the ability for spectators to purchase supplies to support their side or disrupt the enemy, and the practice of betting, can't be changed quickly. After all, this has been a decades-long tradition, and changes require a gradual approach. However, the commentary can be altered. Big Mouth Mob's job here is to praise Glory Knight and Candle Knight, raising their popularity and prestige. The previous Chamber of Commerce would definitely not have done this. They only wanted to undermine the prestige of the Radiant Knights. Beyond this, there's also the matter of not targeting the infected knights. While the commentator's position isn't high, it's crucial. Subtly influencing someone can change their attitudes, a tactic the Chamber of Commerce previously employed. Big Mouth Mob is a competent commentator, and he's also looking for a better life, even wanting to bring his mother to live in the Great Knight territory. So Shen Fei didn't mind giving him this opportunity. In other words, Shen Fei sees nothing wrong with living in the countryside. Compared to the bustling city, it's actually much quieter. This leads to the situation where rural residents desperately flock to the cities, while many wealthy individuals flee to the countryside, a fascinating phenomenon. Unfortunately, this doesn't work on the continent of Terra. Natural disasters are given in this world, and the resilience of large cities to these disasters is far superior to that of rural areas. Not to mention the originium beasts spawned by the natural disaster, as well as bandits, bounty hunters, and the like. Living a peaceful life on Terra is incredibly difficult. Oh, I've never seen such enthusiasm. I have to share a statistic. Before the match even begins, this match has already attracted the most attention of any tournament this year. Also, during the match, we'll randomly draw 10 spectators to receive a special gift. Who will be the lucky winner? It seems like no one cares about this. So, let's enjoy this tournament's first Grand Knight versus Grand Knight clash. After Big Mouth Mob finished speaking, Shining Knight Lin Guang and Candle Knight arrived at the center of the ring. However, they didn't immediately engage in combat, instead engaging in a conversation. I didn't expect you to come along. Are you interested in showing up on stage? While Shining Knight and Candle Knight were chatting, Shen Fei approached Caproni, dressed in black. She had also arrived in Casimir. Speaking of which, the Black Knights have now arrived on Rhodes Island. Inciotis is now an operator, Silver Ash. As Silver Ash's bodyguard, she naturally came along. Together with Gnosis and Hatsuyuki, who has also submitted her resume, the three siblings will soon meet on Rhodes Island. This means the Black Knight's implementation is only a matter of time. You took down the Commerce Federation in such a short time. I'm curious how you did it. Just enough power, sufficient power, like Yelligand. The Snow Mountain incident and Yelligand's divine manifestation naturally made many people aware of the god's existence, which put Silver Ash at ease. Silver Ash had previously worried that Jared would be targeted by other forces when his strength was weak, and he was eager to develop him. However, with Yelligand's appearance, anyone looking to target Jared would be on guard. This provided Jared with a stabilizing force, freeing Silver Ash from the need to rush to develop Jared. This was likely the reason he was able to become an operator on Rhodes Island. That's about right, Shen Fei nodded gently. This is truly interesting, the Black Knight said, his gaze shifting to the ring. After a brief exchange, Radiant Knight and Candle Knight finally engaged. In that moment, both displayed exceptional martial skill and speed. The clash of swords and spears held a rare beauty, perhaps due to the fact that both combatants were exceptionally beautiful women. Battle, beauty, That's Rita's fighting philosophy. The Black Knight glanced at Candle Knight with some surprise. She and Candle Knight were both from Lithuania, but unlike her, Candle Knight possessed a powerful magical talent. While such individuals typically specialized in magic, Candle Knight's swordsmanship was also exceptional. Light, heat, and darkness, Candle Knight's originium arts possess numerous attributes. Unfortunately, this time, the light aspect chose the wrong opponent. As the battle progressed, Candle Knight took the lead in unleashing his originium arts. A candle, seemingly inexplicably, appeared in his left hand, flickering faintly, as if on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Unfortunately, even though it looked like it would go out at any moment, the candlelight still persisted. This candlelight probably symbolized the Candle Knight himself, who would persist even in the midst of turbulent waves. The Candle Knight himself was the illegitimate child of a Lithuanian noble. For nobles, illegitimate children were generally a very normal thing, and it was abnormal not to have one. Unfortunately, this only applied to other places. In Lithuania, it was a completely different matter. There, illegitimate children were taboo, and they would either be secretly exiled or executed, even for great nobles. Although Shen Fei did not know the origins of the Candle Knight's parents, from the fact that she was the adopted daughter of the Grand Knight Russell, it was known that her status in Lithuania should not be too low. This is considered the Grand Fireball technique, isn't it? This power is completely different from the game. It's the Candle Knight with the added attributes from the Crisis contract. Relying on the candlelight, the Candle Knight's attacks were no longer limited to swordsmanship, but also began to unleash magical attacks. A blazing fireball nearly 2 meters in diameter forced Margaret to use her originium technique to split the blaze. I'm deeply disappointed to arrive in Casimir. Sir Glory Knight, can you tell me what a true knight is? The two continued their conversation throughout the battle. Candle Knight now looked a little bewildered. Knight novels had been her childhood companions, so upon learning of the prospect of traveling to Casimir, she had been thrilled. However, upon arriving in Casimir, she felt only disappointment. Real knights were completely different from the knights in books. A knight is a noble being who illuminates the entire earth. If uttered by anyone else, this statement might have seemed presumptuous and elicited ridicule, but from the mouth of Glory Knight Lin Guang, it took on a completely different meaning, possessing a compelling charm. Shen Fei was equally impressed by the statement. It was largely because of this that he was able to accomplish this for Lin Guang. In Casimir, Lin Guang was a lone hero, but now that he had appeared, he wouldn't be. Not everyone can illuminate the entire land, Radiant Knight. Most are but small candles, barely illuminating the path of their own lives. Furthermore, some don't even have a candle. In this age where people have lost themselves and remain unaware, is it truly possible to illuminate the entire land? Viviana, are you questioning yourself? I was once just like you. When I was first exiled from Casimir, I too was lost. But fortunately, I met them, and I learned that I'm not alone in this land. There is a group of people who steadfastly forge ahead. Even when the future is bumpy and bleak, they never waver in their faith. Rhodes Island, the Candle Knight said slowly. Yes, they are. I'm quite curious, but before that, the Candle Knight said, his words changing to Lithuania's native tongue. If your faith is truly as unshakable as the sun, please allow a tiny candle like me to try to steal your light for a moment. Like a mantra, the faint candlelight in his left hand instantly illuminated the entire arena. Very impressive originium skills. His talent for originium skills is excellent, if not exceptional. However, it's impossible to defeat the Radiant Knight with light. Speaking of which, Rhodes Island is welcoming a new operator to the island. Is he a guardian or a sorcerer? Although the arena was far away and most people couldn't understand the conversation between the Radiant Knight and the Candle Knight, Shen Fei could still hear it. Just by listening to their conversation, he knew that the Candle Knight was coming to the island and that the Radiant Knight had gained a die-hard fan. As someone who had been reading knight novels since childhood and admired true knights, it's easy to imagine what choice he would make when encountering a true knight. In the original storyline, Candle Knight was exiled by the Commerce Union for aiding Radiant Knight. It's a remarkable strength in Casimir. Remember, Candle Knight's backer is Grand Knight Russell, yet even they were exiled. But that was back then, now there's no Commerce Union to interfere. This is a clash of light. Both knights are using originium techniques. As Candle Knight unleashed his full originium technique, Radiance Knight followed suit, and a battle of light ensued. Did you see through Candle Knight's originium technique? That light-devouring sword strike is somewhat like the sunshade sword, but unfortunately, it was illuminated by the light. Candle Knight's light was a preparation for her subsequent attack. The sudden change from extremely bright to extremely dim would require a normal person to adapt. I surrender. Seeing his strike blocked, Candle Knight conceded decisively, but his expression showed no trace of defeat. Instead, he seemed pleased. Knight shining triumphs. What a spectacular duel of knights. A duel of light, undoubtedly. That was the theme of this tournament. A faint candlelight defying a vast radiance. Even non-professionals in the field of Arginium arts would have recognized the exceptional skill of these two knights. As the match concluded, Big Mouth Mob immediately launched into his professional commentary. Unfortunately, he failed to grasp that this Arginium arts duel wasn't a duel of light at all. But that wasn't his fault, considering he was just an ordinary person. Only a few powerful individuals present could discern the true nature of the previous duel. Even someone like the left-handed knight couldn't discern the truth. Dear audience, this year's special championship has seen a record-breaking attendance. Every time this happens, I can't help but feel a pity. It would be so wonderful if such a wonderful scene could be shared by people from all over the world, just like in science fiction. Finally, Big Mouth Mob sighed in disappointment. On Terra, there are all sorts of novels. Basically, every genre is available, with science fiction being the most prevalent. Just like someone from Team Rainbow was curious about what science fiction in this world would be like, Shen Fei had been curious too. He had specifically watched some science fiction movies and novels for this very reason, and discovered that a basic requirement for science fiction was that all nations on Terra could freely communicate online. It was a great idea, but implementing it wasn't easy, not to mention the impact of a natural disaster, even without one. Even Dragon Gate had footage of the special championship, but most of it was replays. Come along. It's rare to have 3 champions at the same time. This is great news. After the match, Shen Fei immediately invited the Black Knight. Alright, after a moment's silence, the Black Knight immediately nodded and agreed. They're hyping this up again. These guys are so bored. As the Radiance Knight and the Candle Knight departed together, the newspapers naturally hyped them up, especially the tabloids, which resurfaced the story of the Candle Knight's red wine bath and his hundreds of handsome male servants. Even if these stories were extremely absurd, a normal person would understand with a little thought. After all, a red wine bath sounds incredibly unreliable. Wouldn't it be cloying to bathe in it? It's like a pool of wine and a forest of meat. A pool of wine is fine, but a forest of meat, wouldn't the meat stink? Unfortunately, most people enjoy this kind of behavior. The tabloids thrive on it. Come to think of it, Miggy claims to like the Candle Knight, but he can't even handle this. Everything he thinks is driven by profit. Given the Rose newspaper's position in Casimir, Miggy couldn't possibly have published such a story even if he wanted to, but he allowed it to happen. Perhaps it was all about profit. Let him sink. It was a waste to have Shen Fei go out of his way to trouble those tabloids. It would be much quicker to have Hong handle it later. It's a foursome now. Sure enough, when Shen Fei returned to Zophia's villa, he saw the Shining Knights, Shining, Nightingale, Lin Guang, and Candle Knight. Chapter 941, The Radiant Knight Arrives, and welcome to the special. Welcome to tonight's Casimir Knight Special Tournament. Everyone present knows the 2 players facing off today. He is the Radiant Knight Lin Guang, 2-time special champion. The other is a one-of-a-kind individual, even in the long history of knightly competition. Pure blood, sheer terror and power, a lone ranger from the deep grasslands, the last of the Kaksu, the nightmare chaser Tola. Both are independent knights, unsponsored by any corporation, without the training or support of a knightly order. They have reached this point solely on their own. The match between Radiant Knight and Nightmare Chaser was once again commented on by Big Mouth Mob. His rare appearance at the Central Special Tournament, coupled with the generous prize money, had necessitated considerable pre-match preparation. With a successful conclusion to this special, he would receive enough to bring his parents to the Great Knights territory for a comfortable life. Independent knights are rare in the Casimir arena, as generally speaking, even a modicum of fame attracts major corporations seeking endorsements for their products. Take the left-hand knight, for example. Every time he appears, his armor is covered in the labels of various major corporations, earning him the nickname Label Knight in private. He's naturally aware of this, but he doesn't care. In his previous life, someone criticized the left-hand knight's behavior. You laugh at the left-hand knight for match fixing, But the left-hand knight laughs at you for paying your mortgage, because he constantly endorses products from major corporations and consistently obeys the orders of the Commerce Federation, even arguably facilitating match fixing and betting. It's safe to say that among the many knights, even the Grand Knights, few possess the wealth of the left-hand knight. Becoming an independent knight in Casimir is incredibly difficult, especially after the rise of the Black Knight and the Radiant Knight. The Commerce Federation is so strict in this regard that even a Blood Knight has the backing of a major knightly order. Flamtail has the Red Pine Knights, a small order, but still a knightly order. Just look at Xiao Guang. After she joined the battle, many corporations approached her, and Markowitz was one of them. Naturally, someone from the Nightmare Chaser Knights also approached him. Of course, Tora wasn't interested and didn't take further action. Perhaps realizing the high price to pay for dealing with Tora, and since his identity wasn't as sensitive as Xiao Guang's, he simply let it go. Finally, I've been waiting for this day, Golden Pegasus. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? The knights of this city are truly disappointing. In the ring, Nightmare Chaser Knight Tora, before the match began, gave Lin Guang a formal knight salute. Tora, always pursuing the heavenly path, had come to Casimir precisely to challenge the Golden Pegasus. When Nightmare Khan led the Keshig on his expedition, they swept across the land undefeated. Ursus, Gual, and Victoria all fell to the Keshig's expeditionary force, but only in Casimir did they fall to the Golden Pegasus. As a descendant of the Keshig, Tora naturally wanted to witness the Golden Pegasus with his own eyes. Shen Fei was naturally aware of this legend in Casimir. He speculated that Nightmare Khan's defeat in the duel with the Golden Pegasus didn't affect his expedition. Otherwise the Keksu expedition wouldn't have happened. The Keksu army was truly formidable back then. The only regret was that they seemingly never encountered the Yan nation, otherwise the expedition would have been aborted. The Keksu fought across much of Terra, but the reason they didn't encounter the Yan nation was likely due to the vast distance. After all, without high-speed land-based warships or aircraft, encountering the Yan nation would have been extremely difficult. However, that happened many years ago, and Nightmare Khan ultimately led his army to fight the demons. Whether he still existed was uncertain. Boom boom boom. After the Radiance Knight gave Tola a knight salute, the two exchanged few words before the battle began. This time, Lin Guang faced a different opponent than the Candle Knight. The Nightmare Chaser Knight was a true warrior bred from the depths of battle, akin to the Black Knight. The battle between the two gave the impression of a brutal battle on a battlefield. Neither side utilized originium techniques, relying solely on pure martial arts. As the two fought, the arena was instantly ravaged, the ground pockmarked with potholes. While the arena where the two fought was a Tifa arena, it was quite large, a full football field in size. After all, both were powerful knights, and a smaller area wouldn't have allowed them to fully display their skills. Amazing. I knew Nightmare Chaser was strong, a true champion, one spectator exclaimed, watching the exciting battle. Me too. I bet 400 gold on him, another spectator seemed incredibly excited. I bet on Glory Knight. What? Aren't you rooting for Nightmare Chaser? I am rooting for him, but it's clearly the Glory Knight who's stronger now. Who's going to win? Nonsense. Nightmare Chaser will definitely win, the spectator who bet 400 gold coins excitedly shouted. As the two argued, others joined in. While many supported the Knight of Glory, many also supported the Knight of Nightmare. They're really rich, but that's true. There are no poor people who can attend this special tournament. It's true that changing Casimir isn't a one-day job. The clamor of the audience left Shen Fei speechless. Casimir's currency was primarily gold, and every special tournament was a bonanza for the Commerce Federation. The ticket sales alone were a significant revenue source. A single ticket to the special tournament cost 300 gold coins. Within the No-Horn Alliance, the value of an infected corpse was enormous. If it was an infected knight, the price doubled. This was a measure taken by the Commerce Federation to limit the number of infected knights a Grand Knight could command. Because of their immense value, even members of the No-Horn Alliance would kill their own members to raise bounties. Indeed, the No-Horn Alliance had a significant number of infected. The infected were the easiest to bribe. What is this? The arguing group suddenly felt a palpitation. Fear, a sudden surge of fear, spread through every spectator. This is somewhat similar to the abilities of Ursus's inner guards. The various tribes of Terra, the demons from beyond the realm, this world truly holds so many secrets. Shen Fei, who had clashed with Ursus's inner guards before, felt Tora's Originium skills and had a vague thought in his mind. I'm curious, are there really Curantists from the Golden Academy in this world? But, Night Yao, since you're not just a name, let reality make way for me. A dark shadow appeared behind Tora, seemingly absorbing all the light. With a single step, a powerful wave of air radiated in all directions. Tora then swung his long sword, shrouded in black light, with both hands. I'm sorry, my blood is red. Sensing Tora's powerful aura and the illusion of a sea of blood and corpses, Lin Guang raised her left hand, and a miniature golden sword and spear appeared in her palm. As the light spread, the light from the miniature golden sword and spear merged into the sword and spear in her hand. This is against the rules. The changes in the arena left Big Mouth Mob somewhat bewildered. According to arena rules, the match should have been suspended in this situation. However, after seeing the spokesperson shaking his head, Big Mouth Mob fell silent. When he became the commentator for the special tournament, Big Mouth Mob had already warned himself not to be as outspoken as a certain senior, lest he disappear without a trace. Boom! A loud noise echoed through the arena, causing many to cover their ears. At the same time, the shimmering light from the collision of golden and black light caused most of the crowd to close their eyes, leaving only a few able to watch the scene. The aftermath of the collision caused both the Radiant Knight and the Nightmare Chaser Knight to involuntarily step back several steps, though Tora retreated a few more steps than Lin Guang. What a beautiful strike! You've seen life and death, endured cruelty, and won't be shaken by fear. You're completely different from these rubbish, powerful enemies, and insurmountable odds aren't terrifying. The numbness and self-degradation this city reveals are far more terrifying. Casimir is truly repulsive these days. So, continue. Let's show these people what they've been watching, Tora said, preparing to attack again. In his eyes, there's no such thing as winning or losing in a match. Life and death are the true outcome. That's it. Just as Tora was about to continue, a bloody shadow streaked across the sky, tearing the ground in front of him. A blood-red axe stood before him, and then a towering figure in blood-red armor slowly stepped out from the side. It was the Blood Knight. Are you coming too? Tora looked at the Blood Knight, his expression unchanged. I said it's over. You've already lost. Your next opponent is me, and my next opponent is her. You seem to say I definitely lose to you. Tora's expression wavered slightly. Of course, how could a phantom of the past defeat me? The present is always the one that strikes fear, the Blood Knight said, picking up the great axe from the ground. Turning to look at Lin Guang, he continued, Infected, I await the day of my final battle with you. Bang! Without even glancing back, the Blood Knight swung his axe backward, blocking a blow from Tora behind him. Then, without even a glance at Tora, he headed down the ring. See you in the arena, were the Blood Knight's last words before leaving the ring, though it's unclear to whom he addressed them. Ho ha ho ha! Tora burst into laughter as he watched the Blood Knight leave the ring, then walked away without a backward glance. What a dazzling sight! I didn't expect the Blood Knight to stop it. Now, I officially declare the winner to be the brilliant Knight Lin Guang. Seeing the match finally over, Big Mouth Mob wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing serious had happened. For Big Mouth Mob, the changes in the Commerce Union were beyond his reach, so he naturally assumed the current style of the Commerce Union remained the same. The blood has lost its vitality. Is this erosion? Lin Guang looks like he's in for a tough fight. He looked at the ground where the Blood Knight's axe had struck. The earth was dry, and traces of blood oozed from it. Such originium techniques would undoubtedly be extremely troublesome in combat. After all, a battle with a Blood Knight of his strength was inevitable without bloodshed. However, this battle was unavoidable for Lin Guang. On the contrary, it held great significance, a battle between two infected champions. In the past, the Commerce Union would have done its utmost to prevent it. On his side, he naturally did his best to facilitate it. Even Lin Guang's true identity as an infected had not been revealed until now. This was a decision he had made with a doctor. Revealing Lin Guang's identity now was a mixed blessing, but without the Commerce Union to disrupt him, it was natural that his identity would be revealed at the most crucial moment. For example, when it came to the possibility of a cure for Ord disease, it was widely acknowledged on Terra that Ord disease was incurable. Furthermore, many infected had suffered losses from this, and some even used the guise of a cure to profit. Desperate individuals seeking medical treatment were common in any world, and even the nobles, not to mention the lowest class of infected, were often deceived. Shen Fei was extremely confident in his ability to cure Ord disease. He even joked that even if the current world couldn't cure it, he could continue exploring new worlds and eventually discover a cure. Lin Guang's claim of a complete cure for Ord disease would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. Furthermore, since he was a glory knight, skepticism would undoubtedly be minimized. Even the Blood Knight, whose participation in the competition and subsequent formation of the infected knights was influenced by the previous glory knight Lin Guang, was also an infected knight, and both were special championship champions. Why was glory knight Lin Guang so much more famous than the Blood Knight? Even among the infected, the vast majority favored the glory knight. For many infected, the Blood Knights, despite fighting for their rights, have now become resigned to the status quo. However, the Radiant Knights are different. They represent struggle. The rights of the infected require constant struggle, not just handouts. Lin Guang, though reluctant to lie, agreed after hearing the doctor's reasons. She had come back with the intention of revealing her true identity. Lin Guang was a bit naive. She didn't have the oripathy herself, and it wasn't something she discovered herself. She had always believed she had it, after all, because her grandfather had told her. Even without the symptoms, she'd assumed it wasn't serious. It wasn't until she met the apostles, Shining and Nightingale, that she finally understood. This injury isn't a big deal. Upon returning to Zophia's house, Shen Fei healed Lin Guang's injuries from a previous match. The Blood Knights are a formidable opponent, Zophia recounted to Lin Guang, recounting the Blood Knights' victories. He was the busiest person at the tournament, constantly watching match replays. As for Xia Guang, she was naturally still immersed in her hobbies. She was also one of those who would come to the island later. After all, Rhodes Island was home to artisans from all over, many of whom were masters. Unfortunately, Whipblade Zophia couldn't come to the island for the time being, as she had to participate in the reforms of Casimir as a member of the Lin Guang family. After all, the three heirs of the Lin Guang family, Mina, Lin Guang, and Xia Guang, were all leaving. Mina was going to search for her eldest brother and sister-in-law, while Lin Guang and Xia Guang were going to Rhodes Island. Of course, this was only temporary. Once Casimir was ready, she would probably be able to come to the island. Chapter 942, Victoria Incident, Part 1. Welcome to the Casimir Special Championship. I'm your old friend Big Mouth Mob. I believe everyone knows who the two knights in today's competition are. That is the Blood Knight Decaopolis, who is from the Red Lantern Knights and has the Red Goblet of Casimir. With him, the infected knights officially join the Special Championship. The other one is the Nightmare Knight Tora, who lost to the Radiant Knight in a hard fight yesterday. Both sides have extremely powerful strength. What kind of sparks will the powerful Blood Knight and a legendary Nightmare collide with? I think everyone should be very much looking forward to it. There is no Knight Order to belong to, no sponsor to sponsor. God, why did you let go of such a big piece of pie? Who will create a Knight Order for him? Who will definitely make a lot of money? See you again, Nightmare. Are you still chasing the phantom of the past? The Blood Knight and the Nightmare Knight ignored Big Mouth Mob. When they stepped onto the ring, they only had eyes for each other. Where's your aura from yesterday? Compared to when he faced the Radiant Knight Lin Guang, Tora's momentum was less pronounced. Perhaps the Blood Knight's words had left him feeling lost. Minoan, when my people lashed out against the old times, your heroes fell before the Khan's armies. After a long pause, Tora spoke. Then where is your Khan? Where are your proud compatriots now? The Blood Knight interrupted, demanding. Tora fell silent again. You are nothing but a nightmare living in the past, a pitiful creature. At this point, the Blood Knight sighed softly. Minoan, infected, why do you fight? For once, Tora didn't react with anger. Instead, he questioned the Blood Knight's philosophy, seemingly listening. To survive. Although they hailed me as a hero and a role model, my original purpose was simply to survive. The Blood Knight expressed the infected's greatest wish. A hero of the infected? You're fighting for your compatriots. Tora wasn't one of the infected, so he wasn't entirely familiar with their plight, though even if you were, it would be similar. We're not related by blood, nor do we share the same relationship. We simply suffer from the same disease. But their plight strikes me with compassion, so I go to save them, to find a way out for everyone. With his strength, a Blood Knight could have lived well even without becoming a tournament knight of Casimir. However, after witnessing the plight of the infected in Casimir and hearing the legends of the Radiant Knights, he decided to join the tournaments. Haha, how ridiculous. Saving them when they're not our compatriots? Has the grasslands of Casimir already been divided between the infected and foreigners? Where are the people of Casimir, and where are the Golden Pegasus? The nightmare chaser Tor suddenly erupted in anger, his longsword wielding a murderous aura slashing at the Blood Knight. He felt insulted that a nation that had once defeated the Nightmare Khan now depended on a foreign Minos for salvation. When sparks flew, and both men involuntarily took 2 steps back. Unlike the Blood Knight's effortless response yesterday, Tor's strength had been significantly depleted from his fierce battle with the Radiant Knight. In true strength, while Nightmare Chaser Knight wasn't as strong as the Radiant Knight and the Blood Knight, the gap wasn't too significant. In pure strength, Tora was probably the solo knight. But since he was an independent knight, he naturally didn't mind. What a grueling battle. The artificial stone was shattered like stone. The site, just repaired yesterday, will probably need repairing again today. The knights' clash inevitably caused damage to the site. To address this issue, the Chamber of Commerce had a team of civil engineering mages dedicated to swift repairs. Is this the commercial center of Casimir? It's bustling. While the fierce battle raged in the central arena, Shen Fei, the doctor, Amaya, and the others strolled through Casimir's commercial streets. Furin was thrilled to see the bustling streets. After all, as an infected person, it was difficult to appear openly in commercial streets. The attitudes of all Terran nations towards the infected were similar, with the exception of Yan Nation. The fact that he was able to come out today was due to several days of advance application, which finally got the approval of the Supervisory Council. While Shen Fei's influence in Casimir made this easy, he couldn't intervene. Just like what Lord Russell had said to Flamatail in the original plot, proving identity was easy, but what about the crystals on his body? This wasn't something that could be solved by simply passing laws. If it were that simple, Ursus wouldn't be so chaotic. Today's shopping trip was a reward for the medical operators who had been busy since arriving in Casimir. With the exception of Amaya, everyone present was a medical operator. The doctor was an expert in oropathy, so he naturally counted as a medical operator, and the same was true for Shen Fei. Strictly speaking, this is just one of the hundreds of commercial centers under the Grand Knights, Li explained with a smile. There's too much junk food here. It's either a popcorn shop or a hamburger joint. That's unacceptable, it's unhealthy. After a brief moment of excitement, Furin frowned at the shop signs lining the street. It's because there's an arena nearby. Amaya immediately discovered the reason. Yes, the arena is the core of Casimir's business district. That's what this so-called nightly competition is all about, Li said, glancing at the large screen on the side of the street. It was showing the battle between the Blood Knights and the Nightmare Chaser Knights, and quite a few people were watching. After all, the entrance ticket, which cost 300 gold coins, wasn't something everyone could afford. Dr. Amaya, you can't eat that junk food. Furin's words caused the doctor and Amaya to frown secretly, but neither of them let Furin see, otherwise they would probably get another lecture. At Site Zero, word has spread among the infected that Rhodes Island has 2 demonic doctors. It goes without saying who they are, Fleur and Gavil. Some patients, upon seeing them, immediately turn and flee, but unfortunately, they're powerless. Gavil's power goes without saying. Even though Fleur looks delicate, she's still a Sarkaz, possessing considerable strength. The same goes for Nightingale. There's arguably no one in Rhodes Island more fragile than Nightingale, yet her strength is unmatched. This is a Lin Guang figure. So cute, wow, so cute. Strolling along, they came across a shop selling action figures. Seeing the Lin Guang figure, Nightingale immediately approached, and Fleur followed suit. Are all these Lin Guangs? Amaya glanced around the shop, finding it almost entirely filled with Lin Guang merchandise. Her face filled with disbelief. Dear guests, are you fans of the Radiant Knight? Then you have come to the right place. This is the Radiant Knight peripheral store. I can say with certainty that there is no better selection than this in the entire Casimir. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Once the Radiant Knight defeats the Wind Knight, the supplier will refine the originium and carve souvenirs. You can pay a deposit in advance. I believe the Radiant Knight will definitely win. Today is the semi-final of this special tournament. Lin Guang is also appearing. Although his opponent is a single-word knight and his strength is not weak, there is still some gap compared to Tora, so naturally everyone will not worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. Has the Radiant Knight used a shield? But this is also possible. When Nightingale asked if there were any S.H.I.E.L.D-related figurines, the owner was confused for a moment, but then immediately realized that this was also a business opportunity. Are you using Longman coins? Let me calculate. I'll take the change off. 1,300,000. After the group parted ways with Lin Guang's action figures and merchandise, they checked out and found the figures quite staggering. Nightingale's choice of the Lin Guang action figure, said to be the store's most valuable, accounted for 80% of the price. Even so, Nightingale bought it without hesitation. As a medical operator at Rhodes Island, Nightingale earned a very good salary. After all, Rhodes Island was a legitimate medical company, not some shady factory, so the staff naturally received a salary that was comparable to other similar companies. Actuals are really lucrative. Shen Fei was well aware of the profits from action figures and models. He had made his living there himself. Is this the start of a decisive battle? On the screen, Nightmare Chaser Tor suddenly stood still after the Blood Knight's angry roar. Although he didn't move, a large amount of black mist appeared behind him, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Nightmare, in the history of your dreams, in the millennia since then, has there ever been a single hope for the infected? Nightmare, who calls himself the Keksu, where's your Khan? Tell him to come forward. The history of the infected is a history of persecution, a reality consistent throughout all ages. According to some, it began as early as the advent of law. My family is dead, my people are lost. Tora is the last Keksu, not because he is the only one left of his people, but because in this era, he is the only pure blood pursuing the heavenly path. The others have long forgotten the Khan. After all, thousands of years have passed. The Khan is on the tip of my blade. I am my own Khan. Come. As Tora finished speaking, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the black mist behind him, dozens of soldiers in armor, holding high banners. It was an army. Is this the obsession you hold within you? The same words rang out from two mouths. One was the Blood Knight, the other the Radiant Knight. Lin Guang's battle was over, and she was the natural victor. The Wind Knight, as his title suggests, excels at speed, but unfortunately, Lin Guang is Kuranta. Flags flutter, horns sound, an army, a nation, a history. Is that why you abandon the present and seek death like a madman? You lack the courage to face your fate. Seeing the Keshigami with his own eyes, even if it was just an illusion, filled the Blood Knight with deep emotion. As he spoke, he brandished his great axe and charged into the black fog. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of fierce fighting echoed through the black fog, and then the Blood Knight retreated. His blood-red armor was now ripped and torn in many places, and red blood flowed from the wounds. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether it was the color of armor or blood. Even a Blood Knight could not completely defend himself against so many opponents. Though they were illusions, they were also real entities and could inflict damage. Fall. As Tor advanced, the phantoms behind him followed suit. At this moment, it was like an army charging. You wounded me, but my blood also stained your weapon. Facing Tora's attack, the blood-red greatsword in the Blood Knight's hand suddenly turned even crimson red, and numerous blood-red streaks appeared on the field. The blood spilled from the Blood Knight's earlier injuries. Boom. With a blood-red slash that filled nearly the entire arena, the arena was instantly destroyed. The black mist and phantoms behind Tora vanished without a trace, leaving only Tora standing firmly. What's going on? Why is Nightmare Chaser still standing? Did he block that blow? Big Mouth Mob cried out upon seeing this. The match is over. He's unconscious. Immediately after the Blood Knight finished speaking, the referee cautiously approached Tora. After confirming his unconsciousness, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, medical personnel rushed over and carried Tora away. Blood Knight, with the Blood Knight's victory, a magnificent voice rang out at the competition site and outside the stadium. All of them were calling the Blood Knight's name. Only a few of these people were ordinary people, and the rest were infected. Big Mouth Mob wanted to say something, but after taking a look at the spokesperson, he immediately shut his mouth. This is the infected hero, Blood Knight. Knight Yao, how are you going to deal with this image that overlaps with you? The Candle Knight, who was standing next to Knight Yao, said in a low voice. I am very happy that we are not fighting alone in this world. In places we can't see, there are still people with the same ideals as us who are fighting. I just want to take some of my compatriots away. Is that okay? At Plot Zero, Tolan went directly to Shen Fei. Of course, no problem. But as for compatriots, I have some here too. Don't forget that Bazooist is in Shen City, and many Sarkas have settled there. I'm sure they'll have a better life there. Besides, his condition can only be treated better in Rhodes Island. Shen Fei had originally had no concerns about the Sarkas, but after all, Emilio is the demon lord of the Sarkas. The Victoria incident was about to begin, and as the demon lord of the Sarkas, how could she survive without Sarkas followers? Tracy's had many members of the various royal courts, and fortunately, Emilio was not without supporters. The Patriot, Bazooist, Wendigos were also part of the 10 royal courts in S.H.I.E.L D, but that was in the past. The Patriots left and took almost all the Wendigo with them. There are no Wendigo left in S.H.I.E.L D now. Chapter 943 Victoria Incident, Part 2. Everyone here and watching on TV, good evening, and welcome to the 24th Casimir Night Special Tournament. I'm your old friend, Big Mouth Mob. After countless challenges and struggles, countless victories and defeats, tonight, after 3 years, Casimir will crown another champion. Tonight will be a sleepless night for Casimir. Tonight, new legends and heroes will be born. Tonight's matches will also set countless records overnight, while the number of spectators, cumulative traffic, and single-day sales will all exceed those of all previous special tournaments. This is the first time in nearly 20 years that 2 past champion knights, also 2 infected knights, will meet in the finals. These are 2 of Casimir's most powerful Grand Knights. For those of you fortunate enough to be here, please don't forget any of the moments you witness. This is a duel that needs no introduction. Let us welcome our champions, starting with the Blood Knight Takeopolis, in the central arena of Grand Knight Casimir. As the Blood Knight ascended, countless roars erupted. At that moment, infected and ordinary people alike, the only words on everyone's lips were Blood Knight. Then comes the brilliant Knight Margaret Linguang. The moment Linguang appeared, the crowd's voices shifted to the brilliant knights. What a rare sight, isn't it? Charnai, from a high tower at one side of the arena, Shen Fei observed the cheers below and said to Charnai, "They are all very respectable knights," Charnai said slowly. "You are also a respectable person. Without you, there would be no infected knight system today." Charnai was a truly remarkable man. Although he held a low position in the Commerce Union, it was because of him that the infected knight system came into being. Back then, as an infected, the Blood Knight participated in the Grand Knights competition. Given the precedent set by brilliant Knight Linguang, the Commerce Union naturally wouldn't allow another infected knight to become champion. However, after Charnai's persuasion, the Commerce Union finally agreed. The reason was simple: profit. After discovering that Charn's plan could yield even greater profits for the Commerce Federation, while some still disagreed, more people came to agree. The Commerce Federation wouldn't let money get in the way. Many assumed the emergence of the infected knights was primarily due to the Blood Knight's strength, but few knew that this seemingly insignificant figure, Charn, played a crucial role. Shen Fei only discovered this after compiling intelligence on the Commerce Federation. "Sir, thank you for the compliment. I only did a small, insignificant thing. Don't be so modest in front of me. There are things others may not know, but I do." He was deeply impressed by the man who, in the end, had sacrificed his life to teach Markovitz a lesson. "I'll trouble you with the rest of this. Also, someone will be coming to study later. Please take care of them." The person coming to study was, of course, Jerig's little squirrel. Shen Fei had originally intended to send her to Longman to work and study, but Casimir was a better fit. "I once thought Casimir would never change, but I didn't expect Casimir to have completely transformed in such a short time." On the ring, the Blood Knight removed his red helmet and looked at the radiant Knight Linguang with a complicated expression. Although he had been drawn to the radiant Knight Linguang's ideals from the small town on the outskirts of Casimir to the Great Knight territory, that didn't mean he was completely sold on Linguang's ideals. In fact, the infected's participation in knight competitions has been around for a long time, though it was kept secret and mostly confined to the smaller cities of Casimir. As long as the originium crystals weren't visible on the body surface, they could bribe the staff to ignore them and gain a chance to compete. In some places, staff even colluded with the infected, as their originium skills were generally superior to those of the uninfected. This allowed them to manipulate the competitions and reap enormous rewards. This was exactly how the Blood Knight had been competing when he first started. His agent had always been against him going to the Great Knight territory, but he finally came. The Blood Knight was a deeply pragmatic man. While his ideals were noble, they offered no benefit to the current situation of the infected. On the contrary, the infected knights he founded at Charn's suggestion significantly transformed the lives of the infected in Casimir. It was precisely because of this that he was able to perceive the changes in Casimir so quickly. For example, negative news about the infected in newspapers and online disappeared instantly. Furthermore, the Supervisory Council arrested numerous individuals from the Chamber of Commerce, the National Council, and even within the Supervisory Council itself. Ordinary people wouldn't pay much attention to these news events. They were focused on the Candle Knight's wine baths, his hundreds of servants, and the post-match trysts between the Shining Knights and the Candle Knights. Thanks to this, the horrible Martin Bar quickly became famous, so much so that the once sparsely populated bar was now packed nearly every night. "I have a very good group of companions," Lin Guang said after a long silence. Lin Guang naturally understood the reason behind Casimir's transformation, and she wouldn't call Shen Fei's methods unjust. Over her years on Rhodes Island, she'd witnessed countless disasters, and in most of them, the assistance Rhodes Island could offer was a drop in the bucket. For example, when an Arginium disaster struck a certain region, the best Rhodes Island could do was treat the most severely infected, leaving little room for improvement. Rhodes Island, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd find it hard to believe that a pharmaceutical company would be willing to go this far in helping the infected. As an infected himself, the Blood Knight was well aware of Rhodes Island's actions within the Grand Knight territory, having even received treatment there himself. This knowledge gave him immense respect. Treatments for the infected were readily available at numerous pharmaceutical companies across Terra, and even pain-relieving medications, even without requiring high efficacy, fetched a hefty price. However, Rhodes Island, despite possessing the best medication for the infected, had always been selling it at a reasonable price. On the black market, Rhodes Island's therapeutic drugs are in high demand, attracting high prices. Did you see that Silver Ash's company manager embezzled the drugs he purchased and sold them on the black market? Why did he do this? Naturally, they were making a lucrative profit. Some infected patients even bought drugs from Rhodes Island and resold them, which naturally led to investigations by Rhodes Island's operators. Rhodes Island, Your Excellency is always welcome. Rhodes Island naturally welcomed a figure like the Blood Knight. Begin. I anticipate this will be a truly unforgettable match, please. As they spoke, the two attacked almost simultaneously, swords, spears, and great axes clashing fiercely. In this battle, both men brought their full strength to bear, and with Casimir's current state, neither had to worry about other matters. What was that? A blood spear? I didn't expect His Excellency the Blood Knight to be the first to cast a spell. That's a radiance. The Radiant Knights are also casting spells, countering spells with spells. Ah, my eyes, what just happened? I didn't see clearly. Can someone explain? The shimmering light created by the collision of golden light and blood-red spears caused the audience, even those watching on TV, to close their eyes. Exquisite spell control, and that reaction just now, Radiant Knight, this isn't something you can learn in night training or night competitions. I'm truly curious about what you've been through in the 6 years since you left Casimir. A lot, Lin Guang said calmly. She should have joined us, not wasted her time here. It's because of her that Casimir has changed, isn't it? Times are changing. Perhaps we shouldn't view night competitions with the same old perspective. The two who spoke were Silver Spear Pegasus Captain, Lime, and Grand Knight Russell, who had also been present at the finals. Your niece is truly remarkable. When you were her age, you probably wouldn't have been her match. Tolan, also observing the battle, glanced at Mena beside him, earning him a kind look. As the saying goes, laymen see the excitement, experts see the details. To the average person, the battle between the Radiant Knight and the Blood Knight was naturally spectacular, far more spectacular than the one against the Nightmare Chaser, but that was all. However, in the eyes of the Blood Knight, Silver Spear Pegasus, Russell, Tolan, Mena, and the others, they saw Margaret's meticulously honed skills, forged through countless bloody battles. This was the main reason why the War Knights looked down on the Tournament Knights. Where are you going next? Mena, still watching the battle between the Radiant Knight and the Blood Knight, inquired about Tolan's plans. Let's go to S.H.I.E.L.D City first and see if it lives up to the legends. If it's suitable, quite a few of my people could find a good home. This was what Shen Fei and Tolan had agreed on. They ultimately disagreed on the Sarkaz warriors. Tolan simply didn't believe anyone would treat the Sarkaz so kindly. Even Tolan himself, when on the road, kept his identity hidden most of the time. His horns had been ground off. This was a tactic many Sarkaz used to conceal their identities, but it was just one of many. Within the Sarkaz, the possibility of horn removal arose from many sources, including the prerequisites for certain rituals. The Sarkaz had their own unique system of originium magic, rituals. Setting up altars before battle would greatly enhance their strength while also weakening the enemy. This proposal was a win-win for both sides. Tolan found a safe home for the families of his followers, while S.H.I.E.L.D. City offered some formidable Sarkaz warriors. Don't you want to go and see? A city entirely owned by the infected. I'm curious how they operate. Mayna glanced at Tolan, ignoring him. Time's almost up. Let's decide the outcome with a single blow. Alright, the two men, engaged in fierce combat, suddenly separated, each slowly raising their weapons, their respective originium arts imbued with them. Originally, the Blood Knight, thanks to his originium arts, could have drawn out a prolonged battle, utilizing the blood shed by his opponent's wounds. Unfortunately, Lin Guang's originium arts possessed healing properties. Even if it simply stopped the bleeding, it wouldn't completely heal the wound, but it was enough in this arena. Boom! The golden sword and the blood-red axe collided with lightning speed, shaking the entire arena floor. A distant explosion erupted between the two men, and their bodies involuntarily retreated as the aftermath of the explosion stopped the bleeding. A massive crater several meters deep appeared before them. The blow left both men shaky, but neither fell. Alright, that's enough. Just as the two were about to continue their fight, Russell suddenly stood up. He pounded his cane into the ground, and the audience, previously in a state of panic over the final clash between the Blood Knight and the Radiant Knight, fell silent. This single move alone lived up to Casimir's title as Grand Knight. You two are both exceptionally powerful knights. Further fighting would likely result in both sides suffering heavy losses. While there's no precedent, I believe no one present doubts their strength. With Russell's appearance, the championship of this special tournament was quickly decided. Radiant Knight and Blood Knight would share the honor, and no one objected. This was a long-planned decision, but it also depended on the strength of the two teams. If the gap in strength was too significant, it would certainly not work. The match concluded, and the next step was to head to the champion's wall, where their photos would be displayed. I'll let you bet. This time, you'll all lose. Shen Fei chuckled as he watched the Radiant Knight and the Blood Knight, supported by each other, and escorted by the Silver Spear Pegasus, head towards the champion's wall. Naturally, many people were betting on the battle between the Radiant Knight and the Blood Knight, but most were betting on their favorites. Few would bet on a draw. Shen Fei didn't care if this led to someone breaking through or going to the rooftop. Having placed a bet, he naturally had to be prepared to lose everything. It's time to leave. What's so special about him that he allowed you to send him to me? Kishin, watching WN2 of his men approach with a spy, asked curiously. Having spies in Kitchen was perfectly normal, but for W to bring one to him was something special. He's from the deep pool, and his purpose seems to be for Tallulah. W then revealed the spy's identity and purpose. They are from Shenchi. I haven't caused any trouble for them yet, but they came here. Is it because of Draco? Hearing that they were from Shenchi, Shen Fei immediately thought of Tallulah's identity. The leader of Shenchi seemed to be Draco as well. If we talk about blood relationship, the two might be cousins or something like that. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944, Victoria Incident, Part 2. I haven't even gone looking for them yet, but they came looking for me first. Shenchi's ambitions are quite ambitious. Shen Fei had some understanding of Shenchi. Victoria's armed separatist faction primarily operated in Victoria's Hill County. The only person who could have drawn Shenchi's attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. City at this point was Tallulah. Compared to Shenchi's Red Dragon, Tallulah was clearly redundant. Victoria didn't need two red dragons to inherit the throne. After all, thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, Tallulah wasn't captured by Rhodes Island and disappeared. Instead, she remained in S.H.I.E.L.D. City, making numerous appearances. Even if one wasn't paying close attention, one could still find her in the newspapers and news. The Hill County incident, the Iron Duke Wellington, what a troublesome matter. When talking about Shenchi, Hill County naturally came up. An elite Rhodes Island operator had died there, and it was also the reason for Fangpi, King Liu, Wikio, and the others to come to the island. Shen Fei has been investigating Zioku County and Shenchi, but the more he investigates, the more he finds that things are not that simple. The incident in Zioku County has far-reaching implications, and even he doesn't have a perfect solution to this matter. How to deal with it? W looked at the silent Shen Fei and asked immediately. I already know the situation. It will be left to you to deal with it. By the way, get ready. We can start the action and release the news. Are you finally going to take action? I know. Hearing Shen Fei say that he was going to take action, W immediately laughed excitedly, waved his hand and asked his men to drag the spy from Shenchi away, and then left happily. Declaring war on Scar-Mal? No way. Is this true? It is said that Scar-Mal is asked to cancel the bounty, and the deadline is 3 days, otherwise they will take action. They also said that if you don't want to be buried with Scar-Mal, leave immediately. This is crazy. Doesn't he know who is standing behind Scar-Mal? It is said that it is the infected city, the mission with the highest bounty. You are still chatting here. Scar-Mal has issued the latest mission to eliminate the invading enemies. There will be a generous reward for each enemy killed. No matter how generous the reward is, you have to be alive to enjoy it. I think it's better to stay out of the limelight first. As a notice appeared in the underground world, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire Terra land. This notice was naturally issued by Shen Fei and W, which set a deadline to cancel the bounty on Tallulah, Frost Star and other integration movement cutters. Shen Fei was naturally aware of this announcement, but Scar Emporium wouldn't take it seriously. After all, they'd been around for so long and had offered bounties on prominent figures before, even the Grand Duke. How could a single announcement from Shen Fei disrupt their long-standing rules of conduct? These were the very foundation of Scar Emporium's existence. To counter Shen Fei's provocation, Scar Emporium even announced that senior management would be present at the event and had also invested heavily in hiring powerful mercenary groups. Naturally, many mercenaries wouldn't pass up such generous offers. After all, in their view, Scar Emporium couldn't afford to lose. Of course, some mercenaries didn't accept the offers and instead left Scar Emporium and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, they didn't stray far, observing the surrounding area and preparing to assess the situation before making a move. Declaring war on Scar Emporium, I really don't know whether to call him ignorant or fearless. Headley, what do you think of this? In Victoria, in the S.H.I.E.L.D's conference room, Tracy's, seated in the main seat, muttered to himself for a moment before immediately asking Headley. Unless they can eliminate the people behind Scar Emporium as well, any place could become Scar Emporium. As a mercenary, and primarily based in S.H.I.E.L.D., Headley was naturally well aware of Scar Emporium. Currently, Scar Emporium was a small mobile city, or more accurately, a mobile town. With the strength of the Sarkaz in S.H.I.E.L.D., destroying it was a piece of cake. With proper planning, even Headley could accomplish it. But as Headley had just said, without eliminating the people behind it, Scar Emporium could be rebuilt anywhere. After all, it was just an intermediary agency, any village or house would do. A city that doesn't discriminate against the infected, even the Sarkaz treat them equally. I really want to see it if I have the chance, Tracy said with a sigh of emotion. Because of the significant presence of Sarkaz in Che, Tracy's has a clear understanding of the situation there. No one knows how many of the Sarkaz there are Tracy's men, not even W's mercenaries. Later in the novel, W infiltrates Victoria alone, without his mercenaries, for this very reason. General, if our plan succeeds, S.H.I.E.L.D. can become a place like this. A nearby Sarkaz suddenly spoke up. I heard Bodrukist is there. Interesting. He betrayed the Sarkaz and then betrayed Ursus. I'd really like to meet him. I heard they're allied with the Rhodes Island. A force capable of forcing Ursus to compromise, combined with the Demon King, Victoria's Red Dragon, and that unscrupulous fellow. This could be a major problem. That's just a fake. Master Shapeshifter, please watch your words. Whether it's a fake or not is not up to you, and certainly not me either. Enough. Stop being so presumptuous in front of the general. Someone couldn't help but scold. Haha, yeah, I remember that Sarkaz was over there too. That's really interesting. Alright. As Tracy spoke, the two people, who had been targeting each other, immediately fell silent. No matter what, if Scar Emporium can be destroyed, it will ultimately be a good thing for the Sarkaz and S.H.I.E.L.D. Headley, you're more familiar with the place, so you can go there and observe. Yes, just the two of us? Isn't that a little too few? About 2 kilometers east of the mobile town where Scar Emporium was located, Shen Fei and W emerged from a golden circle of light. No need. We're just here to show our strength today. For Shen Fei, destroying Scar Emporium was simple. The reason for issuing the announcement was naturally to demonstrate his strength to the nations of Terra. Whether for a country or an individual, a proper display of strength can avoid a lot of trouble. Just like if you possess nuclear weapons, publicizing them is definitely more intimidating than hiding them. Ursus wasn't a suitable target for making an example of someone, and since there weren't any conflicts with other countries, the Scar Emporium would be the only target. I didn't expect them to come, too. This is interesting. Wait a minute, W was about to say something, but after checking his communicator, he gave a meaningful smile and immediately ran off in one direction. Explosion, there's a devil fruit that would be perfect for her. Looking at W's back, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of a devil fruit. There are roughly 2 devil fruits related to explosions in the pirate world, MR5, who currently commands him, and Doflamingo's subordinates. Considering W's Originium prowess, the one most suited to her would be Doflamingo's subordinates. MR5's devil fruit transforms him into a bomb man, capable of transforming any part of his body, even his boogers, into bombs. However, Doflamingo's subordinates can also explode inorganic objects they touch. While similar to W's ability to detonate Originium objects, the range of objects they can detonate is much wider. You two actually came here? Does Tracy trust you so much? W said, stepping out from atop a mountain approximately 3 kilometers from Scar Emporium. You're here, so you're the one who's initiating this operation. Headley narrowed his eyes upon seeing W's appearance. No, I'm just here to observe. But you two, do you have any intelligence to share? W's smile vanished immediately. Anyone who knew W knew she was dangerous when she smiled, but few knew she was even more dangerous when she didn't. What's going on with His Highness? Without waiting for a response, W directly explained the situation. W's words startled Headley and Ines, who even drew her weapon. What's your attitude? Do you think I'm going to attack you? Seeing Ines's reaction, W's smile returned. You didn't even startle me. Ines looked at W in surprise. Headley and Ines knew about Teresa's affairs, but they hid it from W because they knew full well that if W learned of it, she would likely storm Victoria without hesitation. They knew full well what W had done because of Teresa's death, and they didn't want W to die, so they kept it a secret. The interactions between these three were quite interesting. They seemed wary of each other, constantly talking about killing each other and trading their heads for money, and even resorting to violence from time to time, but in reality, they trusted each other deeply. They felt like a family. How did you know this? Headley was extremely curious about W's knowledge of Teresa's affairs. It was top secret. Of course I have my channels. I have something to ask you. What are your positions now? Teresa's resurrection, and her presence by Teresa's side, was enough to change the stance of many Sarkas. What do you think? Headley immediately asked. It doesn't matter. Regardless of your stance, Tracy's can't win this time. If Amaya is in danger, someone will probably kill him. W had always observed Shen Fei's attitude towards Amaya, and strictly speaking, W had no doubt about Headley and the other's stance. Their resurrection had indeed caused many Sarkas to change their stance, but it also solidified some. For the Sarkas, death was sacred, and resurrection was taboo. With their Sh already dead, Tracy's dared to break this taboo and manipulate her. This was absolutely intolerable. Furthermore, W and the others, their Sh's followers, knew full well that if the real Teresa had been resurrected, they would never side with Tracy's. It wasn't just W and the others, Tracy's felt the same way. After learning of the Absolver's actions, he nearly killed the Absolver leader, but in the end, he held back for the greater good. You trust him so much? You came here because Tracy's must have sent you to investigate, right? So, why not see him in person? This is Headley, Ines, you guys, eh? It seems Tracy's has noticed this place too. I guess I need to go there someday and bring Her Highness Teresa back. Shen Fei was extremely curious about Tracy's actions in Victoria. It was hard to imagine a brilliant politician gamble the fate of the Sarkas on such a desperate gamble, unless he was certain of victory or had other plans. Time's up, W suddenly said. Really? Looks like we have no choice but to act. Let me launch a sweeping attack today. W's words reminded Shen Fei, bringing his attention to the present. With a wave of his hand, A vast array of modern equipment materialized around him: missiles, rockets, tanks, artillery, Titan mechas, pacifists, and more. Boom boom boom. A continuous barrage of explosions instantly enveloped the entire mobile town of Skarmal, wiping out most of the mercenaries who had been on high alert. The remaining troops, before they could even react, were engulfed in the blast, barely uttering a single scream. The bombardment lasted for over half an hour, the entire mobile town vanishing without a trace under the intense bombardment, leaving behind only a crater over 1,000 meters in diameter, even the crater itself charred black by the bombardment. This sudden turn of events stunned the spectators, while many mercenaries felt fortunate to have been smart enough not to accept the mission. Modern warfare is truly thrilling. Shen Fei had always possessed a wealth of technology, but he had rarely used it in combat. After all, modern weaponry was too powerful. This time, however, he could finally avoid such concerns. He had issued the notice 3 days in advance to give them time to evacuate. Furthermore, the Skarmal was filled with mercenaries, with no civilians, which allowed him to act so recklessly. Let's go. Next is Colombia. Nodding to H.I.E.L.D and Innes, Shen Fei opened the golden portal and took W to Colombia. He wasn't the only one taking action today. His scattered shadow clones also took action, wiping out the top management of Scar Emporium in one fell swoop. He had come to Colombia personally to deal with Volvot. Don't die, it will all be over soon. On the other side of the golden portal, W smiled and waved to the dazed H.I.E.L.D and Innes. Although she was also very surprised at first, it was because she recovered quickly. This is really. Watching the golden portal close, H.I.E.L.D and Innes stood in silence for a long time. This situation was something they had never expected before arriving. Chapter 945 Victoria Incident, End. Colombia, the youngest nation on Terra, rivals established powers like Ursus, Victoria, and Yan nation in strength. Over the past decade or so, it has engaged in constant small-scale warfare with neighboring nations, including Casimir, Minas, Sargon, Sami, and Bolivar. One of Bolivar's 3 major factions is a puppet government established by Colombia. Colombia was originally a colony under Victoria's rule, but during the Four Emperors' War, it seized an opportunity to break away from Victoria and gain independence. Since then, Colombia has developed at an astonishing rate, surpassing Victoria and Ursus in strength in just a few decades. Its technological advancements, originally inherited from Victoria, have now surpassed Victoria's, even creating an army comparable to Victoria's steam armor. This success is naturally due to the fact that several of Terra's most technologically advanced companies are headquartered in Colombia, including Rhine Life, Thor Industries, Black Steel International, Volvot, and Beach Umbrella. However, as time passed, Colombia's period of rapid development faded, and internal conflicts began to surface. Given time, it could become another Victoria. Young man, do you know where we are? This is Colombia, not your Chase City. In a conference room on the top floor of an exquisite building in the Colombian capital, a middle-aged man named Laberry sat in the main seat, looking calmly at the figure sitting across from him, Shen Fei. He was naturally at the headquarters of Volvot. Of all the companies in Colombia, Volvot had the deepest ties with the military. Technically speaking, the company was the military's white glove. Volvot numerous incidents, such as the previous Originium dust operation and its support for a certain nobleman's attempt to seize the position of lord, were actually orchestrated by the Colombian military. Volvot had done countless things like this, some successful, some unsuccessful. He had planted numerous thorns in various countries for Colombia. For example, without Rhodes Island's intervention, Operation Originium Dust would have likely succeeded, even without the help of Rainbow Six and a certain time-traveling scientist. Remember, Volvot had provided support for the enemy's ultrasonic attack equipment. This allowed him to test the equipment and plant the seeds of his own demise. Even if it failed, it would only have resulted in a loss of money. Of course, the military's actions were not without opposition within Colombia, including from the Alcohol and Tobacco Unit and the Originium Products Administration. The military and these organizations essentially held the key to Colombia's affairs. Kaltzit had spent time in Colombia during her time on Terra, and was well versed in both. In the episode Wandering in the Dust, a disagreement over Sargon led to a clash between the military, the Alcohol and Tobacco Unit, and the Originium Products Administration. The reason for the disagreement between the two sides was simple: their interests diverged. The military's actions undermined the interests of the Tobacco and Alcohol Spelling Unit and the Arginium Products Administration. Of course, another factor was the conflict between the rising and established forces in Colombia. The military represented the interests of those archdukes who had broken away from Victoria. It was the betrayal of several of Victoria's archdukes that led to the founding of Colombia. It was precisely because of this precedent that the current situation in Victoria was so tense. Colombia, I'm so scared, Shen Fei feigned deep fear, but then a gunshot rang out, and the bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. If I were afraid of Colombia, would I still be here? Not to mention whether Colombia would seek revenge for a dead man, even if he wanted to. Do you really think he could do it? Colombia couldn't possibly send regular troops to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. City. At most, they could use mercenaries. The reason was simple: the distance between the two cities was too great. Colombia would have to pass through at least 2 countries to reach S.H.I.E.L.D. City. These words finally changed the middle-aged Liberi's calm expression. As a Colombian, he was well aware of the Colombian military's character. If he lived, he would be useful to the military and they wouldn't abandon him. But if he died, the military naturally wouldn't go on a long expedition for him. At most, they would send a few assassins or hired mercenaries to retaliate. But don't worry, someone will go down with you. You won't be lonely. You haven't solved this problem yet. I didn't expect you to have such a bad taste. As he spoke, W pushed the door open and walked in. After glancing at the situation in the meeting room, he looked at Shen Fei in surprise. I wasn't waiting for you. I had nothing to do anyway. Besides, for such a villain, killing him right away would be too easy for him. Done. As he spoke, Shen Fei couldn't help but look at W. W was now wearing a Colombian women's professional suit, completely different from her usual attire, which held an indescribable allure. Don't worry, this is a rare grand occasion, W said, a controller suddenly appearing in her hand. She pressed a button, and the next moment, the fire alarm rang out throughout the building. We can talk it over. I can compensate you for your losses. No need. I'll get the compensation myself. Several gunshots rang out, and Liberi collapsed into his plush executive chair. In his final moments, he stretched out his hands, trying to grasp something, but unfortunately, nothing caught. Everyone's gone. We can proceed. Using his observation haki to survey the entire building, Shen Fei, upon noticing the last person had escaped and the arrival of the firefighters, immediately created a golden portal. The grand fireworks display begins. As W finished speaking, a series of explosions echoed throughout the building. This was why she had been wearing her business suit, to set up the originium bombs. The old W couldn't have done that. She couldn't possibly carry so many bombs. But now, W was equipped with multiple space devices he had provided, filled with explosives. She was practically a one-person arsenal. With the addition of the nanoscale 4th-generation God-Killer armor, it's safe to say that W could now single-handedly challenge Tracy's. Because of W's fighting style, this 4th-generation God-Killer armor is essentially a sumped-up version of Rita's Shadow Iron, also equipped with a mechanical pet. However, unlike Rita's, it's equipped with a neurotoxin, instead incorporating a self-destruct system. Let's go. Time to head to our last target. On the rooftop of another building, Shen Fei looked at the blazing building and turned to create another golden portal. Velvet Kaczynski was merely a puppet. And to eliminate him once and for all, he naturally had to eliminate the person behind him as well. And coincidentally, that person was also a secret supporter of Scar-Mal, the Colombian First Army. Boom boom boom. Just like the mobile town that had previously bombarded Scar-Mal in Kazdal, after arriving at the location of the First Army's most elite company, Shen Fei repeated his tactics, using the power of the Herrscher of Reason to materialize a vast array of modern weaponry and completely destroy it. As a group army, the number of soldiers was naturally considerable, and they wouldn't be concentrated in a single location. While Shen Fei could completely destroy it, it was both cumbersome and unnecessary. He only needed to eliminate its most elite troops and then take out the Grand Duke behind them. The Colombians would naturally dismantle the First Army. As expected, a modern massed attack would be powerless against even a replica of the Interior Guard steam armor. The First Army's most elite companies were naturally trained using Victoria's steam armor. To counter the specialized elites like the Ursus Interior Guard and Casimir's Silver Spear Pegasus, the Colombians employed a two-pronged approach. First, they forged a force with a special will, modeled after Victoria's steam armor. Second, they emulated the Ursus Interior Guard, creating powerful soldiers through various experiments. Charmander and Rosemary were both victims of this strategy. The Loken Tank Laboratory, where Rosemary was born, is now in ruins. It's unclear if Rhodes Island was responsible. You've truly accomplished something significant. Strolling through the streets of Victoria Hill County, the Doctor and Shen Fei recounted Shen Fei's actions, which had shaken the entire Terran landscape. Those who had harbored ulterior motives for Chase City immediately withdrew their forces. Shen Fei's display of power was so immense that, according to statistics, 3 Grand Dukes, nearly 10 Marquises and Earls, and numerous elites of all ranks were killed in the Scar Emporium incident in less than 3 days. Columbia, in particular, suffered the loss of its first army, disrupting its military plans and destabilizing its external deployments. Casimir, Minas, Latania, and even Bolivar had begun to take action. Columbia might not even consider tackling Chase City, and even if it did, it wouldn't have the energy to focus on him until these issues were resolved. It's just a lesson for them, Shen Fei said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore. Do you have any ideas for solving the problems here? Shen Fei immediately changed the subject. He had already demonstrated his strength, and if anyone dared to intervene, it wouldn't be so simple, especially Columbia, where he was least afraid. If they really wanted to cause him trouble, he would let Columbia learn from Victoria back then and split up Columbia. It's difficult, unless you take action to completely solve one side. Speaking of the current situation, the Doctor couldn't help but sigh softly. After returning from Columbia, Shen Fei went to see the Doctor and told her about the situation in Xiaoqiu County. He didn't have any good solutions for Xiaoqiu County's problems, so he could only rely on the Doctor. That's why the two of them came to Xiaoqiu County. The Doctor wanted to see the situation in Xiaoqiu County with his own eyes. Don't you have any solutions? You should have noticed. Their hatred runs deep. This isn't Jerrig. Shen Fei naturally understood the Doctor's meaning, and it was precisely because of this that he couldn't help but sigh. While the 3 major families of Jerrig had their conflicts, they still shared a common ideal, to make Jerrig a better place. That's why the Doctor was able to leverage the situation and bring it to a successful conclusion. But the situation in Xiaoqiu County was completely different, not to mention the already delicate situation in Victoria. Dukes were already leading their armies towards Londinium, and a major battle was imminent there. As for the Doctor's talk of a complete solution, it was just for show. Acting on it wouldn't work. Again, this was Victoria. Let's go to the Rhodes Island office first, the Doctor said after a moment's silence. It's all we can do, Doctor. What brings you here? At the Rhodes Island office in Calchi County, Outcast was surprised to discover the Doctor had arrived. The other operators were thrilled to hear it was the Doctor. As Rhodes Island operators, even those stationed in Calchi County were well aware of the Doctor's fame. Outcast, sorry, something's going on here. Please come over here too, the Doctor said, dismissing the ordinary Rhodes Island operators. Only the Doctor, Shen Fei, and Outcast remained in the room. The Doctor then outlined the situation in Calchi County. I see, Doctor. This is a very troublesome matter. After hearing the Doctor's account, Outcast frowned. I know, but now that Rhodes Island knows, we can only do our best. First and foremost, those Arginium bombs must be destroyed. They can't use them. The Doctor then turned his gaze to Shen Fei. Of the people present, only Shen Fei could find and destroy those Arginium bombs. I understand, Shen Fei nodded gently. While the fighting in Xiaoqiu County might not be stopped, Rhodes Island, knowing about the dirty bomb, would certainly not allow it to be used. Next, we need to talk to the Stormtroopers captain. Also, Outcast, have the Rhodes Island operators here be prepared to retreat at any moment. Xiaoqiu County was about to become a battlefield. For the safety of the Rhodes Island operators, retreat was a natural necessity. While Rhodes Island took saving lives as its mission, it would not sacrifice its own operators without a care. The conflict in Xiaoqiu County was too deep. Even the Doctor could not prevent the war. After all, she was only human, not a god. And even a god could not resolve such racial tensions. The conflict between the Terra and Victorians had existed since the Terra were conquered by Victoria. Over the years, discrimination against them had only intensified. In such a situation, resolving the conflict through dialogue was impossible. Shen Fei and the Doctor had previously walked the streets to observe the relationship between the Victorians and the Terra. Chapter 946, Deep Pool, Part 1. Colonel Hamilton, Victoria's highest-ranking officer in Xioqiu County, things are indeed very troublesome. At the Xioqiu County local garrison camp, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly as he listened to Hamilton's narration. After the doctor asked him to find the whereabouts of the dirty bombs, he had come directly here. He used Udachin to control Colonel Hamilton there, and from him he learned the whereabouts of the originium bombs and gained a better understanding of the current situation in Xioqiu County. Shen Fei only had a general memory of the situation in Xioqiu County, the battle between the local garrison and Shenchi, the use of dirty bombs, and the details of Fenpipe, Wikio, Outcast, and others. He was not very clear about other details. However, from Colonel Hamilton's side, he learned more and began to understand the colonel a little better. Since 6 months ago, members of the garrison had been killed one after another. Especially in the past month, the local garrison dared not go out alone in Xioqiu County, as they could easily disappear. Even so, soldiers continued to die. Patrols were ambushed, soldiers on duty were ambushed, and even their own bases were attacked. Despite intensifying his investigation, the colonel found nothing, leading him to suspect the local terror. The only possibility preventing the colonel from obtaining further intelligence in Xioqiu County was that the locals were shielding them. This situation reminded Shen Fei of the incident in the Longmen slums, where the locals had similarly shielded the reunion movement when they entered. However, all of this was within Wei Yanwu's expectations. Colonel Hamilton lacked Wei Yanwu's abilities, so naturally, he would find nothing. So, he decided to go all out. Since he couldn't find any, he would exterminate all the Terra. However, at that time, he didn't consider using originium bombs. This was only possible with the advice of his lieutenant and the help of his superiors. Originium bombs were a key controlled item in this world, and Colonel Hamilton's authority was limited to Xioqiu County. Without help, he would have been unable to obtain such a large number. Some of his superiors were hoping to cause trouble in Xioqiu County, potentially triggering something. As for the lives of its civilians and soldiers, no one cared. Even if Xioqiu County were completely destroyed, they wouldn't care in the slightest. The Storm Commandos, that is, Feng Pi and the others, are here, but now's not the time to meet them. Let's deal with these originium bombs first. When Shen Fei arrived at a seemingly unremarkable farm warehouse outside Xioqiu County, he happened to see Hamilton's adjutant and his men inspecting the recently arrived originium bombs, disguised as agricultural products like potatoes. Xioqiu County was primarily based on agriculture and light industry, with numerous farms outside the city. The presence of agricultural products there was perfectly normal and wouldn't attract attention. Horn and the others had tracked them down without finding anything. This was why, in the original plot, Feng Pi's familiarity with agriculture ultimately led to the discovery of the lead, but unfortunately, it was too late. Wow, they're all from Shenchi. This is really interesting. Shen Fei used the same trick on Hamilton's lieutenant, Hill, using Udachin to control them. Then, he discovered something quite interesting. The originium bombs Hamilton was planning to use against Shenchi and the Terra people were actually using Shenchi's transportation channels. Strictly speaking, almost all the farms outside Xioqiu County were infiltrated by Shenchi. Many of Shenchi's troops were hiding there, posing as farmers. Or, to put it another way, they were originally locals, but once the battle started and they took up arms, they could transform into Shenchi warriors. This guy seems to be an important figure. He knows so much information. With so many people in Xioqiu County siding with Shenchi, it's no wonder the colonel couldn't find anything. Xioqiu County's local officials, barons, major corporations, the military, and even the civilian population all had connections to Shenchi. It was clear that the colonel had been caught in this trap from the start. Victoria's Red Dragon's appeal is truly formidable. No wonder they're so wary of Tallulah. The reason so many people, including the Baron, sided with Deeppool wasn't due to Deeppool's strength, but rather to its leader, Drake. In Victoria's kingless era, Drake had a strong chance of ascending to the highest position. If successful, those on her side would naturally be rewarded accordingly. Iron Duke Wellington, truly a shrewd man, the Grand Duke's support for Deeppool and Reed's sister clearly wasn't as selfless as Shen Fei's support for Tallulah. That's a lot, isn't it? It's worth a fortune. Hamilton clearly doesn't have that kind of wealth, but now it belongs to me. Looking at the warehouse overflowing with originium bombs, Shen Fei immediately raised his left hand and, using the power of the surgery fruit, sliced each one open, extracting the originium within. Originium is an energy source. With so much originium, if taken back to Chase City and processed, it could power the entire city for several months. Removing the originium from the bombs would have been incredibly troublesome and dangerous for anyone else, but Shen Fei, with the power of the Operation Fruit, didn't have to worry about that. The weight might be a little off, let's add something. To temporarily prevent the garrison and Shen Shi from noticing the issue, Shen Fei removed the originium from the bombs and some spare parts, then added some potatoes. This was a warehouse for agricultural products, so naturally, there was no shortage of them. This way, when they used these bombs, they'd find that besides the shells, the insides were filled with agricultural products, which would surely be quite interesting. This is Miss Jane Willow. After Shen Fei finished dealing with the bombs and returned to the Rhodes Island office, he was surprised to find a young woman with long golden hair. It was none other than the future Rhodes Island operator, Qin Liu. "Just call me Jenny," Qin Liu said, bringing Shen Fei a cup of milk tea. As the niece of Oliver, the head of the Rhodes Island office in Quinjet County, Qin Liu was a regular there, always bringing snacks and milk tea, a privilege not afforded to operators in other offices. As Victoria's honor guard, Qin Liu had arguably the least busy job in Shin County, spending his days at the Rhodes Island office. "Hello, Miss Jenny." After thanking Qin Liu, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall some of her information, the most famous of which was undoubtedly the so-called Qin Liu sense. "Have you heard the children's cries? Have you felt the city crumbling? Have you ever noticed the sneer of the conspirators? Have you ever considered that friends are no longer friends, and home is no longer home? It's solved," the doctor asked at this moment. "Yes, it's solved. By the way, I've created a disguise so it shouldn't be discovered until they use it. Due to the fear of mineral sickness, most people rarely touch originium unless necessary, let alone something like an originium bomb." Earlier, when Hill was inspecting it, he had stood far away, and his men had only taken a quick look. "Any information?" the doctor continued. "Uncle Oliver, should I leave first?" Qin Liu whispered to his Uncle Oliver as the doctor finished speaking. Because of her uncle, Qin Liu was very familiar with Rhodes Island and naturally understood the doctor's position there. Clearly, something was going on within Rhodes Island, and it would be inappropriate for an outsider like her to stay there. "Doctor," Oliver said. "Miss Jenny, please stay. You're involved in this matter, too," the doctor nodded immediately. "Uncle, I know you mean well, but I really enjoy my job right now." Qin Liu immediately looked at her uncle. It seemed she had misunderstood the doctor's intentions. Oliver had actually recommended Rhodes Island to Qin Liu, and he was aware of Qin Liu's situation with the garrison. Given that, it seemed like joining Rhodes Island was a good idea. Qin Liu naturally had a favorable impression of the island, but she hadn't considered going there yet. "Miss Jenny, you misunderstood. Today's topic isn't about that. It's about the war that's about to begin, right here in Quinjet County." "War? How could that happen?" Upon hearing about the impending war, Qin Liu immediately shifted focus and demanded. "Oliver, how many companies have stopped cooperating with Rhodes Island since 6 months ago?" The doctor didn't immediately respond to Qin Liu's question, but instead turned to Oliver. 12, Oliver thought for a moment before answering. "It seems they've noticed something. Based on Outcast NI's previous investigation, it's clear someone is deliberately trying to create conflict in Hill County." The doctor then shared all the intelligence she and Outcast had gathered. Outcast was a highly skilled elite operator. Even before she arrived in Hill County, she had noticed a number of things amiss, starting with the companies that had stopped cooperating with Rhodes Island. The most suspicious aspect of their intentions was, of course, the articles published in Hill County's newspapers 5 years ago, all about Terra's language and other topics. This didn't seem unusual, but anyone who investigated would have discovered that the escalating conflict between Victorians and Terra in Hill County stemmed from this. Language is the bond that connects humanity, a bond deeper than blood. Bloodlines eventually fade, but a shared language never does. It was precisely because of the newspaper's constant coverage of the Terra language issue that the Terra people of Shin County gradually united, even becoming unwilling to use Victoria's official language. For Shin County to have initiated this kind of planning 5 years ago, and for no one to discover the problem, or for someone to have discovered it but not spoken up, the person behind it must be quite someone. The Duke of Wellington. Shen Fei suddenly spoke a name. The doctor's words reminded him of his previous investigations, and considering all the intelligence, he was the most likely candidate. Impossible. The Duke of Wellington is a Terra. Why would he do this? He's clearly always fighting for the interests of the Terra people, said Operator Will, who spoke up. He was 1/4 Terra. His goal is to make the people of Terra suffer increasingly worse. While I don't know the specifics of the situation in Little Hill County, I'm certain it's been steadily deteriorating in recent years. Shen Fei's words made Will open his mouth to retort, but he ultimately held his tongue. Having lived in Little Hill County as a Rhodes Island operator, he naturally knew the current situation of the Terra people there. It's too late to discuss this now. What intelligence do you have? The doctor asked, aiming at Shen Fei. I've already dealt with the originium bombs, but I've discovered that the people of Deep Pond are hiding in a farm in the suburbs. No, to be more precise, the locals in the suburbs are all from Deep Pond. They've been preparing to attack in the past few days. Shen Fei then shared his findings. Now that the originium bombs had been delivered and both sides were prepared, a fight was inevitable. Oliver, retreat, boom. Just as the doctor was about to say something, a sudden loud noise interrupted him. The group immediately looked out the window. Explosions, flames, and thick fog appeared in Tifa, about 2 blocks away. No need to prepare anything, let's leave Zyokyu County immediately, the doctor said decisively. The war between the Zyokyu County garrison and Shenchi is inevitable. For the safety of the operators, they naturally have to stay away from the war. Rhodes Island will try its best to avoid war, but if war is unavoidable, this is the only choice. After all, this is not a natural disaster. Even if Rhodes Island wants to save people, it will not risk the lives of operators. Even in the original plot, Rhodes Island only left medical and other related supplies, and after rescuing some people, it chose to leave Zyokyu County. The attack was launched so soon. The sudden explosion also surprised Shen Fei. The information he obtained from Adjutant Hill was that Shenchi would need several days to launch an attack. It seemed that they would wait for the arrival of a big shot before launching the attack. If nothing unexpected happened, that big shot would at least be a cadre of Shenchi, or even Wikeo's sister. In reality, Shen Fei had no idea that Shen Kai's preemptive attack was actually linked to him. His previous actions had caused a certain Iron Duke to panic. He believed Shen Fei and he were the same people, intent on controlling Victoria through Red Dragon Drake. On the surface, the Iron Duke was a perfectly fair man, even choosing to stay out of the turmoil surrounding Londinium. He was not among the 8 Grand Dukes who went to Londinium. But in reality, he wanted to wait and see, allowing the Sarkaz and the 8 Grand Dukes to clash and suffer a mutual defeat. Then, by pushing Red Dragon Drake forward, he could legitimately seize power in Victoria, and Tracy's current position as regent would be his. To this end, he even secretly colluded with Tracy. This man played an invaluable role in Tracy's rapid control of Londinium. Saoirse, Qin Liu was silent for a long time, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, he whispered a name and stormed out. Jenny. Oliver immediately chased after her. Qin Liu was his niece, after all, and he didn't want anything to happen to her here. Otherwise, he'd have trouble explaining to his eldest brother. Hurry up and get ready. If anyone wants to be taken away, bring them here immediately. Doctor, I'm a little worried about Oliver. I'll go check on him, Outcast said, and walked out, looking as if he was about to do something. Be careful, the doctor nodded. I'll go check on him too. We'll have protection here, don't worry. Shen Fei nodded at the doctor and walked out of the office as well. He then summoned a shadow clone to protect the doctor. He didn't know if the Babel spirit had any power, but the doctor was just an ordinary person right now. She had come here alone because she trusted him, otherwise she would have at least been accompanied by an elite operator to protect her. So Shen Fei didn't dare to slack off in ensuring her safety. Otherwise, if the doctor really encountered an accident in Zyokyu County, he would have a hard time explaining it to Amiya and Kaltsit. Shenchi is not as good as the integration movement led by Black Snake before. Standing on the roof of a building, looking at what Shenchi did below, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. Chapter 947, Deep Pool, Part 2. This equipment is quite advanced. The reunion movement can't even compare. Looking at the equipment of the Deep Pool troops below, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of the reunion movement's equipment. The two were worlds apart. The reunion movement's equipment was largely outdated, mostly crude homemade weapons, but the deep pool were already using weapons that hadn't even been fielded yet. For example, the floating deep pool soldiers were using Victoria steam jets, equipment from the Victorian military laboratory. It seemed they were using the deep pool as equipment testers. Speaking of which, the deep pool leader is quite ambitious. He wants to combine the strengths of all the nations of Terra, to create a powerful army of will. The deep pool troops had clearly defined military branches, and their battles were organized in formations. They didn't charge in unison like the reunion movement, but instead combined military formations learned from the military formations of Victoria, Minos, and other nations. The same goes for their equipment. Their equipment is a fusion of technology from multiple nations, including Victoria, Lithuania, Casimir, and Minos. For example, the masks worn by the deep pool soldiers aren't the standard reunion masks, but rather refractive masks crafted by shadow sorcerers, offering a degree of resistance to originium techniques. Thought they were saviors, but turned out to be killers, haha. A Terra man, upon spotting the deep pool soldiers, excitedly waved and rushed forward, as if to welcome their saviors. Instead, he was met with a massive fireball from the deep pool sorcerer. This was the main reason Shen Fei and the doctor were unable to stop the war. The Victorian military and the deep pool were each side supporting one side. Both sides shared responsibility for the war, and innocent lives were implicated on both sides. Aiding either side was inconsistent with Rhode Island's principles, so they had no choice but to leave. In the war in S.H.I.E.L.D. County, even Outcast couldn't use the methods she knew to end it. Outcast, or perhaps a friend of hers, was once ordered to mediate a conflict between two factions. Due to the difficulty of mediation, they ultimately decided to eliminate the leaders of both factions. As a result, both sides joined forces to hunt them down. Ultimately, only the leaders were killed, preventing greater losses. But that was a case of ordinary factions. This time, the hatred between the two factions was a racial feud instigated by someone, affecting even children, such as the Terra boy named Craig. In such a situation, even if the leaders were eliminated, the people below would continue to fight, perhaps even more desperately. The only way to calm them down was through the test of war. Vaven, worthy of being called Vafen, Shen Fei quickly lost interest in the Shenchi troops wreaking havoc on the streets and went looking for Outcast and Qin Liu. Then he saw Qin Liu wielding a makeshift wooden club, knocking a Shenchi heavy armored soldier away with a single blow. At her side was a young woman from Terra. Unsurprisingly, it was the Sirsha she'd mentioned earlier, and behind her was Oliver. Outcast was also there, her revolver in hand, suppressing a distant sorcerer protected by heavily armored soldiers. Although she was using a revolver, the bullets were powerful, not like a pistol, but more like a hand cannon. Each shot forced the heavily armored soldiers to defend with all their might, forcing the sorcerer to retreat without even daring to show his face. Missed concealment technique. Seeing more Shenchi soldiers charging in from a distance, Shen Fei clasped his hands together, and a thick fog instantly enveloped the area where Qin Liu and the others were. This way, the sudden arrival of thick fog made Outcast and the others nervous, thinking it was someone's originium technique. However, upon seeing Shen Fei, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" To the doctor, Outcast spoke after reaching a safe place. "Don't worry, she's safe there. You guys go back and prepare to retreat." "What are you doing?" Seeing that Shen Fei wasn't going back with him, Outcast immediately asked curiously. "While we can't stop this war, we can minimize their losses. There are few people in the deep pool who need to be dealt with." Shen Fei's target was naturally the 6 deep pool officials who had been eliminated by Outcast in a mutually assured destruction. These 6 individuals were quite famous and powerful, and were also wanted criminals in Latland. This made sense to Outcast why he was determined to eliminate them, even at the cost of their own lives. Shen Fei had a deep disdain for the deep pool. In fact, strictly speaking, after the S.H.I.E.L.D. County incident, the name Deep Pool was unknown, and the outside world mainly knew them as a ghost unit. After the Deep Pool incident, Deep Pool emerged openly, citing slogans like "Liberate the Tyrants" and "Resist Victorian Tyranny." These were merely slogans, though. The fact that Deep Pool could employ those 6 individuals as its officers revealed that they were a complete terrorist. The accountant, the prisoner, the arsonist, the poison scholar, the bandit, and the orator, these 6 individuals were considered renowned terrorists on the Terran continent. Compared to them, even Mephisto and the sleazy Mandra were considered good people. "You know them, too?" Outcast looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. The doctor and I came here prepared. Evil must be punished. These words were spoken by Lin Guang. An outcast had also said something similar. If justice could prevail, then what was the use of my gun? What did you say? Those Arginium bombs are all fake. They're filled with potatoes, the soldiers reporting, and shuddered at Colonel Hamilton's cold gaze. Hamilton had always believed he was controlling the battle in Hill County, commanding the garrison to fight and retreat while using Arginium bombs to wipe out the enemy. But then, at the most crucial moment, the crucial bomb was missing. Would that make his plan a joke? That's impossible. It wasn't Colonel Hamilton who spoke, but his adjutant, Hill. Let's go, Hamilton said, leading his adjutant and a group of soldiers outside. He wanted to see for himself what was going on. Bang! Colonel Hamilton, arriving at the scene, saw the disassembled Arginium bomb on the ground, revealing the potatoes inside. His eyes darkened. He then drew his saber from his waist and struck a blow at one of the Arginium bombs. The blow sent shockwaves through the surrounding soldiers. This was a source stone artifact, and who knew if it was all filled with this? If not, if the colonel made a mistake and it detonated, everyone present would likely be killed. However, the soldiers' fears were unfounded. Shen Fei had cleaned up the place thoroughly, leaving no trace of source stone behind. After all, it was all energy. Hamilton, on his part, was furious, having acted so irrationally. He began to regret his actions, but when he saw the potatoes tumbling out from his sword strike, his fury surged again, and he swung his sword several times at the boxes on the other side of the battlefield. What's going on? Looking at the potatoes strewn across the floor, Colonel Hamilton's gaze turned coldly to his aide-de-camp, Hill. His aide-de-camp had handled this batch of source stone bombs from start to finish. Colonel, I don't know what's going on. I checked them beforehand. Hill was completely panicked, almost terrified, not only by Colonel Hamilton but also by the deep pool. Given the harshness of the deep pool, his fate if he failed to complete his mission was predictable. Even with his high position within the deep pool, the intruders would not show any mercy. How dare you even try this time? Colonel Hamilton thrust his saber forward. A flash of cold light flashed, and Hill barely managed to react before the saber pierced his heart. Hill was certainly capable, but Colonel Hamilton was even more powerful. His rank of Colonel Victoria wasn't earned through back doors. With his heart pierced, Hill looked across at Hamilton, who waited coldly for him. Just as he was about to say something, Hamilton kicked him away. This deep pool spy, who had plotted against Hamilton, even at the cost of infecting the entire population of Little Hill County, was murdered by Hamilton, who didn't understand the truth. Hamilton's reason for killing him was simple. He believed Hill had tampered with the Arginium bombs and embezzled them. Such corruption is commonplace in the military, especially with the current chaos in Victoria, which presents ample opportunities. Under normal circumstances, most would turn a blind eye. Take, for example, Kakolia in Hongkai Impact 3rd. She started out as an upstanding soldier, reporting a colleague for corruption and the sale of military weapons. Ultimately, she was imprisoned, a case that dragged down the entire military leadership, including the internal military tribunal. Kakolia's fate was either complicity or suicide, shot 5 times in the back. But who would have thought the Hongkai outbreak would allow Kakolia to escape? Hamilton's suspicions were understandable. The profits from the Arginium bomb were simply too great. To put it bluntly, selling them would net her enough wealth to afford a life of luxury in any city or country. Such a sum would be enough to tempt anyone into such a desperate act. Lieutenant, you can't go in there, Colonel Hamilton said, just as he was about to say something after killing Hill when a quarrel erupted and several figures emerged. Colonel, why are you retreating? Where are we? The arrivals were none other than Horn, Bagpipe, and other members of the stormtroopers. Deeppool had launched a sudden attack, and as Victoria's soldiers, they were naturally part of the gang's garrison. However, mid-battle, the garrison suddenly retreated, prompting Horn to sense something was amiss and rush over with his squad. If she discovered the colonel had betrayed Victoria, she would have him arrested immediately. But just as she was about to question the colonel, she stumbled upon Arginium bombs on one side and artillery on the other. Even with the potatoes covering the ground, she recognized them. You actually wanted to. Horn instantly understood why the garrison had retreated. Lieutenant, who allowed you in? Colonel, it seems your plan isn't going well. The surroundings made Horn realize that while Hamilton had intended to use a dirty bomb, things had gone awry. This has nothing to do with you, Scamander. Get out of here immediately, Colonel. I'll report the situation here to Londinium, but I think it's best for us to cooperate for now." Although Horn was furious at Colonel Hamilton's actions, now was clearly not the time to consider such matters. Repelling the enemy together was the most urgent task. Okay, after taking several deep breaths, Hamilton finally agreed to Horn's proposal. What's going on? Did he fail? As Hamilton and Horn conferred, the faces of the Deep Pool group turned grim. The planned dirty bomb attack, a crucial part of the plan, hadn't occurred. If the garrison had actually done so, Deep Pool would have the moral high ground. What should we do now? The failure to execute the expected dirty bomb had left Deep Pool hesitant. If they launched an attack, and the enemy attacked, they would be the ones to take the brunt of the attack. It would be a complete joke if the dirty bomb they had transported actually hit them. But if they didn't attack, a stalemate wouldn't be a solution. Deep Pond wouldn't be able to capture Hill County, similar to Reunion's attack on Chernobog. In fact, there was another garrison in Kelvin County, not far from Hill County. They'd made advanced preparations, having their communications cut off in Londinium. Otherwise, Victoria's other armies would have been waiting. Che City relied on Shen Fei to repel the Ursus army, but Deep Pond had no power to repel Victoria's forces. Even with Victoria's current chaotic administration, its military strength was no match for Deep Pond's. Even if Reed's sister possessed power comparable to Tallulah's, it wouldn't have been enough. Damn it. Guess we have to let them act. A green-haired fill-in waited for a moment, realizing the artillery attack still hadn't begun. He immediately decided not to wait any longer. "Leader, the plan went awry. Now it's up to you to destroy them," the green fill-in said, smiling as he approached a silent Drake. While the word leader was in his words, there wasn't a hint of respect in his tone. That guy actually dared to ruin the leader's plan. "I'll make sure he's in trouble later." This time, it was a black film that spoke. "Follow the leader and attack together." The green film glanced at the black film, a hint of mockery in its eyes, and then looked at the six figures behind. "It's finally our turn, but you just ordered them to retreat. What did you mean by that? Are you hiding something from us?" One of the six stared at the green film, a hint of caution in his eyes. The plan was drawn up by the leader. "If you have any doubts, you can go to the leader." This time, the green film mentioned the leader with great respect. HMPH, hearing the green film mention the leader, the six people immediately stopped talking. Chapter 948 Deep Pool, and "It's so lively here," a sudden voice caused everyone in Shenchi, preparing to make their own moves, to look in the direction of the sound. There, a handsome, black-haired young man suddenly appeared, and a flicker of alarm flashed across everyone's eyes. Only the green Phylon and the blonde-haired Draco showed a different expression. Upon seeing the newcomer, the green Phylon's pupils involuntarily shrank, and he gripped his staff tightly. As for the other Draco, he stood there quietly, his expression unchanged, as if he hadn't noticed the newcomer. "That must be Wikeo, right? Is there something wrong with Wikeo's sister? She's one of only 3 Dracos left." Glancing at the Draco, who must be Wikeo, Shen Fei shook his head inwardly. "Who are you?" The black Phylon, none other than the scumbag Cat Mandela, spoke. Like the green Phylon, she, too, clutched her staff tightly. If this guy were to learn from Mudstone, her Argenium skills might improve even further. As he thought this, Shen Fei spoke. "Who am I?" "Perhaps you should ask the one next to you." Shen Fei was referring to Lu, Flynn, or Amoni. From his lieutenant, Hill, Shen Fei had learned the composition of the Deep Pool's cadre. "Who is he?" Mandra immediately asked Amoni. "What's going on here has nothing to do with you, right?" Amoni didn't answer Mandra, her gaze fixed on Shen Fei. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gestured to the 6 people across from her. "It's just a matter of reciprocity. You've already sent someone to my place, so how can I not return the favor?" The implication was that Deep Pool had sent spies to Chechen to investigate Tallulah's affairs. Amoni fell silent. It was perfectly natural for Deep Pool to gather intelligence on Tallulah. After all, there was only one Victoria throne, and with the Aslan bloodline suspected to be extinct, they were natural enemies. However, she hadn't anticipated the sheer strength of Che City. Deep Pond was incredibly powerful. Before Shen Fei's intervention, Tallulah's reunion movement was no match for Deep Pond's. However, with the display of Shen Fei's strength, the destruction of Scar Emporium, and the deaths of several Grand Dukes, Deep Pond fully grasped the power of Tallulah's side. "Who the hell is he?" Mandra, seeing Amoni ignore her, immediately erupted in anger. We can cooperate, Emily said, raising her head, motioning for Mandra to quiet down before continuing. Cooperation? Shen Fei glanced at Emily with some surprise. He hadn't expected such a suggestion, but he had to admit it was a good one, if Tallulah and Weiko shared the same sentiment. It's a good idea, but there's only one Victoria throne. How could two red dragons, one throne, coexist peacefully? If it was Aslan, then, given the precedent, it might be considered. That's too easy. Let them fight it out and decide for themselves. Amoni seemed prepared for this and immediately offered a solution, which was undoubtedly a good one. You're Tallulah's man. The black villain Mandra seemed to finally react, raising her left hand and unleashing her originium skill at Shen Fei. Out of respect for their leader, within the deep pool, Mandra would not allow anyone to usurp their leadership position. It could be said that no one in the deep pool was more loyal than Mandra. Yet, Wei Xiao's sister treated such a loyal person like a mere pawn. It was truly despicable, even more despicable than Mandra. While your proposal is a good one, unfortunately, I don't believe the deep pool is qualified to cooperate with us. Just looking at the people in the deep pool, I can tell that your leader is nothing but a piece of crap. How can she be compared to Tallulah? Tracy's assessment of Wei Xiao's sister was similar. She was inferior to Tallulah. The deep pool resembled a terrorist organization more than a resistance group. You're looking for death? Mandela was originally surprised that there was no reaction after she activated her originium skill. Now, after hearing Shen Fei insult her respected leader, she immediately became angry and activated her originium skill again. However, under Shen Fei's footsteps, her originium skill did not show any effect at all. To be more precise, she was defeated by Shen Fei at the beginning of the activation. The originium skill that Mandela activated against Shen Fei was the ground spike, which used the ground spikes rising from the ground to send the person flying. Unfortunately, her ground spikes did not penetrate the soles of her feet at all. Go to hell. Seeing that the ground spikes had no effect, Mandela immediately swung the staff in her right hand. The next moment, the ground in front of her quickly bulged. A moment later, a rock giant over 3 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. This guy might be a bit of a jerk, but he's still formidable. He's mastered sarcasm magic to this degree, just by self-study, Shen Fei muttered quietly as he watched the rock giant charging directly at him. He then stepped to the left, dodging the axe from behind. This was the attack from one of the 6 men who had remained silent. This man was a very sturdy man, wielding a massive axe. It was the bandit. He was the only one of the 6 not using originium techniques, and the only one to attack. The others watched, not taking action. How is that possible? The bandit's expression changed drastically as he watched Shen Fei grasp the axe blade with just 2 fingers. He was incredibly confident in his own strength. With such power, it was clear he was no match for him. Though a bit reckless, he wasn't foolish, otherwise he wouldn't have survived this long. He was about to drop the axe and retreat, but then he realized his hands were glued to the axe, unable to release. The next moment, the bandit found himself launched into the air, hurtling toward the rock giant. Boom! Facing the oncoming bandit, Mandra had no intention of stopping, simply letting the rock giant ram him. With a piercing scream, the bandit was sent flying over 10 meters. The sound of cracking bones told him he was finished. After knocking the bandit away, the rock giant rushed to Shen Fei's side and swung its massive fist, sending a whistling roar of wind down upon his head. Room, slaughterhouse, Shen Fei chuckled softly, watching the rock giant's rising fist, clutching the bandit's axe in his left hand. The next moment, he vanished, replaced by one of the 5 remaining men. The sudden change in position left him no time to react, not even to utter a sound. He could only watch in terror as the rock giant's fist came crashing down. With a resounding bang, a large crater was ripped into the ground. The man had vanished without a trace. Watching their own men being smashed into pieces, and then seeing Shen Fei suddenly appear beside them, one of the remaining 4 men couldn't help but let out a cry of terror, then quickly threw dozens of bottles. But the next moment, the bottles flew into the air and shattered, sending a cascade of various colored powders mingling and showering down from the sky. Pharmacist, you've lost your mind. Seeing the shower of powder, the other 3, except for the one who had thrown the bottles, all shouted loudly. As companions, they knew their comrades' abilities well, but precisely because they knew them so well, their fear was even greater. As the powder rained down on the 4 men, they immediately let out a shrill scream. They all loved hearing this sound, believing it to be the most beautiful music in the world. Now it was their turn to experience this beauty firsthand. This is what you saw. Shen Fei, who had already retreated to the side, looked at the four men twisting and turning on the ground, his gaze devoid of sympathy. Given their usual behavior, this death was a fitting end. Many of the drugs the pharmacist had hastily thrown out were lethal. Add to that a mixture, and even he himself had no idea what the effect would be. I say you should stop now, Shen Fei said. His left axe swung out a dozen bolts of light, dismembering the charging rock giant. But the next moment, the ground spikes rose again. You're quite clever. You didn't do it yourself, nor did you let her do it. That made it a little difficult for me to do it. This time, Shen Fei didn't suppress Mandra's ground spikes. Instead, he flashed and appeared behind Amoni with his razor, bringing his axe to bear on her head. Seeing Amoni restrained, Mandra finally stopped. Though somewhat disdainful, she was very kind to her companions, those she recognized as companions. She clearly didn't consider people like the bandits to be her companions. What's your goal? Do you want the deep pool? Despite the axe resting on her neck, Amoni's expression remained unchanged, as if she wasn't afraid that a single move from Shen Fei would send her pretty cat-like head flying off. I have no interest in the deep pool. Strictly speaking, I came here for the 6 of them, Shen Fei said, sheathing his axe. His figure flashed again, reappearing beside Wesker, who had been standing quietly, as if she hadn't witnessed the previous battle. It was unknown how Wesker's sister treated her. In the original story, she wouldn't even try to avoid a dirty bomb. Oh, and her too. Looking at Wesker, who remained unresponsive, the axe in Shen Fei's left hand suddenly erupted in blazing flames. He hurled it towards the 4 men still rolling on the ground, and as the flames spread, they were immediately engulfed. Tell that useless leader I've taken her sister, Shen Fei said, letting Wesker sleep, then picked her up. As he was about to leave, he left another message. By the way, give Iron Duke Wellington a message. Tell him to hide well, or he'll be in for a fight. Since all this was orchestrated by the Iron Duke, how could Shen Fei let him continue to enjoy his Grand Duke life? Damn it! Seeing Shen Fei vanish with the reeds, Mandra angrily launched a dozen ground spikes at the empty space to the side. This was the first time she'd been defeated since mastering the spell. Save your energy. They're all dead. The rest of the battle depends on you. The leader is coming soon. We must resolve this battle before she arrives. Amoni felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, their plan had been launched ahead of time, preventing the leader from arriving in time, otherwise they would have been taken away as well. Amoni believed Shen Fei had come for Draco, to clear the way for Tallulah. She didn't believe Shen Fei was coming for those 6 guys. Captain, I understand. Mandra immediately vented a rage at Shen Fei on the Victorian soldiers. Even after losing 6 senior officers, the deep pool had continued to push the garrison back. The reason was simple. The garrison contained numerous undercover agents from the deep pool, and many of them had been taken down by their own forces, caught unawares. Adjutant Hill wasn't the only spy deep pool had within the garrison. What are you doing? At the Rhodes Island office, the doctor was speechless as he watched Shen Fei return carrying a young Drake girl. She's deep pool's puppet leader. I'll leave it to you to handle from now on. Shen Fei briefly explained the situation of Reed, also known as Rav Shini. We've dealt with him, Shen Fei said to Outcast. Thank you, Outcast replied. Okay, we should leave now. With a sound of explosions, everyone knew the war had begun again. Then, under Shen Fei's mystical portal, they returned directly to Rhodes Island. Naturally, the group was astonished, but in a world where Arginium techniques could largely explain everything, they were simply impressed by the sheer power of Shen Fei's Arginium skills. Colonel Hamilton, you're truly a Victorian soldier. But it seems my intervention isn't necessary now. After escorting the doctor and his companions back to Rhodes Island, Shen Fei returned to Hill County and observed the battle. At the end, Hamilton personally wielded his saber to fight, buying time for Horn and the others to retreat. He could have retreated, but he was the highest official in Xiaoqiu County after all. With such a serious incident, death was the best outcome. I wonder if Bagpipe will go looking for Chen Huji this time. After seeing Bagpipe and the others safely escape Mandela's clutches, Shen Fei immediately returned to Key City. Speaking of the original plot, Mandela actually had a significant advantage against Horn and Bagpipe alone. Before fighting Mandela, Bagpipe and Horn had battled many times before, leading to such a battle. This has led to differing opinions about Mandela's strength. For example, Mandela could fight horn and bagpipe alone, but horn could hold his own against Manfred for a considerable amount of time. Why was Mandela so overwhelmed against Manfred? This completely underestimated Horn's strength. As Victoria's white wolf, Horn would have easily been a problem against Mandela in his prime. This white wolf is not an ordinary looper, but a werewolf-like being. The ancestor of the Horn had shined brightly in the battle against S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 949 Teresa, Part 1. Victoria, as a powerful nation with a long history, naturally boasts many legendary races on the Terran continent, such as Drake, Aslan, Unicorn, and so on. Even the common races are just general names, and there are some legendary races among them, depending on their characteristics. For example, the horned race, Rooper, is one of them. Then there's Rhodes Island's operator Suzerain, who is rare even among the Vulpers, after all, as she's a nine-tailed fox. And then there's the Feline, a race that's arguably the most numerous on the Terran continent, present in every country, but Victoria arguably has the most. Even the King of Advance, whose Aslan race is not well known to those who know this race well, would be completely unrecognizable and would simply mistake her for a Feline. Meanwhile, Victoria's Feline has a new branch, the White Tiger. I didn't expect Victoria to be in such turmoil right now. Will Horn's father, Earl White Wolf, the disgrace of the nobility, continue to hide his true power? A dignified Earl White Wolf, frightened pale by a feathered beast, has since withdrawn to his homeland, refusing to interact with other nobles. It's a bit exaggerated no matter how you look at it. But then again, maybe this was intentional. Horn's situation suggests her father couldn't be such a loser. He's like Count Vincent, also well known in Victoria. He's a classic example of a hedonistic aristocrat, often hosting banquets at his manor. Who would have guessed he was secretly called Sit's liaison? Much of the hidden intelligence leaked from his banquets, much of which called Sit had given Shen Fei. You came to us, just as Shen Fei was reviewing the information on Victoria, Razor and Franca walked in. Seeing them, he immediately put away the information in his hands and pulled out a document. Yes, I've heard some things about you from Calcit. Razor, I know you want to form your own mercenary group, and I can help you, Shen Fei said, handing the document to Razor. This condition, Franca exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the contents. The terms were truly generous. Why? Razor quickly read through the document. After all, it wasn't very detailed, and she was a top student, which was precisely why she was so puzzled. Changing the world is extremely difficult for Rhodes Island alone. Since you have such an aspiration, I wouldn't mind supporting you. Rhodes Island's ability to provide assistance was limited. Many issues were affected by national and regional factors, and Rhodes Island's inherent position made it difficult to make a difference. Just like the Xiaoqiu County incident, Rhodes Island could only save a few victims of the war, but it couldn't prevent it. I need to think about it, Razor said after a long pause. No problem, Shen Fei nodded gently. He understood Razor's hesitation. After all, this was a matter that would affect his entire life. Even if he agreed now, it would take time to terminate the contract with Black Steel International. Lord Calcit, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come here. At the entrance to a mysterious valley in S.H.I.E.L.D., Calcit, who had previously said she had something to do and was temporarily away, suddenly appeared. A muffled voice echoed from within the valley. One-Eyed King, the prophecy has changed, Calcit, dressed in black, slowly said. What did you say? Bodrukist is still alive. S.H.I.E.L.D has a new way out. This is impossible. What on earth is going on out there? Lord Calcit, this time, her voice was filled with surprise and anxiety. S.H.I.E.L.D, the fate of the Sarkas has taken a new turn. You come in first, it's almost time. All we have to do now is resolve Teresa's situation and heal X's sister, then go to the northern border of Yan Nation to check on the demons. Then we can leave. We need to study the situation with the mineral sickness as soon as possible. After roughly mapping out his next steps, Shen Fei immediately stood up and headed outside. He already had a rough idea of what the Hasty was, and they were someone he didn't want to provoke for the time being. Even though the legendary underwater city of Argyle was prosperous, it wasn't worth the risk of visiting. As for the demons, although he had heard some information from the Patriots, about monsters with 1,000 arms and 100 eyes, he had no idea what they were. Get ready, we're going to Londinium. I've been ready for a long time. Upon hearing the news of Londinium, W immediately became excited. Let's talk to the doctor and Quinjet first. The Londinium incident involved many people, and with the involvement of Amaya, the king of Push, Tallulah, and others, a comprehensive plan was needed. Shen Fei had previously discussed this issue with the doctor and Quinjet. During their discussions with the Impulse King, it was agreed that both Tallulah and the Impulse King would become kings of Victoria for future matters. This concern, of course, involved how to promote the development of a cure for oropathy, ensuring access to treatment for more patients. Terra hadn't seen a revolutionary uprising in years, all thanks to the infected. Once a cure was established, some attempts to exploit them would be thwarted. Add to that the fact that infected wages were only a third of a normal wage, with arbitrary deductions possible, and the benefits of the infected's treatment. It's safe to assume that many people wouldn't want a cure. If it were available, how would they continue to exploit those below them? The importance of power was clearly evident. With Tallulah as king of Victoria, and the Impulse King as their leader, Victoria would face far less resistance. 8 Grand Dukes, hundreds of thousands of troops, surrounding Londinium and doing nothing. Such people are truly unworthy of ruling Victoria. Standing atop a mountain far from Victoria's capital, Londinium, Shen Fei gazed out at the vast steel city and the military camps surrounding it in 8 directions. They're quite clever. Otherwise, how could they have the opportunity to openly surround Londinium with their troops? Victorian law prohibits the Grand Duke from entering Londinium. This was a law originally enacted by Kings Drake and Aslan to prevent the Grand Duke from causing chaos, but now it seems that this law is completely ineffective. All laws are made by humans. If someone wants to circumvent them, there are ways to do it. And if they really want to disown them, there's nothing you can do, right? So they deliberately brought in the S.H.I.E.L.D people. Bringing in foreign enemies to legitimize their actions was the plan of some of Victoria's Grand Dukes. The reason why Tracy's, S.H.I.E.L.D, was able to become Victoria's regent was naturally because certain people agreed to it. The reason was simple: Victoria's supreme throne. Even though it had been vacant for over 20 years, and some even claimed Victoria didn't need a king, in the end, everyone coveted it. With the hundreds of thousands of troops these 8 dukes brought, even Londinium, with its formidable defenses, would be unable to withstand an attack. Londinium's walls were incredibly tall and sturdy, capable of withstanding the main guns of high-speed land warships. Furthermore, numerous defensive cannons were affixed to the walls, and a normal assault would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. But remember, this is Victoria, and the activation of the defensive cannons requires a verification code. The S.H.I.E.L.D might be formidable individually, but their technology was lacking. If the 8 dukes launched an attack at this point, Londinium's defenses wouldn't activate at all. However, because they feared one another, fearing they would be the first to enter Londinium and take the throne, they frantically tried to hinder each other. Thus, a strange balance emerged, a balance between the 8 dukes and between them and the S.H.I.E.L.D of Londinium. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, unaware of the hunter behind it, and the fact that the cicada is poisonous. The 8 dukes had prepared a scenario to lure the S.H.I.E.L.D into chaos in Londinium, then to arrive as a surprise attack to save it. They believed the S.H.I.E.L.D, a nation without a state, were too easy to deal with. Little did they anticipate that the S.H.I.E.L.D were not only a formidable opponent, but also held more than just the script. Until then, they had assumed they were the only ones holding the script. The poor 8 dukes had no idea they were merely the pushovers of the Iron Duke Wellington. The Iron Duke didn't send troops, not because he had no interest in Victoria's throne, but because he held a trump card. Imagine what would happen if a Grand Duke entered Londinium, hoping to take the throne, only to have a Draco suddenly appear. The Iron Duke would have a legitimate reason to do so. You don't even know where the steam armor is, yet you dare to claim the throne? How ignorant and fearless. Victoria's most legendary unit, the steam armor, was a formidable force in its time, but tragically vanished without a trace after the disappearance of the last Aslan. According to Quinjet, they've likely been disbanded, hiding in the shadows awaiting the king's summons. This is the Impulse King's trump card against the 8 dukes and S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the Impulse King was driven from the Victorian Londinium palace at a young age, she still knows many of Londinium's secrets, something Tallulah is completely unaware of. It's so deserted. Forget it, let's go see that guy first. While Londinium isn't completely off limits these days, entry and exit requires a pass issued by the S.H.I.E.L.D. This wasn't a problem for Shen Fei. Armed with his W, he easily infiltrated. The streets of once prosperous Londinium were now unusually deserted. Even those who ventured out hurriedly, keeping their heads down, trying to avoid the white-clad S.H.I.E.L.D. royal court. The conquest of Londinium had enriched the S.H.I.E.L.D. considerably. Instead of wielding their tattered swords, they adopted Victorian-style uniforms, even their attire becoming uniform. You're truly not that old woman's illegitimate daughter. The person Shen Fei wanted to meet was, naturally, Heidi, the one who had called Quinjet a he when they were still young. Upon first sight, W stared at her for a long moment before blurting out these words. Quinjet had many admirers, but the one who most closely imitated her was her former disciple, Ye. W had argued with her more than once, but now that Ye had retired, Heidi was the one who most closely imitated Quinjet. You're W, right? Quinjet and I have mentioned you many times, HMPH. Seeing Heidi smile, which was just like Quinjet's, W snorted coldly and ignored Heidi. Shen Fei ignored W and instead exchanged the latest intelligence on Londinium with Heidi. After the 8 Dukes blockaded Londinium, Heidi's ability to transmit information to the outside world became extremely difficult. The Londinium Self-Defense Force, I see. I have a general understanding of the situation. Quinjet is very worried about your safety and asked me to take you there. As he spoke, Shen Fei opened a golden portal. Quinjet, Hoo-hoo, Quinjet. Heidi saw Quinjet on the other side of the portal and immediately stood up excitedly, but Quinjet had already stepped through the portal and walked over. Long time no see, Heidi, Quinjet greeted her with a smile. If you have anything to say, go back and say it. We have things to do here. Seeing the two staring at each other, W couldn't help but speak first. A lot of nobles have gone missing? It must be the work of the Blood Demon Lord. After seeing Heidi and Quinjet off, Shen Fei began to sort out the intelligence Heidi had brought him. It was quite ridiculous. When Londinium was occupied by the S.H.I.E.L.D., it was the lowest-ranking civilians who resisted. Most of the noble officials surrendered immediately. Normally, Tracy would have treated them well, but unfortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. had a Blood Demon Lord. Strictly speaking, the S.H.I.E.L.D. were called demons by the people of Terra, and their fear was not without reason. The 10 kings' courts of S.H.I.E.L.D. were devoid of many normal people. Blood demons, shapeshifters, cyclopses, scavenger kings, banshee lords, stone-winged demons, and so on were feared even by many within the S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone other races. Even if Shen Fei's planned cross-world immigration plan didn't include these races, he didn't want to introduce vampires or scavengers into his Tang dynasty. Among the blood demons, people like Corthair and Warfarin were exceptions within exceptions. He only needed normal S.H.I.E.L.D. I didn't expect this to happen. They don't look like they're being controlled. Sneaking into the shard alone, he was surprised by the interaction between Teresa and Ursus. He had originally thought the resurrected Teresa was a complete puppet, but now it seemed she had a complete mind and even had feelings for Rhodes Island. Chapter 950 Teresa, Part 2. With that attitude, did Tracy really send someone to assassinate Teresa? Shen Fei had originally harbored no favorable impression of Tracy. It couldn't be helped. He was Amia's enemy and quite possibly Teresa's murderer. But now, witnessing Tracy's treatment of Teresa, he couldn't help but question the events of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Civil War. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Civil War, and Teresa's death, were shrouded in mystery. The details were likely known only to Quinjet, the doctor, Teresa, Tracy, and the others. Well, now that the doctor had lost his memory, he was effectively oblivious. Forget it, even if the legend is true, does that define the S.H.I.E.L.D. as evil? Even demons aren't necessarily evil. Different worlds naturally present vastly different situations. In some worlds, demons are evil, like in Marvel, but in others, there's the pure and simple, the downfall of the underworld. Even the angels of Terra's world, the Sakota, are extremely unusual. Have you ever seen an angel who loves to shoot? Well, there are angels. A qualified Sakota needs to be able to make over 20 different kinds of sweets. I understand the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plight, but for Amia's sake, she can't see Teresa siding with Ursus. Amia is only 14 years old, after all. The burden of Rhodes Island and the Demon King is too heavy for her to bear. Forcing her to face Teresa, now her enemy, is a bit cruel. Even if Teresa doesn't seem like she'll fight Amia in her current state, it's not possible. As for how S.H.I.E.L.D. and Victoria will resolve the situation, it depends on the subsequent negotiations. However, no matter how the negotiations are carried out, war is inevitable. S.H.I.E.L.D. may still have the option of evacuating, but the 8 dukes outside of Londinium will not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, this is also a good thing for Victoria. If all 8 dukes are eliminated in one fell swoop, Victoria will undoubtedly have a much more peaceful future. A massive ceremony, perhaps something the Grand Dukes never imagined. The Grand Dukes who surrounded Londinium were sabotaging each other, naturally not out of stupidity. No one capable of becoming a Grand Duke and bringing an army here was foolish. They acted this way because they saw the Sarkaz in Londinium as trapped, no match for them. As for the damage the Sarkaz had inflicted on Londinium and the casualties it had suffered, none of the Grand Dukes cared. Even if Londinium was completely destroyed and its inhabitants perished, it didn't matter. As long as they could become king of Victoria, they could rebuild Londinium. As for the people, they could simply recruit those from their own territories to help them rule. The last time the Terran nations attacked S.H.I.E.L.D, who was attempting to restore his nation, was over 200 years ago. Aside from the long-lived races, most other races wouldn't survive that long, and naturally, they had no idea of the Sarkaz's power. "How is it going?" W asked eagerly after Shen Fei returned. How could W not be anxious when it came to Teresa? She'd already grown so much. Before, she'd probably have immediately gone to Tracy's the moment she received the 4th-generation Godslayer armor from Shen Fei. I saw her. I need to ask S.H.I.E.L.D about something. With that, Shen Fei opened a golden portal and arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D's office. If Teresa was a controlled puppet, he could have taken her away directly, but the situation was completely different now. He had no choice but to ask S.H.I.E.L.D about the situation. Shen Fei didn't believe S.H.I.E.L.D was completely unaware of Teresa's situation, even if she didn't have the reputation of knowing everything. Just like the question W wanted to ask S.H.I.E.L.D in the original storyline, why did Teresa's body end up in Tracy's hands? Teresa died in Rhodes Island, and the doctor was also seriously injured around that time. S.H.I.E.L.D disposed of both of their bodies. Given her methods, Teresa's body wouldn't have been easily discovered if she hadn't intended. S.H.I.E.L.D, what's going on with Her Highness Teresa? W, answering S.H.I.E.L.D's office, rarely questioned her. Teresa was a sore spot on her mind. At other times, W wouldn't have dared to speak to S.H.I.E.L.D like that. You saw her? S.H.I.E.L.D ignored W, focusing on Shen Fei. Yes, she doesn't look like a puppet. Shen Fei then briefly explained the situation with Teresa and Ursus. Has it really come to this? If I'm not mistaken, this is the work of the Absolver. S.H.I.E.L.D sighed softly and briefly explained Teresa's situation, but she didn't explain why Teresa's body was with Ursus. Absolver, life and soul. I see. This means Teresa is now the equivalent of that undead black snake, Cassius. S.H.I.E.L.D revealed more secrets of the Sarkaz, the Absolvers. They're a sort of internal security organization, but they also represent a clan. Essentially, their Originium skills are all connected to life and soul. It's this power that allowed Teresa to be resurrected. As a former Absolver, Shining's Originium skills naturally possess similar abilities. Just like Quinjet's comment on Shining and Lin Guang's combined efforts to stop Zhuan Tai's arrows in the original story, Shining alone could have stopped anything alive. Shining's Originium skills also manifest as light, but unlike Lin Guang's scorching glow, her light seems to possess a physical form. As one operator in her file mentioned, Shining might have the power to sever day and night, thanks to this Originium skill. This Originium technique combines both attack and healing. Shining's ability to become a medical operator stems from theories derived from her Originium technique research and analysis, some resembling a weakened version of the Operation Fruit or the ambidextrous hand. As for why Teresa now sides with Tracy, it's because the Absolver, after resurrecting her, restricted her emotions, transforming her into a being akin to S.H.I.E.L.D's will, prioritizing S.H.I.E.L.D above all else. This is similar to how the undead black Koshijay, whose every action is for Ursus, serves as a shield. Teresa's current stance on Tracy's side is naturally due to his actions benefiting all of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this is facilitated by the Absolver's use of Originium techniques and rituals, and doesn't necessarily translate into a godlike existence. Teresa differs significantly from Koshijay in that she only has one life. While Koshijay may be dead, the undead black snake still exists, and Tallulah, leveraging the knowledge she gained from him, and perhaps also due to Koshijay's deliberate actions, has already tracked down another incarnation of the snake. Even though Shen Fei changed the fate of Tallulah and the reunion, Tallulah's hatred for Koshijay didn't diminish much. After all, because of him, the reunion had sacrificed so many lives. Of those Tallulah once knew, only a few Cotters remained, the rest had largely fallen. This is much simpler now. No need to revive her. We just need to remove the restrictions placed on her by the Absolver. Originally, Shen Fei had considered that if Teresa was in a puppet state, he would resurrect her when he could, for Amei's sake. But that wasn't necessary anymore. With Yuduchen, he was far too simple in terms of consciousness and emotions. Using Yuduchen would easily save a vegetative state. Is Kasdal's overall well-being the priority? Even without Yuduchen, the cards we have here are enough to convince Amei to side with us. The biggest problem facing the Terran world is oripathy, and Sarkas are susceptible to infection. It's safe to say that out of 100 Sarkas, at least 90 suffer from oripathy. A nation populated almost entirely by oripathy sufferers would be difficult for other nations to accept, unless they were playing single player. As for the situation in G-Virus City, that was a special case and didn't count. I see. That makes things simple, Dr. Kaltsit. I wonder if you'd be interested in meeting an old friend. Shen Fei was relieved to see how simple Teresa's case was, so he extended an invitation to Kaltsit. Twisting people's minds was something Shen Fei had always avoided. Unless he was certain the enemy was the real enemy, with mirror flower, water moon, and feather dust, many things would be easy if he was willing to intervene. For example, the battle in Xiaoqiu County could have been averted if he had used feather dust. Initially, Shen Fei had been reluctant to use this power. After all, his double hands could do the trick. However, as he encountered more and more, especially after visiting the Tang dynasty and witnessing Buddhism, and later meeting Aizen, he realized that such strict restrictions were unnecessary. Aizen constantly uses Kyokusu Jutsu. If he can do it, why can't he? As for Buddhism, that goes without saying. Everyone knows that Buddhism offers enlightenment. If it were simply guidance, perhaps enlightenment, it would be fine. But for one of the four great monks of the Tang dynasty, his martial arts possess a hardening effect, truly worthy of being the legacy of those two. Because of this, Shen Fei's side has also become more agile, though only against enemies and in rare cases, like Mephisto. Okay, Kaltsit agreed without hesitation. And Patriot, I'm sure he'll be interested too. Interesting, a strange smell. Come out, I've spotted you. In a luxurious conference room in the Lindinium Shard, the kings of the Kasdal King's court were seated one after another when a young man with short white hair suddenly fixed his gaze on a corner of the room. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-armored Sarkas suddenly emitted dozens of blood-red rays from his left hand. These rays formed a web and attacked the corner, completely enveloping it. Anyone inside would have been unable to escape. The Sarkas are truly welcoming guests, a calm voice echoed through the conference room. A figure emerged from a corner, then with a wave of their left hand, the blood-red web in the air shrank into a ball, grasped in their palm. Bang, bang, bang. Even with the continuous explosions that followed, their hand remained unscathed. Explosions? Quite a remarkable originium technique. Is this the Sarkas general? Feeling the continuous explosions in his palm, Shen Fei looked towards the master of this originium technique, Manfred. The general currently commanding the Sarkas royal court's army and seemingly also a disciple of Tyrants. At this moment, all the bigwigs of Kasdal appeared in this conference room. The white-haired young man who had just exposed Shen Fei's whereabouts looked quite handsome, but he was actually the famous blood demon lord of Kasdal. The others were the Scavenger King, the leader of the Absolvers, and the Shapeshifter King who was also said to be in Lindinium, but he did not appear here. However, Headley also showed up, but probably because he had the lowest position among those present, he could only stand. Manfred, just as Manfred was about to take action again, Tracy spoke, asking him to disperse the originium skills that had been condensed again. Please sit down. Tracy slowly raised his right hand and gestured. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Regent. Shen Fei glanced around the conference room, kicked a sofa across from Tracy, and sat down. The conference room was arranged around a long table. Tracy and Teresa sat side by side, with representatives from the courts of kings sitting on either side, 5 on each side. This was likely modeled after the 10 courts of kings in Kasdal. Even if some of the 10 courts didn't side with Tracy, there had to be plenty of seats. Are you representing Rhodes Island or Tallulah? Tracy asked bluntly the moment Shen Fei sat down. Great. Double entendre. Shen Fei paused for a moment before understanding Tracy's meaning. Whom they were representing was a crucial question. If it was Rhodes Island, they were undoubtedly enemies. But if it was Tallulah, it was a different matter. Perhaps the two sides could cooperate, just like Tracy had with the Iron Duke Wellington. Kasdal couldn't possibly hold on to Lindinium forever, It was unrealistic, and Victoria wouldn't agree. Based on sheer physical strength, S.H.I.E.L.D was no match for Victoria, even with her current challenges. Tracy's goal was simple: to leverage Londinium's resources to complete their plan. In terms of resource reserves, Londinium undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 on the entire Terra continent. Victoria had mastered steam utilization to the extreme. The underground pipelines throughout Londinium could be activated, if necessary, to produce a variety of war materials. If Tallulah was after Victoria's throne, collaborating with Tracy would undoubtedly make matters much easier. They could even use this opportunity to inflict a heavy blow on the 8 dukes outside the city. I'm sorry, you're mistaken. I'm not here on behalf of Rhodes Island or Tallulah. I'm here solely for Amaya. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.